Chapter 86, Chapter 85 The Standing Army. Jorah Mormont felt as though he were walking through a dream. As he led his men into the black city of Tyrosh, a surreal sense of dislocation washed over him. The shouts of soldiers, the clatter of boots on ancient stone, the smell of smoke and salt from the harbor, everything blended into a haze. This was not the first time he had dealt with the Tyroshi, and every step he took stirred memories he wished he could forget. Years ago, on the cold and isolated Bear Island, Jorah had desperately tried to give his wife, Lena's Hightower, a life worthy of her noble upbringing. She came from the wealthy and luxurious lands of the Reach, while Bear Island had little to offer beyond fish, timber, and stubborn northerners. To please her, Jorah bought silks, perfumes, jewels, luxuries he could not afford. He emptied his coffers, then emptied them again, and before long he found himself drowning in debt. In his desperation, he broke the laws of the Seven Kingdoms. He sold poachers into slavery to the Tyroshi. When the truth came out, Eddard Stark, his liege lord, condemned him to death. Faced with execution, Jorah fled with Lenas to the free cities. But she eventually left him as well, seeking comfort in the luxurious courts of Lys while he wandered as an exile. Now, riding through the gates of Tyrosh once more, Jorah felt that old wound ache in his chest. Perhaps I was the fool, he thought bitterly. Bringing her unprepared to the cold and hunger of Bear Island. I pushed her into a life she wasn't made for. But he shook his head sharply. The past is the past. He lifted his long sword in a decisive arc, as if slicing through the ghosts haunting him. Then he inhaled deeply and looked up at the looming towers of the Black City. Tyrosh, which had once stood proud and defiant, was now weakened, its gates thrown open, its defenders defeated. The nobles of Tyrosh no longer had the courage to fight to the bitter end. The mermen had fallen. The Dothraki screamers had failed. Their reinforcements were nowhere in sight. Now, all that remained was surrender. Jorah tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and moved forward, guiding the elite soldiers of the wolf pack through the gates. Tyrosh had once looked down on him. Today, he entered as a conqueror. The Black City's ancient walls. Gendry stood before the towering black walls of Tyrosh, eyes lifted in admiration. The walls, constructed with Valyrian techniques long lost to the world, rose into the sky like dark mountains. Most Valyrian strongholds were built using molten black stone, forming impossibly smooth, perfectly fused structures. It was said that the walls of Volantis were the grandest of all, 200 feet tall, with 6 great carriages able to race side by side along the ramparts. Tyrosh's walls were smaller, but still formidable. Maester Qyburn adjusted his robes and said quietly, "Sir Jorah was the right choice to lead the assault. If we had sent the freed slaves in their rage, they would have torn this city to pieces. The slaughter would have been endless." The handsome man, his injured sword arm wrapped tightly, snorted. "I've heard his story. The man is devoted, perhaps to the point of foolishness. A northerner marrying a woman of the Reach, it always sounded doomed. He should have wed someone from his own land." "He loved too deeply," Gendry murmured. "And love had cost Jorah everything." But the man who now marched through Tyrosh was no longer the broken exile of old. He had regained dignity, regained purpose. Gendry thought briefly of Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper, whose worldly experiences in romance far exceeded Jorah's painful lessons. Perhaps the Dornish prince would understand him better than anyone. A new army for a new realm. "Once Tyrosh is pacified," Gendry said, his gaze sweeping over the defeated city, "we'll need to reorganize our armies." The Tyroshi flags were already being torn down from the walls, tossed into the dirt by celebrating soldiers. The handsome man raised an eyebrow. "A standing army?" His tone brightened with interest. Swordsmanship was no longer his strength, his right arm had yet to fully recover, so strategy had become his refuge. "With the wealth of the Twin Cities alliance, we could manage it." Gendry nodded. Tyrosh and Myr, positioned between rival powers on all sides, were battlegrounds waiting to ignite. Weak Pentos to the north, Dothraki on the plains, Lys and Volantis to the south, and West Eros across the narrow sea. We can't rely on mercenaries alone, Gendry said. We need stability. Discipline. An army that is loyal to us. His plan was straightforward yet ambitious. One standing army built around the wolf pack. One army formed from the freed slaves. One army based on the reorganized Second Sons. And the Dothraki screamers serving as cavalry auxiliaries. He also desired an unsullied force, but Slavers' Bay was too far, and purchasing them was impossible without immense wealth. Taking them for free would require dragons he did not yet possess. We must also consider Lys and Volantis, Longspear added. They're stirring. And if the lords across the narrow sea decide to intervene, we'll need to be ready. An army alone isn't enough, Gendry agreed. We need a proper ranking system. He had no intention of using Westerosi feudal ranks. His army would rise through merit: soldier, sergeant, junior officer, field officer, general. Skill over birth. Competence over blood. Only House Lannister has ever had the wealth to build a true standing army, Qyburn observed. And they may become our enemy. The Westerlands were rich, immensely rich. And after Tywin crushed the rebellious Rains and Tarbecks, he established control with ruthless efficiency. Their rivals had been eliminated, their lands centralized. The Reach might be wealthier in theory, but too disorganized. How strong is the Lannister army? Longspear asked. Very, Qyburn replied. Wealthy and well-trained. With Tywin ruling Casterly Rock, they can muster at least 30,000 soldiers. 10,000 knights. 15,000 infantry. At least 5,000 heavy cavalry. Gendry absorbed the numbers. He had two reasons to hate the Lannisters: one personal, one political. Their feud would one day come to the forefront. But not yet. Right now, other enemies demanded more urgent attention. Tensions in West Eros. Any word from Lord Stannis? Gendry asked. None so far, Qyburn replied. Gendry exhaled, unimpressed. Stannis remained isolated on Dragonstone, waiting for fate to crush him. Without the Red Witch, he was simply a stubborn lord with diminishing power. But soon enough, the tides of war would reach him too. Yora returns. A clatter of armor and boots reached Gendry's ears. He looked up just as Ser Yora approached. Tyrosh has submitted, Commander, Yora said, kneeling slightly. What of the Archon? Gendry asked. And the traitors? The Archon was poisoned, punishment for recklessness, Yora replied. Those named as traitors are being rounded up. Most still live. And the High Priest of the Three-Headed God Temple. He has been escorted back to his temple. He's stable. Gendry nodded. Then he noticed Aquado in the crowd, a shadow of his former self, disheveled and gaunt from imprisonment. We meet again, Gendry said. Aquado bowed his head, ashamed. I lacked good judgment. I was fooled and paid the price. Stand tall, Gendry said. And swear your loyalty. Yora stepped forward. Commander-in-Chief, this knight fought bravely. He killed several captains of the Tyroji City Watch. Gendry's eyes shifted to the man beside Yora, broad-shouldered, grey-haired, square-jawed. Ordinary in appearance yet solid, dependable. Rosso Bren, Commander, the knight said. Gendry smiled. A good man. And one I will remember. Rosso, the apple-eater who one day would carve out a modest but respected place in the world. And another piece of the future army began to fall into place. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 87, Chapter 86. The General Trend. A large round table dominated the central hall of the Archon of Tyrosha's Manor, where nearly all the high-ranking leaders of the Twin Cities Alliance had gathered. Bowls of fruit melons from the Reach, sweet peaches from Tyrosh, and fire plums from Myr decorated the tabletop, their rich aromas mixing with the salt-tinged breeze from the distant sea. Around the table sat Gendry, Qyburn, the handsome man, arrow maker, long spear, steel fist, grey wolf, Yoram Mormont, Harris of the Narrow Sea Fleet, Moros of the Myr Fleet, and other key figures who now shaped the course of the alliance. Tyrosh and Myr had finally been pacified, and Gendry had focused all forces on stabilizing the cities, calming the people, and restoring administration. He had no intention of reckless expansion. Whether it was Lys or the lands across the Narrow Sea, once the fleet set sail with hostile intention, the delicate balance of the region would collapse instantly. "Try these," Gendry said as he gestured toward the fruits. The fields of the Reach produce some of the finest crops on the continent. These melons, peaches, and fire plums came from the last supply ships. "Thanks to this long summer," the handsome man said with a laugh. "Since our wolf pack left the north, it seems we've almost forgotten the smell of winter." A faint smile crossed Qyburn's face. "You may feel winter sooner than you expect. The long summer began in 289 AC, and it still hasn't ended. Many believe it will be eternal, a summer without winter. But from the knowledge I've studied, long summers often mirror the length of the long winter that follows. A summer this long might herald a winter beyond imagination. Though I sincerely hope I am wrong, for Westeros would not survive the harshest winter in history. Even if a long winter comes," said Moros of Myr, "Essos won't suffer the way Westeros does." It was true that Westeros suffered the most extreme climate shifts. The northern tip of the continent stretched deep toward the mysterious land of always winter. Essos, however, extended sideways and not northward, its northernmost edge aligned only with the latitude of the neck. "That's correct under ordinary circumstances," Qyburn replied. "But if a long winter lasts 10 years or more, even Essos will feel it. The approach of winter is slow and silent but inevitable. Regardless of how long the winter will be, storing grain and supplies is essential," Gendry said. "You will be responsible for this," he told the handsome man. "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Beyond the room's warm light and cheerful food, an unseen shadow loomed, the long night. While most people played their endless Game of Thrones scheming, maneuvering, or simply ignoring the warnings, the threat grew stronger. The others had awoken, and the night's watch had dwindled to a mere flickering candle in a storm. Gendry's thoughts drifted as the discussion continued. "The tide of events is rising. What I must do is guide it, brace myself against it, and seize the place the new age offers me. Grain, soldiers, commanders, these were the foundation. And for a future as terrifying as the long night, now only a distant rumor, he had to prepare every possible measure." In Gendry's mind, the world faced three great trends. First was the magic tide, the slow but unstoppable approach of the long night. The others were awakening, ancient powers were stirring, and in time the age of magic would fully resurface. If dragons ever returned, the world would change again. Second was the political struggle in Westeros. The Baratheon dynasty's foundation was crumbling. King Robert had no absolute power, no dragon, no legend, no unifying force. His rule was a loose alliance at best, destined to fracture. Third was the slave liberation movement, a path difficult and bloody, yet noble. It would reshape Essos, whether the old powers liked it or not. "Commander, I will now report on recent developments," Qyburn said as he rose from his seat. The others quieted. "First, Pentos and Bravos. Pentos remains relatively weak. Bravos, as always, keeps to itself. My agents believe this is because the old Sea Lord is gravely ill. Nevertheless, we will continue monitoring them." Gendry nodded. He had expected that stance. In these turbulent times, Bravos had remained oddly still. Perhaps the dying Sea Lord was incapable of decisive action, or perhaps Bravos preferred to watch, wait, and profit quietly, for chaos in the other free cities only benefited them. Next are restless neighbors. The Lyseni remain unstable, Qyburn continued, but Lys is only a single city-state and cannot threaten us alone. Moros scoffed. Lys has sailors, yes, but their land forces are weak. They cannot fight wars with pleasure gardens and perfumed boys and girls. They rely on mercenaries, and mercenaries alone will not dare provoke us. The Lysani have been sending gold to Volantis, Qyburn added. The room fell silent. Everyone knew the greatest threat was Volantis. Despite its decline, its population remained massive, and its history as the first and greatest of the free cities weighed heavily. Worse still, Volantis had an enormous slave population, 5 slaves for every citizen. To them, Gendry's liberation of Tyrosh and Myr was nothing short of a dangerous spark. In Volantis, Qyburn went on, the Elephant Party holds the majority among the Triarchs. The current Triarchs are, Malak Homagar of the Tiger Party, Nisaso Vihasar of the Elephant Party, and Triarch Malakwo of the Elephant Party. The Tiger Party Triarch, Malak Ho, will undoubtedly push for war against us, the handsome man said. What of the other two? Nisaso is wealthy beyond measure, his fortune built entirely upon the slave trade. Though an elephant, he also advocates attacking us. And Malakwo? Gendry asked. Malakwo opposes war, seeing it as costly and unnecessary. But if he fails re-election next year, the Triarchs will share a unified stance and they will attack. Yora crossed his arms. Volantis's strength is substantial. Their standing army, the Tiger Cloaks, is larger than any other free cities. And their great fleet remains formidable. Though weakened compared to the past, Volantis still has the population to wage a long war. Grey Wolf leaned forward. Volantis is drowning in slaves. The Tiger Cloaks are slave soldiers. Their cheeks bear green tiger stripe tattoos. The great fleet is manned largely by slave sailors. If we can grant freedom to these people, Volantis will realize the price of its cruelty. War with Volantis is inevitable, Gendry said calmly. But not now. We must not waste our strength prematurely. First we stabilize Tyrosh and Myr, then rebuild. Only then can we fight properly. Qyburn nodded. There are ways to delay them. I can forge false reports, rumors of Dothraki attacks, or perhaps that our fleets have sailed for West Eros. We can also spread misleading intelligence through our spies. Mixed lies and truths will confuse Volantis and stall them. There were murmurs of agreement. And next Qyburn continued, the Dothraki. The commander of the Spear Company spoke up. We must prepare outposts. The horse people can appear out of nowhere. Koljeskon's fall near Myr might keep the Khalasars quiet for now, but the Dothraki never remained still for long. Finally came the decisions that would shape the Alliance's military future, new appointments and reorganized commands. The Wolfpack Legion, Gendry said, will be commanded jointly by Longspear and Steelfist. It will consist mainly of heavy cavalry and heavy infantry. The Free Legion will be under Grey Wolf, he went on. He will be assisted by the commander of the Spear Company. They will lead our light infantry, supported by light cavalry. The Second Sons Legion, he continued, will be commanded by Brown Ben, with Sir Yora assisting him. They will organize mercenaries, landless nobles and adventurers who join us. The Narrow Sea Fleet will be commanded by Harris, Gendry declared. He will oversee the seas between the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones. And the Wolfpack Fleet will be commanded by Moros, responsible for the waters around Tyrosh and Myr. One by one, the commanders nodded, understanding the massive responsibility placed upon them. This was not merely about holding territory, it was about shaping the fate of the region against storms both political and supernatural. The long night approached. And the general trend of the world was shifting. Gendry looked around the table, meeting the eyes of each commander. The tide of the age is rising. Nations will rise and fall. Magic will return. And winter will come. But we will stand prepared. The twin cities will not be swept away, we will meet the storm head-on. The meeting continued deep into the afternoon, but one thought lingered in every heart. A new era was coming. And they were building the army that would face it. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 88, Chapter 87 Spy. The morning sun poured over Tyrosh like molten gold, illuminating the courtyard in a warm, shimmering glow. A faint sea breeze slipped between the stone columns, stirring dust and carrying with it the distant smell of brine. The training grounds were already alive with motion, specifically, the blur that was Gendry, swinging a long sword with such speed that even the unsullied standing watch occasionally blinked in surprise. His bare arms glistened with sweat. Each movement came with the unwavering certainty of a man forged by hardship, a rhythm shaped by the hammer, the anvil, and the battlefield. The heavy practice blade sliced through the air again and again, its whistle sharp and clean. Across from him stood Rosso Bren, feet braced, expression set, his own sword lifted defensively. Rosso's appearance was plain, flattened nose, square jaw, and simple grey hair, but his steadiness gave him an unremarkable strength that Gendry respected. The man didn't speak much, but every swing he blocked, every misstep he corrected, spoke of years of grit and survival. Steel hammered against steel, each clash echoing in crisp, ringing bursts. The Unsullied ringed the training ground silently, their faces impassive, yet their eyes tracked the duel with soldierly interest. Gendry pressed forward, driving Rosso back with a series of sweeping arcs, each blow stronger than the last. Even dulled, Gendry's training sword weighed far more than a normal blade, and the force behind it threatened to crush any man less skilled than Rosso. But Rosso held. His arms trembled, his breath grew heavier, yet he refused to break. A final resounding clang sent Rosso's weapon flying. He hit the ground on one knee, chest heaving, and let out a rough, honest sigh. "I yield." Gendry chuckled, extending a hand. "Up you go, Rosso." Rosso blinked, startled that the commander-in-chief himself would offer a hand. He accepted it, rising unsteadily. That small gesture, the simple act of respect, left a deep imprint on him. For a man who had lived his entire life dismissed by his supposed family, ignored by lords, and overlooked by society, recognition mattered more than victory. To be valued by someone like Gendry, a tall, broad-shouldered warrior who seemed carved from stone, was enough to ignite fierce loyalty. "You're blessed by the gods," Rosso said awkwardly, still catching his breath. "Strength, skill, and character besides." Gendry burst into a laugh. "Rosso, your tongue's gotten sharper than your sword." Rosso flushed harder than a squire caught stealing wine. "Well," Gendry continued, tone shifting to something more official, "I'm appointing you as a major in the King's Guard Legion. It won't be publicly announced yet, but you'll wear the rank." Rosso blinked rapidly. My lord, this is an honor." The King's Guard Legion, unlike the great armies of Myr or Tyrosh, was Gendry's personal force, an elite guard formed of men loyal to him alone. Within his newly drafted military structure, soldier, sergeant, officer, major, general, each rank represented discipline and merit, not birth or title. For Rosso, who had neither land nor name nor allies, it meant more than any feudal knighthood ever could. "I'm glad to hear it," Gendry said. "You've earned it." Rosso nodded, still dazed, but pride shone in his eyes. Tyrosh had been good to him, good food, fair treatment, and comrades who respected his skill. It was more than he had dared hope for. Gendry leaned casually against a training post. "Tell me again about your time in the Claw Peninsula." Rosso hesitated, but answered obediently. "After my father died, I went to Brown Hollow to seek refuge with the Bren family." His mouth tightened with old pain. "They threw dung at me, said I wasn't of their blood, and sent me away before I could step into the yard." Gendry's jaw clenched. He knew that kind of injustice intimately. Westeros had a way of breaking the weak and pampering the corrupt. "Do you still know anyone there?" Gendry asked. "No," Rosso admitted. "Too humble in status. No one wanted to remember me." "That's fine," Gendry said. "The Claw Peninsula is a stubborn place. loyal to the Targaryens for centuries. They fought to the last man at the trident. And now, Rosso said quietly, they might listen to someone who holds Princess Daenerys in his hands. Gendry didn't deny it. His ambitions stretched further than the narrow sea. Every coastline, every fortress, every hidden valley between Mere and King's Landing, each was a piece on a far greater board. But he shook his head. No, Rosso. I'm not sending you there. Rosso looked confused. Then, what mission do you intend for me? Tell me, Gendry said. What do you think of King's Landing? Rosso wrinkled his nose. A filthy, overcrowded city. But, where there are rich men, there are always chances for someone like me. Gendry nodded. Exactly. I need someone of your temperament there, a loyal man, tough, quiet, unremarkable. King's Landing is a nest of vipers. I need my own eyes. Rosso dipped his head solemnly. If you command it, I will go. Good. Gendry clasped his shoulder. This task won't bring glory. It requires patience, humility, and the ability to disappear when needed. If you dislike it, I can give you a chest of gold to go your own way. Rosso shook his head firmly. Gold is easy to find. Loyalty is not. A warrior should be as hard as his blade. I accepted your rank, I accept your mission. Gendry's smile held genuine warmth. Then my King's Guard will always have a place for you. The web of spies. King's Landing was already infested with players. The spider, with his little birds whispering through every alley, every brothel, every kitchen wall of the Red Keep. Littlefinger, with his coin-sniffing rats in the tax offices and guild halls, accountants, measurers, shipmasters, toll collectors, wine agents, money handlers, all tied to him by debt or ambition. Gendry would not rely on either. He intended to build his own network, one rooted not in fear or gold, but in loyalty. Warriors who admired him. Slaves who saw him as the hammer that broke their chains. Landless knights who found honor under his banner. Adventurers seeking purpose. Merchants eager for protection. Let them play their games, Gendry thought. In the end, swords and iron shape nations, not whispers. He turned to Rosso. Who are you now? A down-and-out free knight, Rosso replied steadily. A nobody in Westeros. A distant Bren relative, unwanted and unclaimed. Good. Gendry nodded approvingly. That's exactly who I need you to be. He explained the task clearly. You will go as yourself. Live as any free rider would. Offer your sword for hire. Make yourself useful, and sooner or later, some lord or someone more cunning will recruit you. Rosso frowned slightly. The spider. Littlefinger. They will notice me. I expect them to, Gendry said bluntly. Littlefinger especially. He has no noble swords to rely on. He collects men like you, loyal, desperate, overlooked. Rosso exhaled slowly. If they try to recruit me. Accept. Gendry's eyes gleamed. The deeper you go, the better. He added, but be wary. The spider's birds are everywhere. If you need a place to hide, use the god's wood. His birds don't whisper in the leaves of the old gods. Rosso nodded, absorbing every instruction. I will lie low. And wait. Good. Maester Qyburn will brief you further. He'll tell you what to avoid, and who to watch. Rosso bowed deeply. Then I will prepare at once, my lord. Gendry watched him go with satisfaction. Rosso Bren, plain, loyal, and invisible, was a perfect piece for King's Landing. And the first step in a game Gendry fully intended to win. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 89, Chapter 88 Invitation. The banners of the crowned stag of Baratheon and the grey dire wolf of Stark fluttered side by side over Winterfell's ancient walls. Snow drifted lazily around them, glistening in the pale northern sunlight. Eddard Stark stood in the courtyard, watching as the royal procession finally halted. Even before Robert dismounted, Ned felt a sigh escape his lips. Time changes everything. 15 years ago, when the stag and the wolf fought side by side in rebellion, Robert Baratheon had been a sight to behold, clean-shaven, bright-eyed, towering at 6'5", the sort of man every maiden whispered about in their dreams. Strong as a bull, fearless in battle, generous to his companions. A hero. Now the king of the Seven Kingdoms waddled forward with 8 stone more than his youthful self, his once crisp jawline buried under a thick, wire-like black beard that did more to draw attention to his double chin than conceal it. His belly strained against his embroidered tunic, and dark circles clung stubbornly beneath his eyes. Even compared to the time they crushed Balong Greyjoy's rebellion 9 years ago, Robert had changed drastically. Robert had always indulged in every pleasure available and never denied himself anything. The crown had only made his appetites greater. Duke Eddard knelt in the snow and kissed Queen Cersei's ring with dutiful respect. Robert, by contrast, wrapped Catelyn Stark in a broad, crushing embrace, laughing as if she were a long-lost sister. Catelyn returned it gracefully, her Riverland's warmth showing in her smile. Soon after, the children of the stag and the wolf were ushered forward. One by one, greetings were exchanged, courtesy lines recited, and formal introductions made. The parents of both houses expressed polite approval. Catelyn's heart swelled with a quiet hope. Born in warm Riverrun, the cold northern air still never felt fully comfortable to her. She imagined her daughter's futures in the south: beautiful gardens, elegant courts, noble marriages. A splendid fantasy, one she clung to happily. Sansa, in turn, felt as if she were floating. The Prince Joffrey stood tall and fair, golden hair shining like sunlight. Just as she had imagined. She barely noticed the faint curl of disdain tugging at the corner of Joffrey's lips whenever he glanced at the northerners. Eddard, however, was not lost in fantasy. His thoughts were colder. Marriage alliances were tools, not dreams. People said the old gods protected House Stark, but those gods had little sway in the warm south. And the south had never brought anything to Eddard except pain. When the ceremony ended, Robert clapped Ned on the shoulder. "Ned, take me to your family crypt. I want to pay my respects." Ned nodded. He had always respected Robert for this. After all the years that had passed, Robert still remembered Lyanna. Cersei's voice cut through the cold air. "Everyone has travelled since dawn. They are weary and chilled. Surely the dead can wait." Robert turned a hard, cold look on his wife. Jaime Lannister stepped silently to her side and squeezed her hand in warning. Cersei said nothing more. The crypt's spiral staircase was narrow, its stones slick with frost. Ned led the way, holding a lamp high to guide Robert, who now struggled with small spaces, steep steps, and his own weight. Robert grunted as they descended. "Gods, I thought we'd never reach Winterfell. Down south, hearing people chatter about my 7 kingdoms, it's easy to forget your lands are nearly as large as the other 6 combined." "I hope your journey was pleasant, Your Majesty," Ned said. Robert snorted. "Pleasant? Swamps, forests, endless fields. After the neck, not a single decent inn. Your north is a wasteland, Ned. Where have your people hidden themselves?" "Most are too shy to come out," Ned replied dryly. A cold draft swept from the depths of the crypt, carrying with it the chill of centuries. In the north, kings are not seen every day. As they reached the bottom, the darkness closed around them, broken only by the flickering lamplight. Robert was panting now, face flushed, breathing heavy and labored. Ned silently marveled at the price his friend had paid for years of indulgence. They walked deeper between the pillars and statues. Robert shivered visibly, the underground cold penetrating through furs and velvet. The Stark crypts were uniform and solemn. Generations of Starks sat upon stone thrones, backs to the wall, with iron swords across their laps, meant to keep vengeful spirits sealed within their tombs. Stone dire wolves lay curled protectively at their feet. "Here," Ned said quietly. Robert stepped forward. Before him lay 3 stone coffins, Ricard Stark in the center, stern-faced even in stone, flanked by his children Brandon and Lyanna. Ned's heart tightened. All of this should have belonged to Brandon. His elder brother had been heir, leader, the firstborn, the one meant to rule Winterfell. But Brandon had died before his wedding to Catelyn, killed brutally by the Mad King. And Lyanna, the grief there was deeper, sharper. She had been only 16 when she died. Robert's love for her had been overwhelming, far greater than hers for him. "She was more beautiful than this," Robert murmured, voice rough as he stared at the stone carving of Lyanna's face. The gaze lingered, hungry and sorrowful, as if he could will her back to life. Finally, Robert rose, slow and unsteady. "Damn it, Ned, must she lie here? Among shadows and cold stone?" "She is of House Stark," Ned said softly but firmly. "She belongs here." Robert shook his head. "She should have been buried on a warm hillside, with fruit trees. Her grave should have smelled of blossoms." Ned did not reply. "You never understood her," he thought. Lyanna had told him once that Robert's love, while fierce, would never keep him faithful. And she had not wanted that life. Robert brushed his fingers along the rough stone. "I swore I'd kill Rhaegar. To avenge her." "You did kill him," Ned reminded gently. "Only once," Robert whispered, bitterness crackling in every syllable. "Every night, I kill him again." This was the Robert Baratheon Ned knew, willful, emotional, self-centered, ruled by impulses more than wisdom. Even Eddard's quiet counsel could not sway him from his stubborn choices. When their silence stretched on, Ned finally shifted to another matter. "Tell me about the child," he said. "Even here in the north, we heard about the fighting across the narrow sea." Robert scratched his beard. The child older than Joffrey." He exhaled deeply. "Ned, I've slept with more women than I can remember. I don't know how many bastards I've sired. A prostitute, a tavern girl, a hostess, any of them could have borne a child." Ned stayed silent. "Don't look at me like that," Robert snapped. "A bastard is a mistake any man can make. You have one too, my friend. My only mistake was not tossing a few gold dragons their way sooner." Ned's expression remained unreadable. Robert continued, "Cersei never wanted any of my bastards near the court. After that little incident with Joffrey killing a cat, I thought about bringing Mia and her boy into the Red Keep. Cersei stopped it." "And now?" Ned asked. Robert sighed heavily. "Now? Now I think we must fight. Take up arms as we did 9 years ago. Kinslaying leaves an ugly stain," Ned warned. "What choice do I have? You and Jonaran persuaded me to spare those Targaryen children back then." "Spare innocent children," you said. "Now look where that mercy has led." Robert's lips twisted. "When traitors raise armies under dragon banners, they don't care whose blood runs in the child's veins." His voice dropped. "I can't leave this for Joffrey to deal with. Easier to fight a brother than a father." "Is the situation truly so dire?" Ned asked. Robert nodded grimly. "The Myrish and Tyroji have coin. They have ships. All they lacked was a decent army, but now, it seems they've found one." Ned drew in a slow breath. "Then perhaps the fires of war must be rekindled." Robert grasped Ned's shoulder, the grip surprisingly firm. "I need you, Ned. My nephew the Lord of the Eyrie is a sickly boy of 6. A child. And my council is full of vipers. I need someone loyal. I need my old friend." The words were genuine. Heavy with fear. Heavy with hope. The shadows of the crypt stretched around them, still and solemn, as the King of the Realm asked the Warden of the North to stand by his side once more. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 90, Chapter 89 The Feast. The feast in Wolf's Den City erupted with warmth and revelry. Roasted meat crackled over open flames, dripping fat onto the platters beneath. The fragrance of freshly baked bread mingled with the scents of spices, honeyed sauces, and steaming bowls of thick winter stew. All along the great hall, rows of candles flickered against stone walls, their light dancing on silver cups and polished armor. Barrels of wine stood opened, their contents flowing freely into goblets: Myrish fire wine, green wine, Tyroshi pear brandy, and the rich, dark summer reds of Dorne. At the grand entrance, the herald raised his staff. Lord Gendry, Magistrate of Myr, Tyrosh, the Narrow Sea, and the Stepstone's guardian of Prince Viserys and Princess Daenerys. A heartbeat later, the herald proclaimed, the magistrate's betrothed, Daenerys Stormborn, Princess of Dragonstone. All eyes turned toward the doors as Gendry and Daenerys entered hand in hand, a pair radiant as though stars themselves had descended into the hall. They represented power, true power across the narrow sea. Gendry wore a long black velvet coat embroidered subtly with the sigil of the wolf pack. High leather boots and a silver-buckled belt completed his attire. He needed little ornamentation to appear formidable. Daenerys had donned her finest princess gown, black velvet, soft as midnight, adorned with a ruby pendant resting against her throat. A crown set with red gemstones nestled atop her long silver-gold hair. Her violet eyes shimmered in the torchlight. She looked every inch the princess she was born to be. Together, they ascended to the high table and took their seats. Behind them entered Gendry's most trusted commanders and subordinates: the handsome man, Longspear, Sir Jorah, Dick the Arrow Maker with his snowy hair, and Moros, commander of the Myrish fleet. Their presence added an air of strength to the gathering. Following them came the pitiable figure of Prince Viserys Targaryen, gaunt, wild-eyed, and already reeking of wine. He stumbled slightly, swaying as he attempted to lift his chin with royal dignity. The hall fell briefly quiet. Everyone politely guided him toward a seat at the head table, though they kept him at the end, away from the center. Viserys saw it. His face tightened with resentment. "I am the rightful king," he fumed silently. Yet the master of ceremonies had not announced him, had not honored him with a title or even a respectful gesture. Instead, they lumped him with the soldiers as though he were nothing. Once all were seated, cups rose across the room in a cascade of toasts. Wine splashed as congratulations were exchanged, laughter rippled, and the feast officially began. Leaning close, Grey Wolf murmured into Gendry's ear, "The bankers of Myr and Tyrosh request an audience, my lord." Gendry followed Grey Wolf's subtle nod toward the lower tables. There sat several bankers, olive-skinned mermen and Tyroshi men with brightly colored beards watching him with eager eyes. Bankers, in any of the free cities, were never to be underestimated. Myr and Tyrosh relied heavily on fishing, handicrafts, and banking. Even during the chaos of slave emancipation, bankers were among the few who maintained their influence. And among free cities, Bravuz's Iron Bank was the undisputed titan. Still, Myrish and Tyroshi bankers held power of their own. Gendry excused himself from Daenerys. She nodded nervously. She had lived most of her life in exile. Banquets filled with political maneuvering were unfamiliar territory. Gendry crossed the hall. The bankers swarmed toward him like flies drawn to sweetmeat, smiling, bowing, hands clasped in exaggerated politeness. But Gendry knew better. These were wolves, every one of them calculating profits down to the last copper. He greeted them with courteous warmth. A Myrish banker in a silk coat stepped forward first. "Magistrate, we, along with our colleagues from Tyrosh, have a small proposal." Gendry raised a brow. "Go on." "No one has truly controlled both cities before," the banker said. "But you, my lord, you rule Myr and Tyrosh. You command the stepstones and the disputed lands. Therefore, you have the power to merge the banks of the two cities." Gendry studied the group carefully. "One bank? This is what your industry desires?" "Yes, lord," the merman replied, summoning courage. If you are to become king, there must be a unified bank. A unified currency. A Tyroshi banker with a bright red beard stepped in eagerly. If the magistrate considers our humble suggestion, we will fully support your policies, your armies, and even the crown you seek. Gendry's mind sharpened. They're forcing my hand. Bravus was a delicate ally. Creating a unified two-cities bank large enough to rival the Iron Bank would provoke consequences, severe ones. He remembered the tragedy of the Rogare Bank in Lys. Once, they had outshone the Iron Bank, but the moment their tyrant patron Lysandro died, the Rogare family collapsed almost overnight. A warning from history. We will discuss this another day, Gendry said smoothly. I will consider your suggestion carefully. The bankers exchanged delighted looks. Even a possibility was enough to stir their greed. The territories under Gendry's command were vast, and if he ever set foot in Westeros, the bank they envisioned could span 2 continents. Profit glittered in their eyes. To your glorious years ahead, my lord, said one banker. To your success, said another. Gendry lifted his cup. Their goblets clinked with sharp clarity. It was rare to see Myrish and Tyroshi bankers united. Ever since the dissolution of the Triarchy, the 3 daughters had become rivals once again. But greed forged alliances that nothing else could. Just as Gendry began exchanging politeness with them, a sudden commotion rippled across the hall. You're drunk, Prince, Ser Jorah said sternly, rising from his seat. I'm not drunk, Viserys slurred. He stood on unsteady feet, eyes wild. When will your king send his army? Does he want to wait until he's bedded my sister and fathered a bastard cub? A shocked hush spread across the tables. Viserys continued, voice rising, I've been generous, haven't I? I let the bastard sleep with my sister. All I ask is that he help me reclaim my throne. On the high platform, Daenerys froze. Tears welled in her eyes. She had endured her brother's cruelty her entire life, but seeing him like this humiliated, unraveling struck her with unexpected pain. It seems you truly are drunk, Grey Wolf muttered. He strode to Viserys, grabbed a cup, filled it to the brim, and pressed it to the prince's mouth. Viserys sputtered. I am the king. How dare you treat a king like this? Wine dribbled down his chin onto his fine black tunic. His eyes streamed from the harsh burn. Dead eunuch! You dare! You dare treat a king this way! Grey Wolf did not flinch. The Unsullied standing nearby watched with blank, impassive faces as more wine was pushed into Viserys' mouth. No! No more! Viserys cried, thrashing. It's poisoned! The wine is poisoned! He shrieked like a gutted fish, writhing on the ground. His panic was pitiful. Guests watched with strained expressions, some horrified, some struggling not to laugh. Maester Qyburn stepped forward, voice calm. Grey Wolf suggests you give him a few slaps to sober him. No. Daenerys hurried down from the high table, panic rising. Don't hurt him. Please stop. At her command, Grey Wolf and Ser Jorah stepped back. Viserys lay sprawled on the floor, gasping for breath, face red, hair disheveled. He looked like a scolded child, not a prince. Not a king. Daenerys stared down at him. He's so pitiful, she whispered. She had always known her brother's weaknesses, but tonight, she saw them clearly for the first time. The fear she had carried for years began to dissolve. Gendry approached, eyes soft but commanding. You must be drunk, he said gently, helping Viserys sit upright. To Viserys, however, that calm smile felt terrifying. It's you! Viserys hissed. All you! Someone help your king! Strike him! Strike his men! If you don't retire and sleep it off, Gendry murmured, you will become the true beggar king you are so desperate to deny. Viserys looked from Gendry to Daenerys, humiliation burning deep. He wanted to protest. To scream. But one glance at the unsullied steel-hard, unyielding silenced him. He staggered toward the exit. As he left the hall, defeated, the last traces of regal pride slipping away, Daenerys watched him with a mixture of sorrow and clarity. He is no dragon, she realized. Afraid of fire. Afraid of steel. Afraid of everything. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 91, Chapter 92 Secret Letters. Though the north was bitter and cold, Winterfell always stood as a warm refuge against the freezing winds. The ancient castle was built atop natural hot springs, and channels beneath the stone walls carried heat through the keep. Steam drifted through the battlements and warmed the bedchambers, easing the harsh chill and filling the glass gardens with gentle humidity. Even in deep winter, green leaves thrived in those gardens. Lord Eddard Stark's chambers were the warmest place in all of Winterfell, and Catelyn Stark cherished this warmth dearly. It reminded her of her childhood at Riverrun, the bright sun, the sound of rushing rivers, the laughter she once shared with Lisa and Ed Muir as they ran through the castle courtyards. Even after years in the north, Catelyn found her thoughts wandering back to the green lands of the south where she had been raised. When she and Eddard finished their quiet moment together, Ned rose from the bed and drew back the heavy tapestry curtains. With a practiced motion, he pushed open the narrow windows high above, letting a sharp gust of cold air glide into the room. The warmth withdrew only slightly, swallowed by the winter breeze. Catelyn watched him from the bed, studying the familiar lines of his back. Eddard is not as handsome nor as dashing as Brandon was, she thought, but he is a good husband, steady, loyal, and true. 15 years ago, she had married him not out of choice but necessity. She had been promised to Brandon Stark, yet fate had swept Brandon away, and Lord Rickard, too. Her father had hurried the marriage between her and the quiet second son, and though there had been awkwardness at first, Ned had honored every duty to her, to the Riverlands, and to the north. Together, they had raised children and built a life. But now, that life teetered on the edge of change. I will simply refuse him, Eddard said suddenly, turning to face her. His voice was weighed down by a heavy gloom that he could not hide. I will tell Robert plainly that I cannot serve as his hand. Catelyn pushed herself upright, clutching the furs around her shoulders. No, she said firmly. You cannot refuse. My duty is here, Eddard replied in a low voice. My place is in the north. Winterfell needs its lord. He paused, troubled. I have no wish to be the king's hand. Whatever Robert desires, I do not belong in the south. Ordinary men might have longed for the warmth of King's Landing, but the Starks were a northern house to their bones. Rickard Stark had sought alliances and opportunities in the south, yet his southern venture had ended with fire and tragedy. The memory of that loss still clung to Ned's heart. Catelyn shook her head. Robert does not understand such distinctions. He is the king. The king cannot be refused like an ordinary man. To refuse him is dangerous not only for you but for all of us. Their disagreement hung heavily between them. Catelyn had spent her youth in the south. To her, King's Landing was not a viper's den but a place of warmth, beauty, and grandeur. She could not understand why Ned recoiled so strongly from the idea of returning there. For the king to visit his friend yourself, this is a great honor, she said, frustration growing within her. He offers a match between Sansa and his heir. Could any family hope for a finer future? Our daughter could be queen. Her children might rule from the wall in the far north to the peaks of Dorne. Do you not see what a gift this is? In the past, Eddard murmured, it would indeed have been a great honor. His brow furrowed deeply. But these are troubled times, Catelyn. If I go south, I may be drawn into matters of war, perhaps even forced to command armies or face threats from across the narrow sea. Robert may say he does not fear traitors, but a king cannot become a kinslayer. He hoped she would understand. The south no longer felt safe. The Red Keep was filled with whispers, and the Lannisters held the king's ear day and night. 9 years had passed since he and Robert had fought side by side, but in those 9 years the king had grown close to lions, not wolves. Catelyn tilted her head. Are you truly afraid of war, my lord? Your enemies are but children, one barely grown, the other younger still. There are no children on a battlefield, Eddard replied gravely. Only victors and corpses. That boy across the sea may be young, but he is already skilled in warfare. Myr and Tyrosh are not petty islands like the Iron Islands, they are wealthy port cities with vast fleets, deep coffers, and armies of sell swords and slaves who will die for gold. Do not dismiss such foes lightly. And that is all the more reason to join Robert, Catelyn insisted. The king needs loyal friends. If you stand with him now, he will be grateful. But Eddard's expression only darkened. There were truths he dared not speak aloud, not even to her. His unease had grown the moment he received that secret letter from Dragonstone. Stannis simply wrote that Jon Arryn likely died at the hands of the Lannisters, Eddard said quietly. He said that Jon Arryn was investigating an unusual connection between the Queen and her brother. The words felt heavy on his tongue. Stannis Baratheon was not a man given to speculation. If Stannis hinted at corruption or treason, it meant he believed it firmly. Unusual. Catelyn repeated softly, sensing danger in the vague word. Eddard did not respond. Stannis's smuggler had hidden the letter inside a wine barrel brought to White Harbor. There had been no elaboration, only the grim hint that Jon Arryn had uncovered a dangerous truth, and that truth had cost him his life. Ned had not dared to guess aloud what that truth might be, but fear coiled tightly in his chest. Gods, Catelyn, he whispered. Sansa is only 11. And Joffrey. Joffrey. Catelyn cut in sharply, he is the crown prince, Ned. The heir to the Iron Throne. I was only 12 when I was betrothed to Brandon. The mention of Brandon sent a flicker of pain across Ned's face. Brandon's name always forged a shadow between them. Brandon the Bold, Brandon the heir, Brandon who should have been Lord of Winterfell and father to a queen. Yes, Ned said bitterly. Brandon would have known what to do. Brandon always had a plan. He was meant to inherit Winterfell, to stand beside you, to guide the North. He lowered his voice. I was never meant to bear these burdens. The dead are dead, Catelyn replied, her voice firm but not unkind. Brandon is gone. And whether you like it or not, the responsibility has passed to you. Ned turned away, hiding his grief and uncertainty in the shadows. A silence settled between them, heavy and lingering. Catelyn longed to comfort him, but she also sensed how fragile he felt beneath his stoic exterior, how much the past still wounded him. A sudden knock at the door shattered the tension. Maester Luwin entered, bowing respectfully. He carried an intricately carved wooden box, and in his other hand, a sealed letter. The sight alone chilled the room more than the open windows ever could. My lord, Luwin said, I apologize for disturbing your rest. But someone has left me a message. Eddard eyed the box. A lens, he asked, seeing the Myrish glass within. What meaning is there in this? At first, I wondered the same, Luwin said. But clearly, the sender wished to convey something more. Catelyn shivered. A lens helps one see clearly. It reveals truth. Precisely, Luwin said, offering the letter. And this was left alongside it. Catelyn's heart clenched at the sight of the blue wax seal, House Arryn's moon and falcon sigil. Lysa's seal. Ned's frown deepened further. Open it, he ordered. Catelyn broke the delicate seal. The moment she read the first lines, the blood drained from her face. This is a warning, she whispered, handing Ned the parchment. Ned read quickly. His jaw clenched. Lysa says Jon Arryn was murdered. Murdered by whom? He asked, though dread already clouded his voice. House Lannister, Catelyn answered. The Queen. Ned's grip tightened around her arm, leaving red marks on her skin. Your sister is racked with grief, he said hoarsely. She doesn't know what she's saying. But even as he spoke, he knew the truth. Stannis's secret letter and Lysa's hidden warning pointed in the same direction. 2 messages, from 2 different places, proclaiming the same danger. House Lannister's ambitions were far greater than mere political maneuvering. Catelyn spoke gently. Lysa is impulsive, yes, but this letter was carefully concealed. She would never risk sending such a dangerous message unless she believed the threat was real. If the wrong hands found it, she would be dead. Maester Luwin nodded gravely. My lord, the office of the King's Hand grants great authority. With it, you could investigate Jon Arryn's death. You could reveal the truth and protect Lady Lysa and young Lord Robert if need be. Ned felt a loneliness deeper than anything he had known before. 2 letters had sounded the same ominous horn, pushing him toward a battlefield more treacherous than any he had fought on. His wife watched him with expectation and fear, hoping he would find the courage to shield their family. Catelyn stepped closer and spoke softly. You have said you love Robert as a brother. Will you stand by while he is surrounded by Lannisters? Her words struck him harder than any blade. The path ahead was dangerous, filled with vipers and shadows, but it was a path he could no longer refuse. It seems, Ned said at last, his voice tired and heavy, that I have no choice but to leave Winterfell, to leave my home. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. My father went south only once in his life when the king summoned him, Ned murmured, echoing the memories that haunted him. He never returned. And with those words, the bitter weight of fate settled upon him. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 92, Chapter 91 Jon Snow's Path. Jon Snow sometimes wished he could simply vanish fade into the stones of Winterfell, melt into the shadows beneath the battlements, or disappear into the cold winds sweeping across the courtyard. If he were invisible, he could avoid the glances, whispers, and awkward moments that always followed him. 3 banners now hung over Winterfell's vast courtyard. The white dire wolf of House Stark, proud and solemn as the north itself. The crimson lion of House Lannister, gleaming in the cold light. And the golden stag of House Baratheon, crowned and bold. With more banners came more visitors, and with more visitors came more curious eyes. Jon had long grown used to the northerners' indifference here. A bastard was simply another part of the world, but the southern nobles were different. Their gazes lingered. They whispered behind gloved hands, or worse, pointed openly, their words dripping with speculation. Everyone wanted to know whose son he truly was. Some claimed his mother was the beautiful Ashura Dane. Others insisted it was Willa, a maid with loose morals. Some even said she was a nameless fisherwoman. Whatever the truth, the existence of a bastard son reminded the world that even stern, honorable Eddard Stark, who seemed carved from ancient ice, had once been young and capable of passion. Jon's presence was, to many, a reminder of their own secret sins. Jon watched the training yard from the long, covered walkway. The clang of blunted steel echoed between the stone walls as 2 young men sparred in the center of the yard. The taller one was Theon Greyjoy, slender and handsome, with dark brown hair and a sharp, smug grin. At 19, he carried himself like a noble prince despite being a hostage from the Iron Islands. His opponent, Robb Stark, was the rightful heir to Winterfell. With reddish-brown hair, striking blue eyes, and the sturdy build of a young northern lord, Robb fought with a mixture of discipline and enthusiasm. The 2 clashed again and again, steel ringing in the cold air. Jon admired Robb. How could he not? Robb was everything Jon was not allowed to be: heir, trueborn, beloved. They had grown up together, trained together, bled together. Robb treated him as a brother. Theon, however, never bothered with such courtesy. To Theon, Jon was beneath him, a bastard unworthy of a lord's friendship. A small figure approached the railing beside Jon, moving with surprising agility despite his short legs. They're putting on quite the performance, wouldn't you say? Tyrion Lannister tilted his oversized head, his mismatched green and black eyes sharp and observant. Jon turned to him with a faint smile. Not bad. He felt a strange affinity for the dwarf. They were both outsiders, both objects of mockery or pity, both reminders of things people preferred not to see. A bastard and a dwarf, two men who would never be truly welcome among nobles. Tyrion studied Jon carefully. "You're Lord Stark's son as well, and from what I hear, your swordsmanship isn't half bad." Jon felt warmth in those words, rare warmth. "Robb's spear strike is stronger, but I'm quicker with a sword. And Hullen says my riding is among the best in Winterfell. That's something to be proud of. Knights can rely on their swords, but I must rely on my wits." Tyrion chuckled softly. He paused before adding, "I also heard you had quite a long conversation with your uncle Benyon at the feast." "Yes, my lord," Jon said respectfully. Tyrion leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Allow me to guess your thoughts, boy. Lady Catelyn is less than warm to you. And Lord Stark, honorable as he is, cannot protect you forever. Meanwhile, your uncle serves the Night's Watch, and Northerners hold the watch in high regard. Could it be that you feel you have no place here and wish to flee north to the Wall?" Jon stared at him, stunned by how easily the dwarf stripped him bare. "You are a giant, my lord. I've thought about it many times. Are you ready for what that choice means?" Tyrion asked, and there was no mockery in his voice, only real concern. "The Wall is cold, harsh, and unforgiving. The Night's Watch takes no wives, fathers no sons. You may not understand what you're giving up." "Uncle Benyon told me all of that," Jon replied quietly. "He said once the words are spoken, there is no turning back." Tyrion nodded. "Your uncle speaks the truth. But do you know what the Watch truly is today?" "The shield that guards the realms of men," Jon recited instantly. Everyone in the north knew the creed. Tyrion laughed coldly, sadly. "That was once true. But now? The Watch survives on criminals. Rapists. Thieves. Murderers. The dregs of the dungeons. They don't volunteer, they're sentenced." Jon blinked, taken aback. He had imagined rough brothers, hardy men of the north, but not criminals. Why rush into such misery? Tyrion pressed. Why be so eager to give up all women, all freedom? Even I, a dwarf, have 3 uncles who would rather leap into a dragon's mouth than join the Watch. Jon stiffened. My uncle Benyon chose the black for honor. Tyrion smirked. Honor has its uses, especially when stabilizing succession. Jon frowned. What do you mean? Read more history, little bastard. Tyrion's tone grew wistful. Long ago, the she-wolves of Winterfell fought to claim this entire castle when the Stark Lord lay dying. A dozen children, 5 ambitious widows, chaos. Sending an extra son to the Wall was convenient. Jon fell silent. He had read some history, enough to know that many Starks sent younger sons to the Wall not only for honor, but to keep Winterfell's inheritance clear. Tyrion shrugged. Your uncle was valuable. Lord Stark has only him left. A second Stark at Winterfell could have meant much. But he chose the Wall. Whether that was wise, who can say? Jon's jaw tightened. My uncle is a good man. He values duty above all. Tyrion laughed lightly. Yes, the Starks do cling tightly to honor. Jon lifted his chin. Bastards have honor too. Tyrion softened. Of course they do. And you, my young friend, are free to choose who you will be. Look at the king's bastard across the sea. Jon stiffened. Gendry? The traitor. Tyrion said with clear amusement. An enemy of my house, yes. But he's good steel. If he had stayed in King's Landing, my dear sister would have had him quietly eliminated. Instead, he's across the narrow sea carving his own destiny. Jon exhaled slowly. A boy his age leading armies, commanding fleets, wearing a dragon banner, it was difficult not to feel a sting of envy. Tyrion leaned in. And do you know the truth behind all of this unrest? Jon frowned. You mean the war with the mercenary king? The king's bastard. Who else? Tyrion spread his hands dramatically. The fat king curses him by day, the queen curses him by night. They may despise each other, but they agree on one thing: no more kinslayers. The kingslayer we already have is quite enough. Jon imagined 300 warships clashing in the narrow sea, masts splintering, fire spreading over waves, steel meeting steel. His blood stirred at the image. In such times, Tyrion murmured, "Does the wall still call to you? Or does the fire of battle sound louder?" Jon felt torn, caught between the rigid path of duty and the tempting freedom of danger. If war began, he might not even be able to reach the wall. So think hard, Tyrion advised. You're young. You have time. Travel the world first, taste life, make mistakes. Once you take the black, all roads close forever. Jon swallowed. Why tell me all this? Tyrion shrugged lightly. Perhaps because I find you likable. Perhaps because Lady Catelyn's sour face reminds me far too much of my dear sister. Or perhaps he lowered his voice because the Starks are not the only ones with shadows hanging over their heads. Jon stared at him, unsure what to say. Tyrion tapped his cane against the floor, then turned to leave. Think carefully, Jon Snow. A bastard may have no name, but he may still choose his destiny. And with that, the dwarf walked away, leaving Jon alone on the walkway, caught between the wall, the world, and a war that had not yet begun. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 93, Chapter 92. What is power? The hall below was thick with heat, perfume, and the laughter of half-drunk men. A plump woman was singing a bawdy song on the stage, swaying her hips with practiced exaggeration. Younger girls perched lightly on the shoulders of visiting merchants, reaching down to steal kisses, pluck coins, or whisper promises no coin purse could ever truly afford to fulfill. But none of this mattered to the spider. Varys slipped through the crowded room with the smooth ease of someone who had moved among 1,000 such dens. His disguise was perfect grey Tyroge leather from neck to boot, plain enough to avoid scrutiny yet foreign enough to explain why he moved with such quiet confidence. From the cut of his clothes to the weathered straps of his boots, he looked every bit a sellsword fresh off the docks. He ascended the stairs without a word to anyone. On the 3rd floor, behind a carved door painted with laughing, intertwined shadows, waited the only man in King's Landing who could make the spider feel genuine distaste. Peter Baelish lounged inside the room like a man at home in the middle of a battlefield. His mockingbird pin shone in the candlelight, and that familiar sly smile, half amusement, half mischief, rested on his lips. My old friend, Varys sighed dramatically as he shut the door behind him. Choosing this place for a meeting is an insult. I can think of 100 better locations to discuss matters of consequence. Littlefinger laughed softly, rising to pour wine into 2 delicate cups. Come now, Varys. You know I own this entire building. Why entertain guests elsewhere when one can be both host and master under the same roof? Varys peeled off his sellsword disguise, letting the leather fall away to reveal a robe of shimmering purple silk beneath. His bald head shone like a polished egg in the lantern light. Even so, he said, accepting the wine, you know how I detest the smell of sweat and perfume mixing in the air. Then consider this a lesson in humility. Littlefinger raised his own cup. Besides, the summer red is fine enough to make even your sensitive nose forget your grievances. Varys sniffed the wine, nodded in approval, and took a long sip. Our master of coin truly spares no expense. I should visit your establishments more often. You visit them more than enough, Littlefinger said lightly. And as for me being unmarried, well, perhaps the mother has yet to take pity on me. That is hardly the reason, Varys said with a tinkling laugh. If you extended your hand, half the noble daughters in King's Landing would be fighting to be the first dragged back to your chambers. Rich merchants, minor nobles, widows, they'd all throw their daughters at you. But alas, our master of coin claims to be a man of deep devotion. Which woman has captured your heart, I wonder? Littlefinger's smile tightened. Let us leave that topic buried, my friend. Our days of leisure are drawing to an end. When Robert returns, he'll ask me to conjure gold from an empty treasury. Varys waved a hand. Ah yes, your beloved treasury. Tell me, can the crown truly afford a war? Assuming the king truly intends to raise a fleet and sail across the narrow sea. Littlefinger's laugh was light, but there was a blade hidden beneath the sound. Don't pretend to be ignorant, Varys. The treasury has been empty for years. 6 million gold dragons in debt. 6 million. We borrow what we do not have, spend what we cannot repay, and hope the realm does not collapse like a poorly stacked tower. And yet, House Lannister will surely support the war. After all, the king raises his banners to fight for Lord Tywin's grandson. The king spends, Varys said softly. And the master of coin finds. Precisely. Littlefinger leaned back against the table, swirling his wine. Tell me, Lord Varys, do you think we will win? The Iron Throne and the free cities of Myr and Tyrosh. Robert Baratheon here, and across the sea, the king's bastard child rising like some dragonless Targaryen reborn. The spider chuckled. You flatter me by asking. I am merely a frail eunuch with little birds in dark corners. But if we speak of history. Over 100 years ago, the three daughters fought Westeros in the Gullet. Dragons were still alive then, and even so, the victory came at great cost. Now? With no dragons? The gods alone know which way the coin will fall. Littlefinger let out a slow breath. I only pray it falls in Robert's favor. If the bastard child triumphs, small men like us will be dragged out and impaled on the walls of the Red Keep. Varys shook his head as if comforting a child. Who would dare harm our master of coin? We have generals, warships, and valiant lords. Surely they are not all for show. You underestimate ambition. Littlefinger raised a brow. A bastard's heart is a strange thing, sensitive, scarred, and full of rage. If he wins, he will not forget any slight. Varys studied Littlefinger closely. You've seen him. What is your judgment? A soldier, Littlefinger murmured. A warrior. Handsome, ambitious, dangerous. Storms do not rise on still water. Someone like him never appears without reason. Varys nodded. You are afraid. Not afraid, Peter whispered. Realistic. And besides, you omitted someone important. If the king commands the entire royal fleet, then Lord Stannis must return to King's Landing. The master of ships is indispensable. I doubt Stannis will return easily. Many dread the sight of his sour face, Varys muttered. But you're right, he is necessary. Littlefinger moved to pour more wine for them both. A great war requires so much gold, ships, grain, spies, commanders, and soldiers. Armies cannot sail in fishing boats. Preparation alone will take more than a year. Varys drank again, slower this time. Still, father against son. How tragic. Perhaps I should pray for them. Pray that the gods will soften their hearts. Littlefinger smirked. Is that not the essence of power? It elevates insignificant men, turns brothers into rivals, and fathers against their own blood. What do you think power is? Varys asked quietly. Littlefinger set down his cup and smiled, that thin curved line that never reached his eyes. Power is you. Power is me. Power is the influence we exert simply by whispering in the right ears. It is invisible, yet it decides the fate of kings and the deaths of thousands. It is the sweetest wine in the realm, and everyone wants a taste even if it means poisoning their own kin. Varys spread his hands. Kings and lords have shed blood for less. Think of House Targaryen, the dance of the dragons, the Black Fire rebellions. Civil war after civil war, father against daughter, brother against brother. And do not forget the far north, Littlefinger chimed in. Winterfell has its own bloody stories, chaos, disputed heirs, daughters wed to half-brothers, a lord slain beside the young dragon himself. Varys winced. I try not to mention House Stark too loudly. It wounds a certain honorable friend of mine. In King's Landing, you and I rely on each other more than anyone else. Even wolves turn on each other when the snows come, Littlefinger said. Their so-called unity means little when power is on the line. Varys eyed him. You speak boldly. Peter shrugged. I was young once. I bled for the love of a woman. A wolf stabbed me, but look, I still live, and the wolf has long turned to ash. The spider frowned, unable to read the man's expression. Littlefinger's smile was too constant, too deliberate, too hollow. One could not tell where the mask ended and the man began. Soon, Varys murmured, Lord Eddard Stark will join this dangerous game. Littlefinger lifted his cup in a toast. I welcome him. The game grows more interesting with each new player. Varys raised his own cup in return, though his eyes held a shadow of worry. The game of power is treacherous. Let us hope we do not drown in it. Hope? Littlefinger echoed. No. In this game, we do not hope we survive. The two men drank their blood-red wine in silence, aware that somewhere in the city, drums were beating, ravens flying, and whispers already shifting the future of kings. And far across the narrow sea, the bastard son of a king was sharpening his sword. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 94, Chapter 93 Preparing for the War of the Six Kings. Littlefinger waited until the eunuch's plump silhouette vanished into the dark corridor before finally allowing himself to exhale. Only here in the shadowed confines of his brothel, his own carefully curated domain, did he feel even the slightest sense of ease. Varys had prowled through King's Landing far too long, and his little birds were everywhere. That constant, unseen watching made Littlefinger feel as though needles pricked beneath his skin. Yet, tonight, at least one thing had become certain. Varys craved chaos, too. The children born of the lion's incest, illegitimate heirs masquerading as true stags, were a secret the old hand had uncovered only at the end. For Varys, of all people, not to know was impossible. But the spider, sly and patient, never spoke of it. He feigned ignorance, keeping that one secret tucked away, offering the king and the hand only fragments of truth mixed with polished lies. Enough to prove his usefulness, but never enough to reveal what truly mattered. The true powder keg beneath the Red Keep was one Varys intentionally left untouched. Varys cannot be trusted, Littlefinger thought, lips curling slightly. In truth, the two men were predators of the same species. Both charming. Both smiling. Both claiming friendship to all while truly belonging to none. Both born with no names worth remembering, no keeps, no banners, no armies. Only the favor of kings kept them alive. Littlefinger's weapon was gold. Varys's weapon was secrets. That alone made them natural enemies. And yet, each would play along as long as chaos served them both. As Littlefinger settled deeper into his seat, a name slipped unbidden into his thoughts. Eddard Stark. He pictured that long, solemn face so heavy with duty that even his smiles seemed burdened. Poor Eddard, Littlefinger murmured. You're more Arryn than Stark. High as honor. High as honor. A noble sentiment. Too noble. In the Game of Thrones, honor was not a shield but a spear pointed inward. A man was either a player or a pawn, there was no middle ground. Old Jon Arryn, with his unyielding principles, had ironically paved the way for Littlefinger's ascent. Under the hand's rigid sense of order, Littlefinger's schemes had taken root and flourished. But had he met a true Stark of the old breed, a Cregan, a wolf of Winterfell, Littlefinger doubted he would still be alive. He lifted the green velvet tunic at his chest, revealing the ugly scar that twisted across his torso like the segmented body of a centipede. The flesh had long healed, but the memory never had. A gift from Brandon Stark, the wild wolf, Peter Baelish had once challenged Brandon to a duel for Catelyn's affection, blinded by youth and pride. Brandon had defeated him effortlessly and spared his life only because Catelyn begged for mercy. Catelyn never spoke to him again. Every letter Peter had written to her after Brandon's death had been burned unopened. Littlefinger could still feel Brandon's contempt, burning hotter than the blade that cut him. The Starks had not killed him. So he would spend his life wounding their world in return. The North remembers, and I never forget. Every glimpse of that scar reignited his ambition, an ambition that now burned hotter than wildfire. Too much had been risked. Too much had been gained. There was no turning back. He had woven himself into the very arteries of the kingdom. All 4 quartermasters answered to him. The royal accountants, assayers, and the masters of the 3 mints his men. The harbour master, customs officers, toll collectors, shipmasters, wine merchants 9 in 10 owed him coin or favour. Sons of merchants. Bastards. Foreigners. Minor nobles with empty pockets. People like him. People no one else valued. But being master of coin was no longer enough. He needed something larger, something only chaos could birth. Tywin, Renly, Stannis, Eddard, even that half-dead grey Kraken. Littlefinger smiled thinly. They think themselves the great men of the realm. But wars are never ignited by giants. It's always the little people who strike the first spark. The Baratheon dynasty was cracked at its foundation. A king who was little more than a brute, more interested in wine, whores, hunts, and tourneys than ruling. A realm riddled with discontent, the dire wolf and the lion snarling at each other, the stag brothers circling like wolves, the sun and the rose whispering rebellion, the kraken restless beneath the waves. Remove one man, old John, and the whole kingdom would slide into the abyss. The thought made Littlefinger's lips curl in smug delight. Oh, and we mustn't forget the new players stepping onto the board. Across the narrow sea. A king rising from exile. He remembered the towering trebuchet the bastard king had once shown him, an unsubtle threat from a boy too bold for his age. Wild. Strong. Impulsive. A warrior, like Brandon. A dangerous resemblance. Still just a child, Littlefinger muttered. He'll blunder his way through the game. Once Volantis and Lys make their move, he'll have no time to trouble me. A knock interrupted his thoughts. My lord, may I enter? Come. The voice belonged to Rosso Bren, the free knight he had recently recruited. The man entered, grey hair, blunt nose, square jaw, a frame built for battle. His patched breeches and worn leather vest spoke of long roads and hard years. Only his boots looked worth more than a copper. How was the gold? Littlefinger asked, smiling pleasantly. Good, Rosso replied, his tone stiff. Then why haven't you bought yourself better clothing? I'm used to these, the knight said simply. As long as you remain loyal to me, you'll have more gold than you know what to do with. Littlefinger's grin widened. Rosso was precisely the sort he needed, middle-aged, skilled, quiet, reliable, with no ambition beyond coin. I hear you were once distantly related to House Bren. Not after they threw dung at me. Rosso's expression didn't change. My only faith is in gold. And they say you're one of the wealthiest men in the city. Good. I like your loyalty. Varys gathered secrets. Littlefinger gathered men driven by hunger and desperation. People like Rosso were the perfect pieces, strong enough to fight, too poor to betray. You'll stay close to me from now on. A grand tourney is coming to King's Landing. Enter, win, and the gold is yours. Yes, my lord. Littlefinger was satisfied, but not foolish. He would place watchers on Rosso, just as Rosso would watch others. None of his subordinates ever served alone. Across the narrow sea, in the courtyard of the Wolf's Den, rows of archers practiced under the grey banners of the wolf pack. The sigils fluttered like wings spread against the coastal wind. Knock. Drawl. Lose. Black Billy's voice echoed across the yard. The arrow maker watched approvingly as volleys rose and fell in swift succession. Longbowmen were the backbone of any land force, and these men were improving. War was coming. All the pieces were moving. The board was nearly set. And soon, the 7 kingdoms would tremble as the War of the 6 Kings began. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 95, Chapter 94 The Tomb Sellers of Winterfell. From the temporary wooden platform overlooking the training grounds, Gendry, Qyburn, the arrow maker, and several officers observed the drills below. The wolf pack banner fluttered high above grey and white, a snarling wolf stretching across the cloth. Beneath it, the soldiers marched in formation, their discipline and spirit resembling a coordinated pack, ready to hunt. On the justing field, rows of practice targets had been arranged. Archers stood at attention, their bows poised. "Draw loose! Draw loose!" Black Billy's voice echoed across the field. 10 Summer Isles longbowmen loosed in unison, their arrows sliced through the air like streaks of shadowless silk, striking dead center. The Summer Icelanders always drew attention. Their skin was dark as polished obsidian, and their cloaks woven from green and orange feathers shimmered in the afternoon sunlight. In their hands were longbows of golden heartwood, the most prized bowcraft the Summer Isles produced. Only dragon glass bows surpassed them, and those were rarer than moonlight in a sealed chest. Gendry himself possessed only a single dragon glass longbow, an artifact priceless beyond measure. He often found his eyes drifting with envy toward the 50 Summer Isles bowmen commanded by Black Billy. The officer had followed Gendry since his Golden Company days, and now commanded an even larger force, 50 Summer Icelanders with golden heart bows, all deadly shots. But envy did not stop Gendry from acting. In the disputed lands and across the territory between the two cities, he had scoured ports, taverns, and mercenary guilds to recruit more Summer Icelanders. 100 in total now served him, their golden heart bows making them one of his army's most elite units. Wham! Another volley struck the bullseyes. Soldiers watching from behind the firing line erupted into cheers. A trumpet blasted moments later, signaling the next formation to step forward. Wind, distance, elevation, terrain, take all of it into account, Black Billy barked. But no matter what, your arrows must be fast and accurate. Only then will you survive the battlefield. Though still officially the chief archer officer of the Wolf Pack Company, Black Billy now commanded a vastly expanded force, elite Golden Heart archers, skilled U-bow archers, and dozens of trained auxiliaries. With every new recruit, his responsibilities grew heavier. The Summer Icelanders stepped aside as the U-bow archers took position. They slipped on leather gloves, bowstrings were unforgiving, and raised their longbows. Though you lacked the range of Golden Heart, these archers were seasoned enough to send many arrows cleanly into the center rings. Gendry watched with growing satisfaction. Longbowmen were not common in Westeros, where lords obsessively trained knights in swordsmanship and horsemanship but dismissed archery as a peasant's art. Across the narrow sea, however, standing armies valued bowfire, and it showed. Properly used, arrows win wars, Gendry murmured. The most famous archer Westeros had ever known was Bloodraven's Raven's Teeth, whose volleys brought down Daemon Blackfire, the so-called warrior, on the red grass field. Gendry intended to build an army that could leave a mark just as legendary. Qyburn leaned closer, lowering his voice. Littlefinger has received our gift. I imagine he'll be delighted, Gendry replied with an amused smirk. A man who spends his days scheming should occasionally learn what it feels like to be schemed against. Gendry's plan targeted Littlefinger's greatest weakness. The Master of Coin had influence, but no real soldiers. Noble knights despised him, he was forced to hire mercenaries and opportunists. Ross O'Brien was one such man. But Qyburn hesitated. Rosso has wandered the world for many years. Mercenaries are unpredictable. If he truly throws himself into Littlefinger's service, that would be inconvenient. When a man walks the world, Gendry said calmly, not everything is bought with gold. Even sellswords keep something sacred in their hearts. Qyburn looked at him, understanding dawning. Gendry trusted loyalty, real loyalty, more than coin. Littlefinger trusted gold more than people. In that alone, Gendry saw an advantage. Seeing Gendry's confidence, Qyburn decided to voice no further worries. Suddenly, a roar of excitement surged from the training field. Soldiers nudged each other, pointing at the platform. The magistrate was going to shoot. Gendry stepped forward. His presence alone drew the attention of every man below. He carried himself like a commander born in battle, dark hair stirring in the breeze, eyes focused. Grey Wolf approached with reverence, presenting the bow. Your longbow, magistrate. It was the dragon glass longbow, double-curved, black as coal, smooth as obsidian. Even the Dothraki, who revered their weapons, considered bows like these to be holy treasures. Gendry grasped it, feeling the familiar weight settle into his hand. This was a weapon forged not only of dragon glass, but of mastery, intention, and perfect balance. Wind direction. Distance. Rhythm. Now. Only now. He inhaled, exhaled, and drew the bow in one motion, smooth as water, fierce as flame. The arrow flew from the platform like a shard of midnight, slicing across the longest distance on the field. Swoosh! The arrow struck the bullseye. A second. A third. Each arrow buried itself dead center, as if guided by unseen eyes. For a heartbeat, the field was silent. Then the cheers rose thunderous, overwhelming, a wave crashing against the shore. Long live the wolf pack! Long live Wolf's Den! The soldiers chanted until the very air trembled. Gendry lowered the dragon glass bow. The faces looking up at him, young, hopeful, determined, filled him with a profound resolve. They trusted him. They fought for him. He would not fail them. Power. Real power. The kind that crushed schemes, shattered lies, and silenced conspirators. Dash. Deep beneath Winterfell, Lord Eddard Stark walked alone among the dead. The crypts were cold, colder than the winter wind above. Torches flickered against the rough stone walls, casting shadows that shuffled like long slumbering ghosts. He walked past statues carved with somber faces. His father, Lord Rickard Stark. Brandon, his brother, wild, bright, swallowed by fire. Lyanna, whose stone eyes seemed forever haunted. He continued deeper. Rickard's father, Duke Eddard. Duke Willem. Athos the Restless. Duke Dono. Boron. Rodwell. Jonal One-Eye. Barth. Brandon. And at the end Cregan Stark, the Wolf of Winterfell. A long lineage of ice and iron. Eddard paused before the statue of Cregan, hands clasped behind his back, breath misting in the cold. I hear the sound of war horns, he whispered into the darkness. Perhaps it was only the wind. Perhaps it was memory. But as he stood among the stone kings of his blood, he felt as if the crypts themselves were stirring. This may be the last time I see you, he murmured. The south had always been a graveyard for Starks. Rickard had burned there. Brandon had been strangled there. Torrhen had bent his knee there. And Ned knew his path would lead him there again. The south. He spoke the word as if it tasted of sorrow. He did not want to go. Catelyn urged caution. Maester Luwin whispered duty. Yet the call of honor tugged at him, relentless, merciless. Brandon would have understood, Ned said softly. He would not have hesitated as I do now. But Brandon was gone. All the bold fire in him extinguished. Only duty remained, and duty belonged to Ned. He looked again at Cregan's statue. Cregan Stark, fierce and young, who had once duelled a dragon rider and stood toe-to-toe with kings. Later, age had carved him into the old man of the north, a pillar of ice who had faced storms unbroken. What was your journey south like? Ned whispered. Cregan had marched south long ago, leading northern forces during the Dance of the Dragons. He had arrived too late for the war but early enough to change its aftermath. With only a fraction of his army, he had claimed the Iron Throne as hand for a day, the hour of the wolf bringing justice swift and cold. Ned felt a sudden spark within him. Perhaps he needed to hear Cregan's story again. Perhaps the past held wisdom for the path ahead. He turned abruptly. He would go to Maester Luwin. Tonight. The dead had spoken. Winter was stirring. The world was trembling. And Ned Stark knew the North could not remain silent any longer. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 96, Chapter 95 The King's Scheme. Come, Eddard. Eddard's sleepiness had not yet faded when his attendants knocked on his door, informing him that the king was waiting. When Eddard arrived at the stables, his horse was already saddled, and the king was mounted. Robert wore thick brown gloves and a heavy fur-lined cloak, looking like a great brown bear atop his horse. "Wake up, Stark!" Robert roared. "Wake up! We have matters of state to discuss." "As you command, Your Grace." "Should we head to the council chamber?" Eddard suggested. "Forget it. I hate those chairs, I hate those long tables, and in the castle there are far too many ears." Robert's breath steamed in the cold morning air. "We ride outside. I've always wanted to see more of your northern wilderness. Gods, though it's too bloody cold here." "This is the north," Eddard said helplessly. Only Starks could endure the long winter without complaint. Guiding their people through it was their duty. Robert spurred his black warhorse forward, galloping wildly. Eddard had no choice but to follow. When he fully woke, he noticed that 2 Kingsguard and a dozen men-at-arms followed at a measured distance Sir Boros Blount and Sir Marin Trant. Eddard said nothing, but he observed. He was not familiar with these 2 white knights. He knew Sir Barristan the bold, fearless, and honourable, and of course Jaime Lannister, whose king-slaying tainted the order. Since he would soon be serving in King's Landing, Eddard watched carefully. Sir Boros was an ugly, broad-chested man with short, bowed legs, a flattened nose, sagging cheeks, and a mess of greying hair. His thick white velvet and snow-white armour were fastened with a golden lion brooch set with red gems. Sir Marin kept his eyes down, his rust-coloured moustache stiff across his mouth. His armour was more ornate, fine white scale mail threaded with gold, a high-crested helm shaped like a golden sun, and polished plate covering knees, throat, gauntlets, and boots. His heavy wool cloak was clasped with yet another golden lion. Lions. All lions, Eddard thought. Such decoration was no coincidence. Only House Lannister flaunted golden lions so lavishly. And a more troubling suspicion formed, these 2 pledged more loyalty to Casterly Rock than to the Iron Throne. Would Robert truly trust House Lannister this much? The thought unsettled him. Gold outweighed many things, too many. Counting the Kingslayer, that made 3 Kingsguard leaning toward the Lannisters a dangerous imbalance. But Robert never listened to advice on such matters, and Eddard held his tongue. Sir Barristan had already urged the king to strip Jaime of his white cloak, and Robert refused. They rode through the Winterfell gates, hooves thundering. Once they reached the open hills outside the castle, Robert did not slow. Only when they crested a low rise did he finally stop to wait for Eddard. His face was flushed with cold and excitement. "Damn it, Stark! This is living!" Robert bellowed. "Riding in the open like a real man. Plodding along like a fat ox would drive anyone mad. And Cersei's wheelhouse gods, that groaning wooden coffin. If that damned thing breaks another axle, I swear I'll burn it and make her walk." Eddard allowed himself a laugh. "I'd gladly light the torch for you. I still miss those days, you know, just the 2 of us, wandering nights, finding a farmer's daughter or an inn girl to warm our beds. That life would have been good," Eddard admitted. "But we have responsibilities now, the realm, our children, our ladies." "You," Robert grumbled, were never young. Except that one time. What was that girl's name? Willa, Eddard said sharply. And I would prefer not to discuss her. The king let it pass and continued. Yesterday, a letter arrived from Varys. The eunuch's name turned Eddard's stomach. Varys had served the Mad King before Robert and now whispered to Robert himself. Anxiety tightened Eddard's chest. He feared the letter concerned Lady Lisa's warning. But when he read it, he exhaled. It wasn't about Lisa. It was about Gendry and Daenerys. Daenerys is well protected by Gendry, Eddard said, but they are not yet wed. Should we send gifts in advance? Gifts? Robert frowned. You missed the dangerous words there: warships, longbowmen, legions. 3 legions poised to move. And these aren't wights. These are real armies. It is indeed concerning, Eddard agreed cautiously. But in his mind, Stannis's accusation echoed again: Cersei, her children, the golden lions among the king's guard. Compared to the enemies across the narrow sea, were the ones inside the Red Keep the greater threat? Perhaps we should send a good blade instead, Robert muttered. 1 man with courage is worth 1,000 soldiers. Your Grace, they are children. One of them is even your own child. We cannot slaughter them like Tywin Lannister. When his men killed Rhaegar's little daughter, she was crying. And his infant son just a babe, and they still tore him from his mother's arms and smashed his head against a wall. Children! Robert growled. He is not my son. He is a traitor, joining with the Dragonspawn to trouble me. I don't intend to gain the title of Kinslayer, so I'll only send someone to assassinate the Targaryen remnant. I need you, Ned. Even so, Eddard insisted, better a fleet and open war than dishonorable murder. We defeated Balon Greyjoy that way. Heinous? Heinous! Robert exploded. The Mad King burned your brother and your father. Think of their screams, that was heinous. And Rhaegar, how many times did he rape your sister? Once? 100 times. His horse stamped as Robert shouted, face red with fury. I will kill every last Targaryen. Wipe them out. Burn them out like dragons and piss on their ashes. Eddard fell silent. There was no reasoning with Robert when he raged. But he forced himself to speak. You cannot kill a child, Robert. And victory should be honorable. Honorable. Robert snorted. Fine words. And you're willing to command a fleet for me. But tell me, Lord Stark, how much gold do you think lies in the royal treasury? How much? Eddard asked, bracing himself. 3 million dragons in debt, or 5 or 6, I forget. You know I hate counting coppers. Robert spread his hands. So what choice do I have? Assassins are cheaper. Mustering fleets and armies would drain what's left. How long would I have to wait? The cold wind bit Eddard's face, but the number chilled him far more. 5 million in debt. Had all the gold and silver hoarded by the Mad King truly vanished? Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 97, Chapter 96, The King's Pie in the Sky. Your Majesty. I didn't mishear, did I? Eddard asked again to confirm. The North had always been poor, and 5 or 6 million gold dragons was a number so astronomical that even the Lord of Winterfell could hardly imagine it. A full set of high-quality chainmail, gorget, greaves, and a good helm cost only a few gold dragons. Even for a renowned knight, a ransom of 300 gold dragons was considered generous. With that much gold, one could buy enormous quantities of grain, pumpkins, corn, and wheat. How could Jon allow the king to spend so carelessly? Eddard wondered. It seemed even Lord Jonaran had been unable to restrain Robert's excesses. The former hand was meticulous, Eddard knew that, but the king did not always heed good counsel. Ned had always known Robert was indulgent, but he had not realized the king had fallen so far. Women, fine wine, hunting, tourneys, everyone in the realm knew Robert loved merriment. Don't look at me like that, Eddard, Robert said, shaking his head. Anything involving coin, harvests, or laws gives me a headache. I hate counting coppers. I spend the money. Why the number has become so terrifying now, well, you'll have to ask Littlefinger. Eddard was stunned. Your Majesty, with respect. Ares left behind mountains of gold and silver. How could the treasury fall into ruin so quickly? Tourney prizes, hunts, feasts, and making the realm laugh, those things all cost gold, Eddard, Robert replied shamelessly. And when you arrive in King's Landing, I still have to award tens of thousands of gold dragons to the tourney champion. A king cannot lose face. Let us set aside the tourney for now. Who paid for all of this? Eddard asked carefully, though his head was already spinning. The biggest creditor is my wife's family. The rest are scattered. Littlefinger is quite good at finding coin. He brought in House Tyrell, the Iron Bank of Bravus, several Tyrogi trading guilds, and even the Faith. What a disaster! Eddard felt more and more that accepting the position of hand had been a mistake. With so many debts, the Lannisters could extend their influence freely. Gold could buy loyalty in ways honor could not. And although Eddard was the king's old friend, the North had no presence in King's Landing. Lisa's secret letter and Stannis's letter weighed heavily on him. Seeing Robert's carelessness only worsened his unease. The king was trapped day and night in the lion's embrace. Even the king's guard seemed unreliable. With the king's slayer still wearing white, the order's honor was already tarnished. Ned could not even confirm how many of the White Knights were truly loyal to the crown, and how many bent the knee to Cersei. Your Majesty, for the stability of the realm, one cannot be too extravagant, Eddard said. He could not remain silent, his loyalty demanded he speak. As for Stannis's accusations, Jonnarin's death, and the truth about the Queen and her brother, Eddard knew he would eventually have to confront House Lannister. But he would need to proceed carefully. All right, Robert interrupted, waving him off. I didn't drag you out here for a lecture. Since you don't like the idea of assassins, let's talk about the fleet and the war. Truthfully, we should have acted years ago. But Jon was as stubborn as you, and he wouldn't let me. Like a fool, I listened. Then some Pentoshi snake hid the brother and sister behind a wall guarded by pointy-hatted eunuchs, and now they've been sold to traders. Lord Arryn was a wise hand, Eddard said quietly. They say the Triarchy has already raised an army of 100,000, and 300 to 400 warships, Robert said uneasily. If Jon were alive to hear this. We also have a fleet and an army, Eddard replied. And the slavers of Lys and Volantis won't allow the Triarchy to expand unchecked. No matter what, we must prepare, Eddard. Gold, fleets, intelligence, armies, I am trusting you. The North is yours to command, Eddard said. But he was more concerned about the Lannisters. Perhaps it was wiser to deal with the corruption inside the Red Keep before marching to war. If he left to command a fleet, Robert would be left alone in a den of lions. Robert's expression turned grim. It's not as simple as you think. The Free Cities fleet is no small threat. They've already taken the stepstones. As for that cursed marriage between the traitor's child and the dragon's remnant, what a cruel joke. Those traitors still whisper usurper behind my back. They once flew Targaryen banners, and though they wait quietly now, the moment they have a chance, they'll try to kill me and my son. Even if they come, we can drive them back into the sea, Eddard said. But your Majesty must appoint a new Warden of the East. He is a baby, Eddard. 6 years old and still at his mother's breast, Robert snapped. I know he is your nephew. But I hear the horns of war. The Baratheon traitors, the Targaryen remnants, the Free Cities mercenaries, the slavers, they are all waiting. I am not mad enough to place a quarter of the kingdom's armies in the hands of a sickly child. Eddard sighed. The position of Warden of the East had always been honorary and hereditary. Granting it to someone outside House Arryn would be an insult. Jon Arryn had been beloved in the Vale, his vassals would not accept this easily. Then let one of your brothers take the role, Eddard said. Stannis proved himself at Storm's End. He is capable. At the mention of Stannis, Robert frowned. Stannis has work to do. When war begins, he will command the royal fleet. That does not conflict with being Warden of the East, Eddard said. He knew Robert and Stannis did not get along, but Stannis was the most reliable man for the job. But Robert's expression was already sour. That position is taken. Jaime Lannister, Eddard said flatly. He already knew the answer. Yes, Robert admitted after a long pause. Kingslayer, Eddard muttered. Lisa Tully's warning felt more real than ever. In terms of skill and bravery, he is capable. But his father is the hereditary Warden of the West. Placing both East and West under one family is unwise. Too much military power concentrated in Lannister hands. Half the military strength of the realm, Eddard thought. And a direct insult to House Arryn. I think you worry too much, Robert said stubbornly. Tywin is healthy. Jaime won't inherit Casterly Rock anytime soon. What's done is done. He waved the matter aside. Let's talk about military deployment instead. You will be the hand. Jaime the Warden of the East. Stannis remains master of ships. Littlefinger, Renly and the Tyrells have good relations. Our fleets, armies, and grain will be accounted for. But the pay, Eddard argued. The treasury is empty. Others may lack gold, but this war concerns my wife and my child. So Tywin will have to contribute. And the enemy won't land easily. What matters now is that you organize everything for me, as Jon did. When the fighting begins, Tywin will give gold. The king clapped him on the shoulder. Your Majesty, forgive my bluntness. You never stop anyway, Robert grumbled as they rode through long, tawny grass. Are you not placing too much trust in the Lannisters? Tywin is my father-in-law. Jaime is my wife's twin, and he is a sworn King's Guard. His life, his honor all tied to me. Eddard stared at him. The old memories wounded him like a reopened scar. Jaime had sworn to protect his king, then slit his throat. When King's Landing fell, it was the lion banner, not the stags, that flew from the battlements. The city had been taken by Lannister treachery. And their men had slaughtered infants in the name of victory. He once sat upon the Iron Throne, Eddard said quietly. The Mad King lay dead in a pool of blood. The dragon skulls watched from the walls. Lannister soldiers filled the hall, and Jaime shining in golden armor, a white cloak around his shoulders, golden sword in hand sat upon the throne. That image has never left me. That story is common knowledge, Robert scoffed. He was only 17, Robert added dismissively. I cannot distrust him simply because he sat on the throne for a moment. Everything I have asked of him, he has done well. And without the Lannisters, I would never have taken the throne. Once your daughter and my son are married, we will be one family. Then, in harmony, even Tywin will not mind your sour face. As you command, Eddard said. Don't look so grim, Robert said with a laugh. When this war ends, I'll ride for women and wine, and you will set the realm in order. Stannis will guard the fleet, Jaime the East. Once our children wed, everything will be fine. The king grinned, but his smile only deepened the heaviness in Eddard's heart. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 98, Chapter 97 The Envisioned Landing Point. Dragonstone is known throughout the Seven Kingdoms for its legendary Round Table Hall. At the heart of the room stands Aegon the Conqueror's famed map table, carved from a single great slab of wood and shaped to depict all of Westeros in exquisite detail. It is a symbol of kingship, of conquest, and of ambition. Wolf's Den Gendry's seat has no such fabled table, yet his map hall possesses its own striking grandeur. There is no carved map table, but the walls are draped with immense, finely woven tapestries crafted by the master artisans of Myr. Their textile artistry surpassed that of any other city in the known world. The maps they created were so precise, so vivid, that Gendry often found himself pausing merely to admire them. Each tapestry depicted not only the contours of the land, rivers, mountains, castles, and forests, but also the sigils of every noble house, rendered in thread with lifelike color. The dire wolf of House Stark, the lion of Lannister, the stag of Baratheon, and the rose of Tyrell all seemed to stand out from the fabric. In the center of the chamber stood an oval-shaped table of dark, polished wood. Gendry had designed the room with both strategy and ceremony in mind. Now, seated around the table, were all the highest-ranking officers and advisors of the two cities. The hall was full, every seat was taken. The handsome man served as financial steward. Qyburn, with his pale face and white hair, oversaw intelligence. The old arrow maker, once a master fletcher, now functioned as an advisor. Longspear, Steel Fist, and Black Billy commanded the Wolf Pack Company. Grey Wolf and the former leader of the Spear Company led the Free Army. Brown Ben and Yoram Mormont commanded the Second Sons Legion. Grey Wolf, in addition to his military role, also served as head of the King's Guard. Harris and Moros were responsible for the Stepstones fleet and the two cities' fleet, respectively. As for the Dothraki horsemen, though nominally placed under Brown Ben, they followed Gendry with an obedience that bordered on devotion. The room buzzed with anticipation. Everyone knew why they had gathered. The political climate across the narrow sea was shifting rapidly. Qyburn spoke first. His Majesty has gone north to Winterfell. By now he has surely made his intentions clear. He will bring Lord Eddard south again. It has been 9 years since Lord Eddard last travelled south, the handsome man added. If the king himself requests it, he cannot refuse. The mention of the name Eddard visibly unsettled Yora. He remained silent for a moment before finally exhaling. Back when the truth of him selling poachers into slavery had been revealed, Eddard Stark had personally ridden to Bear Island to sentence him. Only by fleeing with his Hightower wife had Yora escaped death. Even now, years later, the memory carried a sting. Qyburn noticed his discomfort. Since you know Lord Eddard better than any of us, Sir Yora, your insight would be useful. Yora hesitated. Lord Eddard is not as striking as his late brother Brandon, nor is he as boisterous. He is stern, quiet, and often appears cold to those who do not know him. But among the northern houses, he is deeply respected. His strict sense of honor and unwavering adherence to duty have earned him admiration throughout the north. Yora paused, his gaze distant. However, his going south may not bode well. The room fell still. Yora's words carried the weight of someone who understood both north and south. Northerners should remain in the north, Yora continued. King's Landing is a nest of vipers. It devours the righteous and rewards the cunning. If Lord Eddard enters that pit, conflict is inevitable, especially given his disdain for the Lannisters since the war. His voice carried bitterness, as though speaking of his own past mistakes. The handsome man frowned. If the king intends to bring Lord Eddard south, it may be part of preparations for a war likely against us. Indeed, Longspear agreed. The king still holds authority. With Eddard's help, he could rally a great host from the north and the Stormlands. Steel Fist snorted. A great host? I hear the king has grown so fat he can barely climb onto a horse. Will he lead an army himself? Yora straightened, defending Robert with surprising earnestness. Even now, King Robert is adored by knights and warriors. He may not govern well, but he commands loyalty. When he raises his hammer, men still remember the Storm Lord of old, the man who crushed Rhaegar at the Trident. It was true. Robert's generosity, his good humor, his love for feasts and tourneys, they consumed vast sums of gold, but they also won him the hearts of many. Qyburn summarized the political landscape. If the king calls for war, House Stark and the Stormlands will answer without hesitation. Lord Tywin will undoubtedly lend gold and soldiers to support his son-in-law's throne. The Riverlands and the Vale are tied to Lord Eddard by marriage and blood. The Reach can supply grain in abundance. Only Dorne remains uncertain, but their small population limits their influence. 6 of the 7 kingdoms under the stag's banner, an intimidating prospect. Gendry, however, remained calm. There's no need to fear. King's Landing is more unstable than it appears. That city is overflowing with powder kegs waiting for a single spark. The Starks and Lannisters distrust one another, Lord Jon's death remains suspicious, the truth about the royal children festers beneath the surface. Even one of these is enough to ignite chaos. If they erupt together, they will drag all the 7 kingdoms into disaster. He spoke as though he could already see the flames rising. Still, we cannot grow complacent, he added. Whether or not they come, we must prepare. The officers nodded. Every man in the room understood that readiness was survival. First soldiers, Gendry said. Training must intensify. The Wolfpack Legion remains our elite force, unmatched in discipline and ferocity. But the Free Legion and the Second Sons must raise their standards as well. Morale must be high. Before the first battle, our army must be united. The chorus of responses echoed throughout the hall. Understood. Yes, Magistrate. Gendry continued. Second, equipment. I want the best weapons that can be forged. Myr and Tyrosh are ours now, their craftsmen must work at full capacity. Their ballistas, crossbows, armor, and warships are among the finest in the world. The handsome man nodded. As you commanded, the workshops in Myr and Tyrosh operate day and night. The craftsmen are designing improved models of crossbows and scorpions, stronger, deadlier. Gendry knew the artisans well. Myrish craftsmen poured their souls into their work, creating pieces that were both beautiful and lethal. Tyroshi blacksmiths forged blades renowned for their balance and durability. These cities were treasure troves of talent and resources. Brown Ben raised a hand. There is one issue, Magistrate. The Dothraki refuse to wear armor. They say it is a coward's burden. Gendry sighed. Let them be. Their customs will not change easily. They excel at ambushes and charges. If they choose to fight lightly armored, we must adapt. Perhaps we can train the younger riders in new ways. Brown Ben nodded, though his expression remained troubled. Qyburn spoke again. Magistrate, there remains the matter of our landing point. According to your instructions, the generals and I have discussed the possibilities. All eyes shifted to the map. If Westeros plunges into chaos, Qyburn explained, our fleet must land swiftly and decisively. After careful consideration, we have identified 2 primary targets, Storm's End and Dragonstone. Longspear immediately objected. Storm's End is legendary for its defenses. The Tyrells besieged it for months and failed. Dragonstone is no easier, its fortifications are old Valyrian stone. Why not bypass them and strike directly at King's Landing? Moros, a master of naval warfare, shook his head. A direct attack on King's Landing is folly. If we fail to take the port instantly, we would be trapped between the walls and the sea. Better to establish a foothold first. Then Gendry made an unexpected proposal. We will not take King's Landing, not yet. The hall quieted. Gendry pointed to the northern coastline above King's Landing, toward a long and narrow stretch of land, the Claw Peninsula. Our third option is here. We sail north to the Claw, incite the half-wild clans who dwell there, and secure the peninsula. Once we have our foothold, we march south to seize Harrenhal. From there, we can squeeze King's Landing slowly, letting the city tear itself apart. It was a cunning plan. King's Landing, with its swollen population and volatile politics, was more dangerous inside than out. If the city turned on itself, it would weaken before Gendry even arrived. Yora's eyes brightened. The Crabfeeder's men are fierce and loyal to the Targaryens. If the clans on the Claw rise for you, it will cause enormous trouble for the capital. Gendry nodded. That was exactly the intention. Westeros was approaching a storm unlike anything it had endured since Robert's rebellion. And when the chaos began, he intended to be ready not to strike first, but to strike last and decisively. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 99, Chapter 98 Petty Thieves. Gendry galloped across the grassland atop a sleek black stallion, its hooves pounding against the earth as clods of dirt flew behind him. The Dornish steed, gifted to him by the Red Viper, was as spirited as wildfire, fast, fierce, and eager to run. Only when Maester Qyburn's stooped figure emerged near the edge of the hunting grounds did Gendry finally pull the reins and bring the horse to a halt. He dismounted, tied the horse to a post, and strode toward the elderly Maester. "My lord," Qyburn greeted calmly, though his white hair fluttered in the wind. Several groups of thieving hounds have appeared near Wolf's Den in recent days at the markets, the city hall, even outside the new armory. Gendry wasn't surprised. In fact, he had expected it. Qyburn oversaw a large portion of the intelligence network, much expanded in recent months. Orphans, abandoned war children, freed slaves, and scattered wanderers formed the core of his informant system. In the disputed lands, Lys and Myr, Qyburn's spies were now everywhere, and messages flowed to Wolf's Den like water into a reservoir. Gendry lacked neither gold nor loyal men, and with both, an intelligence network grew quickly. "They're watching us," Gendry said. "Someone has to watch their hounds in turn before they start thinking they can steal openly from our table." He knew exactly what those petty spies sought. Some probed the Wolfpack Legion's movements. Some measured the output of the new armory. Others tried to uncover the truth about the Targaryen siblings. All of them wanted a piece of something that was none of their business. The new armory of Wolf's Den City, designed by Gendry himself, was bustling with master craftsmen from Myr and Tyrosh, producing armor, weapons, and prototypes of new engines of war. The very existence of such a military-industrial forge had sent ripples throughout the free cities. Everyone was anxious to know whether the Wolf Pack's next target would be Westeros across the Narrow Sea or their rival neighbors like Lys. "Whose dogs are these?" Gendry asked. "Volantis, Lys, Pentos," Qyburn listed, "and some from across the Narrow Sea." "Of course," Gendry murmured. "Do we cast the net?" Qyburn's eyes glinted. "Your word, my lord." "Not yet," Gendry said. "Let them sniff around. Perhaps we'll catch something more valuable." "As you command." "But there is something else." Qyburn leaned in slightly. "I saw an interesting group. Not from the free cities, but from the north." Gendry's expression sharpened. "From the north? Who?" "They appear to be from House Bolton. The Boltons, one of the oldest and most feared names of the north. Their reputation was carved from 1,000 years of blood, and once, they had even claimed the crown of the Red Kings. Their power, though reduced, remained second only to House Stark." "Explain," Gendry said. "A merchant from Pentos arrived claiming to purchase grain," Qyburn said. "But his entourage did not resemble the flamboyant Pentoshi sellswords. They moved with discipline, kept their distance, and carried themselves like trained soldiers. Northmen, by all signs. Likely from the Dread Fort. But what caught my attention most was a young, ugly attendant in their group, overly eager, overly curious, especially about our new armory. He tried to pry into the secrets of the new crossbow." Gendry laughed softly. "The Leathers? Now that is interesting. I would very much like to meet them." The inn by the military factory. On the western edge of Wolf's Den City stood a small, quiet and unremarkable except for one thing: it overlooked the sprawling military factory. From its windows, one could see rows of tall, black walls and heavily armed guards patrolling the perimeter. The banners of the wolf pack fluttered high above, grey wolves howling against a field of deep black. Fires from the iron furnaces roared skyward like dragons exhaling flame. Craftsmen from Myr and Tyrosh worked without pause, surrounded by apprentices carrying raw materials, spare armor plates, tools, and sketches of siege machines. Inside the inn, Ramsay Snow stared out at the scene with a mixture of curiosity and envy. "I hate the wolf pack," he muttered. His voice was sharp, bitter, full of the familiar venom that defined him. To become a true Bolton, he believed he had to act more like a Bolton than any legitimate heir. Legends claimed the Red King once made cloaks from Stark skins. Ramsay glorified such tales, dreaming of carving his name into history with equal cruelty. "What are they doing?" he wondered aloud, watching craftsmen move in and out of the vast complex. The security was strict, almost no one spoke to outsiders. Behind the complex, supporting housing housed the artisans. The city hall offered high salaries, benefits, and personal guards to keep these precious craftsmen safe. The entire system ran like clockwork. "My lord," Reek whispered nervously behind him, "Lord Roose only ordered us to observe grain markets. This is far beyond what he wanted. If he learns—" "Shut up," Ramsay snapped. "You're trembling again. Useless creature." Reek shrank back. Misfortune came from speaking too much, and no one knew Ramsay's cruelty better than he did. "My father hides me in the Dread Fort like a secret," Ramsay snarled. "This is my first time abroad. I will prove to him I am the true leather." Reek held his tongue, understanding perfectly well that Ramsay's ambition far exceeded his abilities. Ramsay's attention drifted back to the guards outside. The wolf pack soldiers wore black plate armor that glinted under the sun, with heavy cloaks bearing the wolf sigil. Even ordinary guards were decked in armor finer than many northern lords could afford. "The free cities are richer than I imagined," Ramsay muttered with envy. "Even at the Dread Fort, most guards wear simple chain mail. Yet here, even the doormen wear plate." He wondered whether House Stark possessed such equipment. He doubted it. The north was too cold, too vast, too poor. If he could obtain some of the wolf pack's triple-shot crossbows or armor, he imagined he could even frighten Stark. But Ramsay never paid for anything, and now all the weapons of Myr and Tyrosh were under strict monopoly. The city hall issued licenses only to approved merchants, and even those waited months. Still, ambition gnawed at him. He had bribed a poor workshop apprentice with a few gold dragons, hoping for blueprints. But the apprentice failed to deliver anything. "Damn apprentice," Ramsay thought. "I should flay him." Just then, Reek gasped. "My lord, something is wrong." Ramsay's head snapped toward the window. Several tall Dothraki, unsullied, though unsullied was a misnomer, for these were fierce Dothraki youths trained by Gendry, were charging across the courtyard. They wore bronze-spiked helmets, light armor, and carried shields, short swords, and compact Myr crossbows. They stormed into the inn. Ramsay's blood ran cold. "The bastard king's personal guard," he whispered. Sweat poured down his back. This had been a mistake, a reckless adventure with a humiliating end. Roose Bolton had taught him subtlety. Ramsay never listened. "Change clothes. Now!" Ramsay barked. Reek hurriedly stripped, trembling. Ramsay rushed into the latrine, scooped up filth with both hands, and smeared it across his body and face until he stank like a cesspit. He transformed himself into the thing he believed he was born to be, Reek. The clash downstairs was swift and brutal. The Bolton guards, though trained, had brought neither armor nor their preferred weapons. Even if they had, nothing matched the killing power of a triple-shot crossbow fired at close range. The Pentoshi merchant was dragged out screaming, insisting, "I know nothing. They only asked me to show them grain, tobacco, whatever. Their deeds have nothing to do with me." The Northman soldiers offered no resistance. Those who tried to reach for their swords were instantly shot. Blood pooled on the floorboards. The remaining guards lowered their heads and accepted their fate. Finally, the Unsullied kicked open Ramsay's door. 6 tall warriors stepped inside, surveying the room. The stench hit them instantly. Gendry himself entered, accompanied by guards, his expression hard. "So," he muttered, "Lord Bolton's guest." He stood in the doorway, staring into the foul room. His nose wrinkled. "All I smell," he said coldly, "is fear." Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 100, Chapter 99 The Real and Fake Stinky Guy. Commander Gendry wore a black studded vest, black breeches, and black riding boots. A sharp sword hung at his waist, while his arak was carried by the captain of the guard, Grey Wolf. Gendry stood tall and upright. His short black hair was like polished obsidian, and his blue eyes carried a deep, ocean-like calm. His handsome features held the energy of a rising young warrior, bright, confident, storm-like. Ramsay recognized Gendry instantly. So young. So handsome. Even in ordinary traveling clothes, Gendry still carried the heroic charisma of a man destined for greatness. He really is Baratheon stock, Ramsay thought bitterly. He'd never met King Robert. Roose had hidden Ramsay like a shameful joke for years, never allowing him to leave the Dread Fort or meet anyone important. But Ramsay knew the traits of House Baratheon: tall, black-haired, blue-eyed. And Ramsay hated it. He hated the radiant confidence, the youthful glow, the sun-like presence people like Gendry possessed. Ramsay had never had anything like that. He had only Reek's wretched companionship and Roose's cold disdain. He especially hated handsome young men and women, the kind of people who reminded him of everything he wasn't. Why, when both he and Gendry were bastards, was Gendry so much more? He wanted to ruin people like that. Just as he had ruined his older brother, Domeric. Not now, Ramsay reminded himself. Hold it back. The performance of real and fake Reek was still ahead. Yes, my lord. I am Lord Bolton's son, Ramsay Snow. I believe there has been a misunderstanding, the fake Reek said eagerly. We are merely here to inspect the grain. We have offended no one. Get out, Gendry said coldly. Leave now. He glanced between the two figures, the well-dressed false Reek, and the filthy, stinking servant hunched in the corner. Stench was the first thing Gendry noticed. The man in fine clothing had a natural, overwhelming odor, as if he truly lived in a pigsty. The servant in the corner smelled worse, urine and filth smeared over him deliberately. And who is that? Gendry asked, pointing at the plump, filthy figure who claimed to be a servant. My servant. Reek, the fake Ramsay replied shamelessly. Please forgive him, my lord. He lives in filth and never bathes, so the smell is unavoidable. Good man, Ramsay thought, truly grateful that his servant was performing so well. Truly lives up to his name, Gendry chuckled. But you also need a bath, Reek. Thank you, my lord, the fake Reek said, preparing to leave. Here, Gendry said. In this room. Where else were you planning to bathe? Two Dothraki Unsullied stepped in to block him, freezing him mid-motion. Tell me, Gendry asked calmly, is this how Lord Roose disciplines his son? By sending him here to steal from me. His voice sharpened. This castle and these lands belong to me. I do not tolerate thieves. Stealing in Westeros costs a hand, but attempting to steal military factory blueprints? That deserves a beheading. My lord. Mercy. We will leave all our gold to you, the impostor cried desperately, acting as though he were the true lord. Gendry ignored him. Grey Wolf handed him the Arak Valyrian steel, the sharpest metal known. Black, wavy ripples decorated the blade. The cold gleam silenced the entire room. Gendry pointed the blade at the fake Ramsay, then turned it directly toward the filthy servant. He is Reek, Gendry said. You are the real Ramsay Snow, aren't you? Ramsay's grin faltered instantly. He froze. His forced smile vanished, replaced by cold, flat emotionlessness. It's time for a bath, Ramsay, Gendry said calmly. They said Ramsay killed anyone who reminded him of his bastard birth, fed them to hounds or starved them. But now, facing Gendry, Ramsay showed restraint. Because Ramsay wasn't stupid. He feared power. The Dothraki Unsullied stripped Ramsay and dumped buckets of cold water over him, washing away the stench. The water splashed from head to toe. The service was rough, painfully so, but Ramsay endured it without a word. He wanted to grab a knife. He wanted to stab someone. But he didn't. He stood there, still, shivering, humiliated. He regretted everything. If he hadn't been so eager to perform, none of this would have happened. But I'm still heir to the second most powerful house in the north, he told himself. Surely they won't humiliate me further, right? Put them on, an Unsullied ordered. They handed Ramsay a change of clothes. Clean. Odorless. Gendry studied Ramsay's washed clean face. The ugliness was breathtaking. Roose Bolton's disdain suddenly made sense. Ramsay had sloping shoulders, a fleshy frame, a bulbous nose, a small mouth, lips like red sausages, and hair like brittle straw. His pale pink skin was blotchy and uneven. The Boltons truly breed tragedy, Gendry thought. Roose was cruel, so it was only fitting he had spawned a wicked son who poisoned his own brother. You know my identity now, Commander Gendry, Ramsay said stiffly. How should I address you? Gendry Waters? Gendry Storm? Perhaps we can speak privately now. Ramsay's pale Bolton eyes, the same icy dead fish eyes Roose had, gleamed with forced calm. Negotiate? With me? Gendry burst into laughter. Guardsman! Sober him up! The Unsullied moved instantly. One placed a blade at Ramsay's neck. Another stared at his fat face, then slapped it sharply. Crack! Ramsay staggered. His cheek reddened, swelling immediately. His lips began to bleed. Reek stared, dumbfounded. It had been years since he'd seen Ramsay beaten like this. This is not the north, Ramsay realized with sudden clarity. Not the Dread Fort. Not my home. His tricks were useless here. I'm nothing without Roose. Nothing without the Dread Fort. My cruelty only works where I am protected. A second slap landed. A third. The first slap, Gendry said coldly, is for trying to deceive me. The second, for calling me Waters. Or Storm. I dislike both. The third, for attempting to negotiate with someone far stronger than you. You are not Roose. You are not the Lord of the Dread Fort. You have no right to negotiate with me. Ramsay felt as if he were sinking into ice, powerless, helpless, humiliated. Don't hit Lord Ramsay! Don't hit Lord Ramsay! Reek screamed, scrambling forward. He had never defied Ramsay. He was loyal in the most twisted way possible. Reek threw himself forward, trying to fight, but the Unsullied struck him in the ribs with sword hilts, sending him collapsing to the floor, coughing and spitting. Gendry watched the pitiful fight and shook his head. Reek's technique was sloppy and wild. Roose clearly cared little for Ramsay. The servant assigned to him was a fool, incapable of teaching Ramsay anything but brute force. Go, Gendry ordered. Ramsay glanced at Reek, half kneeling, coughing, and knew resistance was pointless. He turned and left with his servant. Mission half failed, half successful, Ramsay thought grimly. Even if exposed, establishing direct contact with the mercenary king might still raise my status at the Dread Fort. He stepped out of the room, toward an uncertain tomorrow. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 101, Chapter 100. The Stinky Man's Confession. Fear clung to Ramsay day and night. He could hear Reek's wails from the nearby room, echoing endlessly like a nightmare that wouldn't fade. After capturing them, Gendry and the soldiers had brought everyone to a secluded mansion. The Bolton men were kept in separate rooms and treated decently. Only Reek was tortured round after round, without mercy. For the first time, Ramsay felt that being hidden away in the Dread Fort by Roose had been a blessing. At least there, he would never have suffered humiliation across the narrow sea. I will repay this 100-fold, Ramsay vowed, thinking of Gendry's handsome, youthful face. Ramsay desired nothing more than to crush such beauty beneath his heel. House Stark, House Greyjoy, he longed to destroy them all. But first, he needed to survive this nightmare, return to the Dread Fort, and regain his power. Then another fear crept in, Reek. Ramsay regretted not killing him earlier. Reek knew everything, every crime, every cruelty. They had always been together. In a room where sunlight streamed in through the window, the air reeked of blood, herbal ointments, and filth so thick it made one's eyes sting. Reek sat tied to a chair, bound so tightly he could barely breathe. The small, blood-stained room was filled with torture tools, pliers, axes, iron hammers, wooden rods, serrated blades, whips, and even a small stove. 4 interrogators stood around him, each holding a different instrument. Now then, Maester Qyburn said calmly from behind a small table, shall we begin discussing your affairs? Tall, slightly hunched, with wrinkles crowding his pale blue eyes, Qyburn seemed like a kind old man at first glance. A faint smile always curled his lips. But to Reek, he was a demon wearing human skin. Reek. Reek doesn't know anything, Reek stammered, spitting bloody foam. He had already lost several teeth, yet he still refused to talk. Reek is Lord Ramsay's servant. Look at yourself, Reek, Qyburn said gently. Your master is protected. You are not. Lord Ramsay. Lord Roose. Save me. Reek screamed. I am your poor servant. He saw the interrogators' indifference and realized they did not fear House Bolton. Even invoking Roose's name failed. I am from House Bolton. Lord Roose will not let you go. Reek gasped weakly. Good child, Qyburn said softly. Speak, and I will grant you a quick death. A burly interrogator stepped forward. Reek's arms were fixed to the chair, the man used pliers to pull out one fingernail after another. Blood dripped down. When the pain became unbearable, the interrogators rubbed mere gunpowder ointment into the wounds, burning and stinging. Ah! Ah! Reek shrieked. Kill me, kill me! If you don't speak, we will move on to the third finger, Qyburn said, as the pliers gleamed coldly. He leaned forward, voice low and chilling. And if you still stay silent, we will torture your Lord Ramsay. And you will still talk. No, no. Don't hurt Lord Ramsay. Don't hurt him. Reek broke instantly. I'll talk. I'll talk. The interrogators poured a warm potion down his throat, allowing him to speak clearly. Reek began confessing everything, how he met Ramsay, and the cruel deeds they committed together. Young Master Ramsay is Lord Roose's son, Reek said. His mother was the miller's wife on the Weeping Willow River. Lord Roose raped her, then killed the miller when he failed to report that he'd married. Lord Roose said the miller had trampled on his right of the first night. Qyburn nodded slowly, absorbing every detail. Reek avoided using bastard. Even though Ramsay wasn't present, he didn't dare utter the word. Continue, Qyburn instructed. Yes, sir. Lord Roose didn't care about young Master Ramsay at first. He only gave the miller's wife some silver when she came to the Dread Fort. After that, he sent me to serve them. Explain in detail, Qyburn said. Why did the boy return to the Dread Fort? Reek swallowed. It was young Master Domeric. He served as an attendant in the Vale. He envied others for having brothers. He searched along the Weeping Willow River until he found Ramsay. Even though Lord Roose scolded him and forbade it, Domeric still brought Ramsay back. Shortly after, young Master Domeric became sick and died. Kinslayer, Qyburn murmured. Such cruelty! Such a waste! He leaned closer. Now tell me everything. What does young Master Ramsay enjoy most? Reek hesitated, but the interrogators raised their tools again. Young Master Ramsay, he said shakily, likes to strip girls naked and release them into Bolton forests. Then he hunts them with hounds. If the girls please him, if they entertain him, he lets them die quickly before skinning their bodies. To honor them, he names his dogs after them. Even Qyburn stiffened slightly at the description. He had performed human experiments before, but at least on condemned criminals. Ramsay's cruelty was different. Leisurely. Joyful. And those who do not cooperate? Qyburn asked. For those who cry, beg, or refuse to run. Reek's voice trembled. He still rapes them. Sometimes he orders the hounds to do it. Sometimes he does it himself. Sometimes, both. Then he skins them alive. Their skins are displayed at the Dread Fort as trophies. Qyburn's eyes narrowed, unsettled. He spoke softly but dangerously. You are speaking very well, child. Now tell me, what is your role in Ramsay's games? Reek's face twitched. Young Master Ramsay and I are always together. I always serve him. Sometimes, he lets me enjoy the girls too. Sometimes the living ones, sometimes the dead ones, before they were skinned. Even the interrogator's expression soured. Now, Qyburn said, stepping forward and gripping Reek's chin, you will clearly describe every girl who suffered under your perversions. He tightened his grip. But not yet, he whispered coldly. I need you alive. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 102, Chapter 101 Ram's Nightmare. After some time in the interrogation room, seeing that Reek had been nearly drained of all useful information, Maester Qyburn carried written confessions to Gendry's room. Gendry had been waiting quietly for some time. Did he confess everything? Gendry asked. Yes, my lord, Qyburn replied. Reek spoke freely. He isn't a sworn Bolton retainer, so his mouth isn't so tight. And those sworn Bolton retainers? No need to ask. Those men are all Roos's personnel. They know nothing of Ramsay's private affairs, and their mouths are tightly shut, chosen by Roos himself. Gendry understood immediately, these retainers were of little consequence. Obedient and sullen, they had no personal connection to Ramsay. Let me hear about Ramsay's good deeds, Gendry said dryly. Kinslaying, rape, murder, flaying, every single one is cruel, Qyburn said slowly, then handed over Reek's confession. Gendry read through the document. The contents were horrifying. Roos was already cruel, but the bastard of Bolton had surpassed him in sadistic cruelty. Though flaying was a traditional practice of House Bolton, it had been forbidden for centuries. Ramsay's obsession with flaying stemmed from his resentment over being a bastard and his desperate need to prove himself as a Bolton. The right of the first night, murder, these northerners are truly lawless, Gendry muttered. Roos had killed a miller over a woman and silenced the miller's brother to prevent rumors from reaching Winterfell. Ramsay, however, was even more extreme. The north has always been harsh and sparsely populated, Qyburn added quietly. The king's word doesn't reach such distant places. Houses Bolton and Umber may preserve cruel customs. House Stark can only turn a blind eye. Dorne is similar. Traditions are difficult to change. Indeed, in northern history, secession and independence were not unheard of. Now, with no dragons to enforce obedience, the northern lords could easily imagine seceding. The north had always been culturally incompatible with the south. Are the lives of lords truly more valuable than those of servants? There should be one king, one law, one kingdom, Gendry reflected. The feudal system was inherently cruel. Nobles trampled on the rights of servants, and the rise and fall of kingdoms always brought suffering to the common people. Even House Stark's honor extended only so far. Eddard Stark may have been a noble man, but even he had limits. Have Reek explain everything clearly, then he has no reason to live, Gendry said decisively. A perverted man like him alive was a waste of resources. As for Ramsay, I will see our guest, Gendry added. A living Ramsay was more dangerous than a dead one. His cruelty constantly tarnished House Bolton's reputation. Gendry and Qyburn moved to Ramsay's room. The Dothraki Unsullied were stationed outside and followed silently. Bronze helmets gleamed under the light as they carried short swords and shields. Ramsay looked at Gendry, hatred burning in his eyes. The plump, fleshy man was truly unpleasant to behold, broad, soft, with thick lips and long black hair. "What do you want?" Ramsay muttered, panic and confusion in his voice. The tall Dothraki Unsullied and Gendry loomed over him, making him feel like a tiny insect trapped in the shadow of giants. His strength had always come from the Dread Fort, not himself. "Why don't you listen to what your good servant has to say?" Gendry asked calmly. Ramsay's lips tightened. Reek had indeed told everything. Kinslaying, murder, rape, flaying. Ramsay Snow. "For every one of your vile deeds, I could kill you," Gendry said clearly. Ramsay heard every word. "And my Reek?" Ramsay asked, panic rising. He hated being called Snow most of all. "Reek will be executed by my order," Gendry said with a cold smile. Ramsay panicked. He grabbed a wooden stool and swung it wildly at Gendry. His attacks were chaotic, untrained, mere hacking motions. Thump! Gendry easily sidestepped the swing and delivered a heavy kick to Ramsay's stomach. Ramsay stumbled, his body rebelling against him. He was far weaker in strength and speed than Gendry. "I'm going to flay you, bastard," one Unsullied growled, stepping forward to pin Ramsay's hands. Boots stomped on his palms. Ramsay squealed like a pig, staring up at Gendry with defiance melting into terror. "Let's play a game, Ramsay," Gendry said. "Don't you love chasing people with your hounds?" Ramsay's eyes flickered with a strange, desperate light. He tried to roll and flee, but whether it was genuine or feigned, it was impossible to tell. "From now on, you may try to escape this courtyard. If I catch you, the punishment will be harsher. Begin." Gendry left the room with the Unsullied. "Keep his guard half loose, half tight," Gendry instructed. "Let him escape, but each time he's caught, punish him. Not too far, though." "Yes, my lord," the Unsullied replied. The room fell silent. Ramsay felt panic rising. Could this truly be happening? Slowly, he pushed open the door, finding the courtyard empty. The Unsullied were gone. He began to run. But before he could go far, two Unsullied appeared at the mansion entrance, dragging the fat man back into the courtyard. Ramsay, like a trapped insect, could not escape. Thump! Thump! The Unsullied struck him repeatedly with sword hilts. He was beaten, humiliated, but not killed. Each time, they returned him to his room, leaving food and mere gunpowder ointment so he wouldn't starve. Ramsay felt trapped in an endless night of suffering, finally understanding the pain of those he had once tormented. His cruelty had returned to him tenfold. He longed for the Dread Fort, his hound, his good boys, anything to survive this purgatory. Repeated attempts to escape ended only in harsher beatings. The Unsullied did not speak. Communication was impossible. Each try reinforced the inescapable loop. No more running. Never again. Ramsay curled into a corner, terrified to step outside. When Gendry opened the door, Ramsay's long hair hung lifelessly, his icy eyes dull and empty. "Ramsay," Gendry said. "I am Ramsay Snow." Ramsay looked at him, tears and snot mixing together, utterly miserable. Gendry was an insurmountable force. Every escape attempt had led to heavier punishment. "Do you still want to run?" Gendry asked. "No. I don't dare. I will never leave." Ramsay wailed, kneeling, fawning, a dog before its master. "Strength is strength, Ramsay," Gendry said. "Everything I hold, you cannot take. You cannot escape my grasp." "Yes, yes," Ramsay whispered. Write down your deeds, Gendry commanded. Yes, Lord Gendry, Ramsay replied, crawling across the floor to take pen and paper. If this record escaped, Roose would abandon him. Yet he had no choice. Fear and desperation compelled him. Who am I? Gendry asked. You are the king. Ramsay shouted, then quickly changed. You are my master, Ramsay will always be your servant, he wailed, kneeling like a beaten dog, desperate to please his master. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 103, Chapter 102, The Wolf's Farewell. Winterfell was unusually restless that night. The wolf packs of the north howled beneath the cold moonlight, their mournful cries echoing across the stone walls. Even those used to the harshness of the north could not find sleep. Since Bran's fall, his dire wolf had refused to leave his side, pacing below his window and howling with a grief that mirrored the sorrow of his family. By morning, the castle was quiet but tense, a heaviness lingering in every corridor and chamber. Tyrion Lannister emerged from the Winterfell library, his eyes bloodshot from a night spent poring over old texts and scrolls. He had barely noticed the passing hours. On his way to the main hall, he paused only briefly to administer a sharp, well-aimed slap to Joffrey's cheek, a necessary reprimand for the boy's impudence. The hound's growl of warning did not faze him. Tyrion continued on, stepping into the guest quarters where the breakfast table sat cold and lifeless, much like the mood of the entire castle. In the dining hall, Jaime and Cersei Lannister, along with the royal children, were already seated. Whispers and low murmurs filled the room, a subdued soundtrack to the morning's gloom. Tyrion approached without waiting for greeting or acknowledgement. Robert isn't awake yet, he asked, sitting at the head of the table. Cersei's gaze, ever sharp and calculating, settled on him. Her disdain, a familiar inheritance since his birth, was unmistakable. The king did not sleep, she replied, her voice laced with condescension. He remained with Lord Eddard all night. His heart nearly shattered with grief. Everyone knew of Robert's deep and long-standing friendship with Eddard Stark, a bond that often transcended the petty squabbles of politics. Jaime, lounging with his usual careless charm, gave a lazy smile. Our Robert has a big heart, he said. Tyrion acknowledged the words with a nod, recognizing his brother's carefree nature and choosing not to argue. Jaime had always shown Tyrion a rare measure of respect and affection, a silver lining in the long, painful years of his childhood. For that alone, Tyrion refused to dispute his brother's casual optimism. Yet, beneath the surface, his mind was occupied with more pressing concerns. Bran's condition weighed heavily on him. Should Joffrey be formally engaged to a Stark girl, the alliance would require careful observation and delicate diplomacy. Tyrion knew Cersei, however, and her natural arrogance and pride made her unlikely to show any feigned concern for House Stark. An attendant stepped forward, bringing food to the table. Tyrion's mind wandered for a moment, formulating his order. I'll have bread, 2 of these small fish, a good black beer, and a few slices of bacon, extra crispy, he commanded. While Tywin Lannister would never grant him indulgences beyond propriety, the power and wealth of House Lannister ensured that Tyrion lacked nothing in either coin or sustenance, keeping him far from the role of a mere court jester. Tyrion's eyes scanned the hall. Jaime and Cersei sat before him, dressed in deep green garments that mirrored the color of their eyes. Their golden hair, carefully curled and adorned with jewelry, reflected light as if they were carved from the same mold. Even the younger Prince Tommen, plump and innocent, watched Tyrion with curious eyes. "Uncle, how is Bran now?" he asked timidly. Tyrion took a moment, tearing a piece of bread as he replied. "When I passed by the sick room last night, Bran's condition had not improved, but it had not worsened either. Maester Luwin says there is still hope." "I hope Bran doesn't die," Tommen whispered, his voice carrying a tender sincerity absent in his elder brother Joffrey. Jaime, ever curious, added, "The name Bran does not seem particularly lucky." Eddard had a brother who was later killed by the Targaryens. This child Bran is named in his memory. Tyrion chuckled softly. Perhaps the name is not so unlucky after all, he said, offering the children a small smile. Cersei's gaze narrowed, suspicion flickering across her face. What do you mean by that? She asked sharply. Nothing of consequence, Tyrion replied smoothly, his eyes flicking to Tommen. I merely meant to congratulate the boy on having a chance to see his friend recover. The old maester is hopeful. The children's smiles, though fleeting, offered Tyrion a rare moment of warmth. Yet his attention never strayed far from the unspoken tension between Jaime and Cersei. A dwarf must learn to read people as carefully as he reads the words of a book, and Tyrion had become skilled at discerning fleeting emotions hidden beneath masks of decorum. The old gods of the north are cruel indeed, Cersei said softly, her eyes cast downward. To let a child linger in such pain, it is a vicious fate. In Bran's chamber, Catelyn Stark's vigilance had not wavered. She remained by his bedside almost constantly, only stepping aside when a meal or medicine was brought to her. Her auburn hair, once thick and lustrous, was now matted, evidence of nights spent awake and days spent in worry. The vibrant red-haired beauty who had once captivated the Seven Kingdoms now appeared aged beyond her years. Catelyn carefully fed Bran a mixture of honey, boiled water, and medicinal herbs. She refused to leave him even for a brief moment. Eddard and King Robert stood at her side, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Bran, emaciated and skeletal, lay with his legs curled beneath him, the blankets failing to offer warmth against the chill of the northern wind. His eyes were closed, his usual spark extinguished, leaving hollow darkness where his gaze once shone. The king's concern surfaced again. His injuries, are they as grave as they appear? He asked Maester Luwin. The old man's face was etched with pain, his years of service making such moments all the more unbearable. Bran has a good chance of survival, Your Grace, Luwin replied cautiously. But he may never walk again. Nor will he ever have children. The memory of the fall may leave him without recollection of these events, yet his body will carry the scars for life. The Seven Gods. Robert muttered, torn between outrage and helplessness. Could mercy truly exist if a child were left to live in such suffering? Catelyn whispered prayers to the Seven, begging for his survival, though her strength waned with every passing hour. At that moment, Jon Snow entered, knocking lightly before ascending the long staircase. He counted each step as if the rhythm could steady his nerves. His presence was tentative, knowing Catelyn would not welcome him, yet he could not resist the urge to see his brother. "May I come in?" he asked softly. "Come, child," Eddard said, motioning him forward. The king regarded Jon closely. "He truly is your son, Ned." "A perfect likeness," he remarked, surprised at the resemblance. Catelyn's expression remained hard, a silent barrier she could not yet lower. Jon's eyes filled with tears as he approached Bran. "Forgive me for coming so late. I was afraid. I am so afraid. Please, Bran, do not leave us. Rob, we are waiting for you to wake." Outside, the dire wolf howled once more, echoing Jon's sorrow and the unrelenting pain of Winterfell. Bran remained nameless in the eyes of the wolf, yet the connection between them was unmistakable. King Robert turned to Eddard. "Will this boy come south with us?" he asked, concern in his voice. "That remains uncertain," Eddard replied. "The wall or the south, we will decide soon." Bran's condition complicated plans, and Catelyn's disapproval of Jon's journey south made the decision even more difficult. The king's voice grew impatient. "Do not send him to the wall. It is too cold, too harsh for a child. He should be with family. King's Landing has plenty of beds, plenty of warmth. Take him with you." Eddard bowed his head, the weight of command pressing heavily upon him. He had never wished to leave Winterfell, and now, with Bran crippled and vulnerable, the thought of abandoning his home filled him with sorrow. "We shall discuss it later, "Your Grace," he replied. His mind wandered, preoccupied with the journey south, the safety of his children, and the fragile life of his youngest son. Robert's roar echoed through the hall, a reminder of both his authority and his concern. "We cannot linger here longer, Ned. Winter is coming, threats loom, and I must be ready." Eddard nodded solemnly. The wolf pack thrived outside, the lone wolf would fall, yet he could not leave Winterfell without a heavy heart. Taking Sansa and Arya with him, he prepared to depart, each step toward the south a painful farewell to the life he had built, and the son he might never fully protect. The north mourned quietly. The wolves howled into the dawn, and Winterfell seemed to breathe in the sorrow of its people. In the quiet moments, as Bran lay in fragile slumber, the echoes of grief and hope intertwined threads of life and death, courage and despair, stitched together in the tapestry of the north. Tyrion, watching from the hall, felt the weight of the house and its struggles. A dwarf, he knew, could see much that others missed, the subtle glances, the unspoken promises, the silent grief. Winterfell's story was far from over, yet for now, he could only watch, wait, and prepare for the journey that awaited them all. Winter was coming. The wolf pack thrived. And soon, every heart would be tested. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 104, Chapter 103, The Deer's Plan. In the quiet hall of Storm's End, Sir Loras Tyrell assisted Lord Renly in donning his armor, a suit of deep green plate steel, so vibrant it mirrored the dense forests of the Reach. Such a finish was no ordinary task. Infusing color into armor required a rare mastery of blacksmithing, a skill few could match. Only the finest craftsmen in King's Landing, such as Tabho, Gendry's master, could create such a masterpiece. Renly stood before the polished mirror, examining his reflection. The armor was flawless, its green sheen offset by the golden stag-antlered helmet that crowned his head. The antlers gleamed with an almost unnatural brilliance, a symbol of House Baratheon's authority and elegance. Renly's tall and robust frame was complemented by his shoulder-length ebony hair and the smiling blue eyes that had earned him the reputation as the handsome man of King's Landing. Sir Loras, the ever-faithful companion and known throughout the Seven Kingdoms as another handsome man, smiled shyly as Renly placed a light kiss upon his fingers. Long, flowing brown hair framed Loras's face, and his golden eyes glimmered with a mix of loyalty, admiration, and the secret affection that only he and Renly understood. The two had grown up together at Storm's End, the forbidden bond between them known to more than a few within the court. "How do I look?" Renly asked, voice light yet commanding. "Unparalleled," Loras replied, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. The two shared a rare moment of intimacy, the kind that required no words. They were inseparable, each a reflection of the other in strength, beauty, and ambition. Renly's attention shifted to the political matters at hand. "My royal brother will return soon," he said, adjusting the helm slightly. "The small council plans to send a delegation to meet him. Myself, Sir Barristan, and Payne will lead the welcoming party." "Is it still the king's entourage?" Loras inquired cautiously. Renly shook his head. "No. There will be an honored guest, Lord Eddard Stark. He comes to serve as hand of the king." "Lord Eddard? That is no surprise. Everyone says his grace travelled north to Winterfell solely to secure his service," Loras remarked. Renly nodded thoughtfully. "Eddard Stark is a new player in the dangerous game of King's Landing. But unlike Old Jon, he might be more amenable. Old Jon's obsession with honor made him inflexible, uncompromising. Stark may possess connections in both the Vale and the Riverlands, making him worth winning over." Their discussion turned to strategy, as Renly outlined the limited forces they commanded. "We have too few people in King's Landing. Only 30 guards are loyal to us. Even if I recruit nobles and friends from the Reach, the number barely reaches 100. Compared to the Lannisters, we are almost powerless. If necessary, I can bring more men from the Reach," Loras offered, his tone loyal yet cautious. "Not yet," Renly said firmly. "Varys has too many eyes in the city. Though he smiles at everyone, his allegiance is uncertain. Any movement we make could be reported to the Queen by tomorrow." "What of Littlefinger?" Loras asked. "Littlefinger jokes daily, yet he is unreliable. His ambitions are hidden, but dangerous nonetheless," Renly said. "We are isolated within the Red Keep. Only Sir Barristan and Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, remain honest, but even they cannot counter every threat. We must plan carefully." Renly paused, considering his options. Margaery is the rightful choice for Queen. Her alliances in the Reach and Stormlands are invaluable. And Eddard Stark, we must determine if he is friend or foe. His loyalty could tip the balance. Loras nodded. "Understood, my lord. I will prepare to write to my father. The Reach will stand ready if called upon." Renly's eyes gleamed with ambition. "Once the tides shift in King's Landing, the Reach and Stormlands will grant us a substantial advantage. The King's generosity only fuels desire, greed grows with opportunity. We must act decisively." Outside the gates of Wolf's Den, the sky was a pristine blue, the sun casting long shadows over the assembled troops. Standard-bearers galloped ahead, their banners snapping in the wind, while soldiers carried spears that formed a forest of gleaming steel. Gendry watched his army, the most elite wolf pack troops forming the core, supported by the Free Army and the Second Sons. Even among them, discipline and armor were paramount. Ramsay Snow, released but subdued, lingered timidly to the side, eyeing the soldiers with a mixture of fear and fascination. The once cunning, cold-blooded bastard had been tempered under Gendry's scrutiny. Where once he had sought to dominate, he now fawned, a shadow of the cruel man he had been at the Dread Fort. "How are my troops, Ramsay?" Gendry asked, his gaze piercing. "Strong, my lord. Well fed, well armed, morale high, they are invincible in the Green Lands," Ramsay replied, careful to please. "And the North?" Gendry asked, his voice hardening. Ramsay hesitated, cowering under the question. "The North, our forces are a summer army. Only Northerners can endure the bitter cold," he said, forcing the words out. Gendry considered this. "A summer army, indeed. Winter is their ally. We cannot rely solely on these men in the north. We will need chess pieces strategically placed to maintain influence. You, Ramsay, may serve as one such piece, but remember, your past crimes and cruelty make you disposable." Ramsay nodded, fear mingling with obedience. "I will serve you faithfully, my lord. I swear it." "Speak truthfully," Gendry pressed, his blue eyes unwavering. The pressure was suffocating, and Ramsay's sweat dampened his brow. "If you return to the Dread Fort, how will you repay me?" Ramsay's throat tightened. I will serve, truly and completely. I will ensure loyalty to you and to no other," he stammered, the intensity of Gendry's scrutiny leaving him gasping for air. Gendry allowed a brief pause, the army behind him standing ready, and the wind rustling the banners high above. "Good. Remember your place. Ambition and cunning are dangerous both for yourself and those who follow. Serve wisely, and your life may yet have value." As the sun climbed higher, casting the army in sharp light, Renly's plans in King's Landing and Gendry's army beyond the narrow sea moved forward in tandem, each maneuver critical, each loyalty tested. The game of power had many players, and the stakes were higher than ever. Winter had not yet come to the south, but the seeds of conflict were already sown. Each alliance, each soldier, each whispered conversation in the Red Keep could tip the balance. The deer, the wolf, and the bastard, all pieces in a game of ambition, desire, and survival. And when the first move was made, the consequences would ripple through Westeros like wildfire. The day stretched onward, the armies prepared, the nobles scheming, and Renly's ambitions burning brighter than ever. The world might yet bend to his will, but the road was treacherous. Only cunning, strategy, and loyalty or the lack thereof would determine who would rise and who would fall. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 105, Chapter 104, Bloodline and Power. The halls of Storm's End were quiet, though tension lingered in every corner. Sunlight filtered through the tall windows, illuminating the polished stone floors and banners of House Baratheon. In the chamber at the heart of the castle, Sir Yoram Mormont stood clad in his leather armor, over which was draped a green brocade robe embroidered with a standing bear, the sigil of his house. "That Ramsay is a menace, Your Highness," Sir Yora said, his voice firm. He had observed the young bastard of House Bolton long enough to know the chaos he could unleash if left unchecked. Gendry, seated at the head of the table, considered the matter with measured calm. "Then what do you suggest, Yora? Shall I risk offending Roose completely?" He glanced at Maester Qyburn, who stood nearby, dressed in grey robes bearing the dire wolf of House Stark on his chest. "Bear Island is still in the north. Roose must know of that fool's deeds, yet Ramsay is his last son." Qyburn's expression was thoughtful. "Though Ramsay is indeed foolish and vicious, your assessment is accurate. Slaughter and cruelty are marks of madness, and the north is sparsely populated. A scoundrel like Ramsay will sooner or later imperil House Bolton entirely." Sir Yora fell silent, recalling the young man's arrogance and cruelty. "Ramsay's behavior is a direct result of Roose's leniency," he admitted reluctantly. Gendry's eyes narrowed. "Ramsay is dangerous, yes, but the time for execution is not now. Reek has been disposed of, and Ramsay is already broken. I want a Ramsay who fears me, who barks a few times for me in the north, and then faces his end resolutely when the time comes. Patience, Yora, is a weapon. Sooner or later, Roose will be undone by this son," Yora insisted. "The Roose I remember was calm, calculated, a man of quiet menace. Lord Domeric was his true son, polite and measured. Though Roose was cold and ruthless, he employed courtesy and intellect as his shield." Gendry snorted softly. "House Stark prides itself on justice, yet many lords cannot be fully controlled. The north is vast and remote, and tradition binds the heads of the houses there. But one day, they will have to answer to a single king, a single law. That day will be mine, and I must prepare to seize it." Yora inclined his head. "Your Highness, there is another matter. The upcoming tourney at Wolf's Den must be prepared with care. I should inspect the site and ensure safety measures are sufficient." "You've worked hard, Yora," Gendry said, a faint smile touching his lips. Power had given the knight a sense of purpose that rekindled the pride and vigor of his youth, back when he had rushed across city walls, eager to prove his valor. "It is my honor, Your Highness," Yora replied, bowing and taking his leave. Once the knight departed, Gendry turned his attention to Maester Qyburn. "And how goes your research, Maester?" he asked, curiosity sharpening his tone. Qyburn's brow furrowed, a hint of frustration behind his polite bow. "I am ashamed, Your Highness. Progress has been slow, without suitable subjects, my experiments stall. The cull you defeated has decomposed beyond use. He does not meet the requirements." Gendry considered this. "Then wait a little longer. I believe the mountain may serve as an excellent subject." Qyburn's eyes gleamed with the subtle excitement of a man whose obsession with alchemy and necromancy bordered on mania. "The best subjects are strong and tall warriors, the mountain, the gladiators of Mirian, or the cause of the Dothraki. They provide the optimal body and vitality necessary for these experiments. Yet the magical tide must also be considered. The arrival of the Red Comet will greatly increase the probability of success." "Then we wait," Gendry said firmly, leaning back in his chair. "The throne is not merely a seat of power, it is a responsibility. Patience is as vital as strength." Qyburn inclined his head, a faint smile playing across his lips. "Even if my experiments fail, I have uncovered valuable historical records regarding bloodlines and power. The lessons of the past may guide us toward the future. Gendry's interest sharpened. Tell me more. The Baratheon bloodline, Qyburn began, originates from Durandon. Its strength lies not only in brute force but in resilience, cunning, and inherited vigor. Generation after generation, the bloodline manifests power that exceeds ordinary men. Legends abound of the Storm Kings, and of the Baratheons who shaped history with their ferocity. Gendry nodded, feeling the pulse of his heritage in his veins. Among all his bloodlines, only the Storm's blood seemed active, potent, and alive. The other ancestries within him had yet to reveal their hidden potential. Strength is only part of it, Qyburn continued. The Baratheon line shows its might in warfare and ferocity, yes, but it is tied to the natural world, the storms, the oceans, and the unyielding land of the Stormlands. Think of King Robert, or Lord Boros in the Dance of the Dragons, heroes and warriors who defied the odds, capable of feats that mere mortals could scarcely imagine. But even this, Gendry said thoughtfully, seems only physical. How far can it extend? Will the Storm's blood surpass mere mortal limits? Physical strength is only the beginning, Qyburn said gravely. With the end of the long summer and the onset of winter, the resurgence of magic may awaken deeper powers within you. Storm's End itself is said to be imbued with protective enchantments, capable of withstanding magical assault. These are not mere tales, they are manifestations of the old world, of magic intertwined with bloodlines and stone. Gendry murmured, recalling the legends. Storm's End, built by the first Storm King Durin, had stood against gods themselves, resisting destruction with both walls of stone and spells of the ancients. 6 castles had been destroyed before Storm's End rose, yet the fortress remained, a testament to mortal ingenuity bolstered by mysticism. I will monitor the climate, Your Highness, Qyburn assured him. Its patterns, its storms, all can be harnessed to enhance your strength and secure your rule. Magic is tied to the world, and the longer it endures, the greater its power will be in your hands. Gendry smiled faintly. I await your good news. But take care of yourself, Maester. Your work is vital, yet your health cannot be sacrificed to it. Rest assured, Your Highness, Qyburn said proudly. Though I age, I am still willing to fight for your cause. The battlefield for warriors is the plains, mine is the laboratory, the web of intelligence, and the secrets that others overlook. Qyburn's eyes flickered with intrigue as he added another point. House Stark is heading south. Lord Eddard, his daughters, the bastard, and 100 guards are en route. Their movement presents an opportunity. Direwolves are not only guardians but also markers of magical significance. The old god's influence is subtle yet potent. Gendry nodded, anticipating the convergence of fate. The old wolf is cleverer than expected. Even with 50 extra guards, he will not change the outcome, but he is not entirely foolish. Your Highness, Qyburn added with a measured bow, the stories of magic tied to House Stark and Storm's End provide insight. The children of the forest, legends say, aided in constructing Storm's End, imbuing it with protective enchantments. Likewise, House Stark's lineage carries miraculous potential through the direwolves and the First Men. We must study these carefully, lest the forces of magic slip from our grasp. Curb your curiosity for now, Maester, Gendry advised. Grasp the present. The future may yet demand your knowledge, but first, we secure the foundation. Qyburn sighed, though there was no real frustration, only eagerness. If Archmaester Marwyn were here, my work would be doubly fruitful. He is a like-minded scholar, a master of magic and mysticism, whose insights rival my own. The Citadel, however, suppresses such endeavors. Magic is forbidden, studies of dragons and old powers seen as madness. Yet opportunities arise, and I shall seize them. Gendry's gaze hardened. Then prepare, Maester. The game of bloodline, power, and magic has only begun. Storm's End is ready, the north moves south, and destiny favors the bold. Outside, the wind stirred the banners of House Baratheon. The sun shone over the plains, casting long shadows of warriors, scholars, and strategists alike. Bloodlines and power intertwined, forging a path that only the cunning and ambitious could navigate. Gendry's eyes reflected the horizon, where future battles, political maneuvers, and the resurgence of magic awaited. The Seven Kingdoms were poised on the edge of change, and the storm was coming. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 106, Chapter 105, Brienne of Tarth. Outside Wolf's Den, the military camp buzzed with life. Countless banners flapped in the wind, Gendry's black and gold sigil flying proudly above all others. Tents of various sizes were arranged in precise rows, each one marking the living quarters, stables, armories, and command posts. The closer one got to the center of the camp, the more crowded and lively it became. The sounds of battle training, clanging weapons, neighing horses, and the shouts of soldiers filled the air, blending into a symphony of war. Today was not merely a practice session, it was the Triarchy's first competitive tourney, an event that had drawn warriors and spectators from across Westeros and beyond the Narrow Sea. Under the temporary wooden grandstand, the crowd erupted in cheers and applause as the combatants prepared. Long spear justing, archery, team combat, and mixed-style duels were all showcased, while displays such as mud wrestling and the Civezi flag, a popular SSC sport, added flair. Every inch of space had been utilized, fences erected, tracks laid, stands built. Hundreds of thousands of spectators gathered, most being Gendry's taxi soldiers, eager to witness their commander's prowess firsthand. Daenerys Targaryen, standing atop the grandstand, was the image of poise and beauty. She wore a black velvet gown, trimmed in red, and a square ruby necklace adorned her neck. The colors honored her house, the Targaryens, yet also carried a subtle homage to her personal strength and independence. Her gaze never left the battlefield, where the combatants had already begun their matches. Her heart beat faster as she watched, for the person she loved was among the fighters. "Princess, there's no need to fear. The Liberator is invincible," said Afra, Daenerys's young attendant. Despite her round, youthful face, she carried a keen intelligence that belied her years. Gendry had arranged for her to serve Daenerys, a gesture meant to provide her with loyal and competent support. "Don't say I, your humble servant, say simply I," Daenerys corrected gently. She was determined that those around her should be free in thought and speech, in keeping with both the old and new gods' disdain for servility. Below, Gendry rode a massive black steed, clad in black armor that gleamed in the sunlight. At the center of his helmet was a small emblem of a warhammer. In his hand, he wielded a long-handled warhammer, its weight perfectly balanced for both precision strikes and crushing blows. His opponent, the Blue Knight, wore dark sapphire armor, his weapon a blunted morning star. His mount bore no crest, signaling his mysterious origins. Gendry's sharp eyes studied the Blue Knight carefully. In addition to the elite taxi soldiers and Gendry's mercenary allies, some impoverished knights and adventurers from across the Narrow Sea had come seeking glory. This mysterious knight, tall and heavily built, perhaps 6 feet 5 inches, resembled a lesser version of the Mountain in size and strength. Gendry suspected his identity, yet chose to maintain discretion. The war horses collided in the center of the arena, hooves thundering against the packed earth. Shields met weapons with metallic shrieks, each strike producing sparks that danced briefly in the sunlight. The Blue Knight's morning star whistled through the air, a sound both beautiful and terrifying, yet Gendry's warhammer remained steady, deflecting and striking with precise rhythm. "Sir Yora, do you know the origins of this knight?" Daenerys whispered, captivated by the combat. "He appears very tall, very strong. A mysterious knight from across the Narrow Sea, Princess," Sir Yora replied, his gaze unwavering. "Judging by his posture and skill, he is undoubtedly a formidable fighter. Yet no one has bested Gendry directly. Confidence is his greatest armor. Jen, you can do it!" Daenerys shouted impulsively, caught up in the exhilaration of the match. Gendry's war armor swept downward, colliding with the Blue Knight's morning star. The sound echoed like thunder. Dents formed in Gendry's quartered shield, which bore 4 emblems, a war armor, 3 dragons, a wolf pack, and the symbol of liberated slaves. Despite the impacts, the shield held firm, a testament to both its construction and Gendry's skill. The Blue Knight's shield shattered under repeated strikes, forcing him to fight with only the morning star. The whistling weapon moved unpredictably, demonstrating the knight's considerable skill. Yet Gendry's speed and strength increased, and with a blur of motion, he knocked the morning star from the Blue Knight's grasp. The crowd roared in delight. Long live the wolf pack! Long live the magistrate! Voices blending into a deafening wave of sound. The final charge brought the 2 war horses together with violent force. Gendry's war armor smashed into the Blue Knight's battered armor, pushing him to the edge of defeat. The Blue Knight attempted to wrench the hammer away with sheer brute force, yet his strength faltered against Gendry's calm, controlled power. Separated from their mounts, the Blue Knight staggered but remained upright. Gendry's war armor descended, poised to strike decisively. Surrender, the Blue Knight stammered, lips cracked and bleeding. Gendry paused, recognizing the voice beneath the armor. Its tone was softer than expected, almost feminine. With a calm smile, he raised his hammer in salute to the crowd before dismounting. The Blue Knight had fought valiantly, and even in defeat, Gendry showed respect. Every true warrior deserves honor, he said, helping the defeated knight to her feet. The crowd erupted into applause, tossing flowers and cheering for both combatants. Under the helmet, the Blue Knight's eyes were bright and resolute. Her armor, though battered and dented, revealed the marks of a skilled fighter, gouges from war armors, flaked enamel, and scratches from long swords. She had clearly endured significant punishment yet remained dignified, a true warrior in every sense. As the medics escorted her away, the Blue Knight refused to have her visor removed, preserving her anonymity. Yet the brief encounter had left an impression. She was not only skilled and strong but possessed a spirit that resonated with Gendry's own sense of honor. In that fleeting moment, as the sun dipped toward the horizon and the cheers of the crowd echoed across the Wolf's Den, a new chapter of legend had begun. The tournament was more than spectacle, it was a testament to courage, strength, and the promise of glory yet to come. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 107, Chapter 106, The Ragged Prince's Pento's Dream. Gendry stood in the aftermath of the tournament, the cheers of the crowd still echoing across Wolf's Den. Only now, beside the Blue Knight, could he truly appreciate the scale of her strength. Their heights were nearly identical, yet the Blue Knight's frame was broader, sturdier, radiating a power that was almost unnatural for a woman. That she had matched him so closely, if only for a brief time, was a testament to her skill. "Your Highness, what is this?" the Blue Knight asked softly, her voice carrying both curiosity and respect. Around them, the taxi soldiers, identifiable by the white strips on their uniforms, attended to her injuries. They moved with surprising precision, their gestures calm and professional, reminiscent not of ruthless mercenaries but of diligent old maesters. Some were young and eager, others weathered and patient, none seemed bloodthirsty. "These are medics, a specialized unit within the Legion," Gendry explained. "Their skills may not match those of the healers of the Citadel, but their attention to hygiene and sterilization keeps our forces alive far longer than any ordinary army. They prevent disease and ensure recovery is possible after every battle." "Arrange a private room for my guest," Gendry instructed. "Yes, Your Highness," the medics replied, bowing slightly. "Many thanks," the Blue Knight said sincerely. There was a quiet dignity in her tone, and she allowed the medics to escort her to a secluded area for treatment, still keeping her visor lowered. Gendry had already guessed her identity. Brienne of Tarth. The Evenstar's daughter, a woman of unmatched skill and unwavering honor. Few knights could match her strength, courage, and dedication to chivalry. Gendry admired her, and he knew instinctively that she would be invaluable in protecting Daenerys, though winning her loyalty would require delicate handling. Brienne was a dutiful daughter and would consider her aging father on Tarth before pledging allegiance to any outsider. That matter would have to wait. Beneath the visor, Brienne concealed her face not only for modesty but out of a sense of propriety. She had no desire to be seen running across the narrow sea simply to indulge in spectacle. She was aware that, by Westerosi standards, her features were plain. Her eyes, however, were striking, large, blue, unflinching, and imbued with a quiet, resolute confidence that reflected the warrior within. Gendry could see that strength of character in them alone. As Brienne was led away, the crowd erupted into another round of applause. Her presence had been a revelation, a brief glimpse of extraordinary skill tempered by the humility and discipline of a true knight. Yet, in comparison to the magistrate himself, even a warrior of Brienne's caliber was still dwarfed by Gendry's unparalleled battlefield prowess. Gendry ascended the high platform, where Daenerys awaited. The unsullied and high-ranking officials of the two cities saluted, their movements precise and solemn. One by one, Gendry acknowledged them, a courteous nod or a brief word. Then he walked to the center of the platform, standing tall and commanding. Even without his mask, Gendry radiated authority. His black scale plate armor gleamed in the sun, short hair restrained by a steel band inlaid with red gems, a subtle homage to Aegon the Conqueror. Daenerys had chosen it herself, a symbol of trust, love, and the merging of power and symbolism. "This game is too dangerous," Daenerys said softly, concern and admiration mingling in her voice. "Future battlefield games will be far more dangerous," Gendry replied with a smile. "But we are already engaged, Dany. I am your shield, and your sword." He gently ruffled her hair. Daenerys laughed, a sound filled with pride and warmth. "You are my knight. I will pray for your continued victories." "I will not fail you," Gendry said confidently. "By the way," she added, "our guest has been waiting for you." Gendry followed her gaze and saw a figure standing slightly apart on the platform, a man whose presence was dignified despite the disheveled appearance. The ragged prince of Pentos, the runaway scion of a once powerful merchant family, observed him carefully. "Your Grace the Magistrate, Your Royal Highness the Princess, it is an honor to meet you," the prince said, bowing with a grace that belied the raggedness of his appearance. His silver-grey hair and armor, and a cloak stitched together from various fabrics, marked years of exile. Deep sorrow rested in his eyes, and the bags beneath them suggested nights of worry and wandering. The prince scrutinized Gendry's walk, posture, and demeanor, clearly impressed. He had witnessed the recent duel with the Blue Knight and marveled at the young man's composure and skill. To overcome a foe as formidable as the Evenstar's heir and yet remain unscathed was no small feat. The ragged prince's keen eyes revealed both admiration and a tinge of envy. "Your Highness," Sir Jorah interjected sharply, "when meeting their royal highnesses, it is customary to kneel." "I apologize, Sir Jorah, but from the day I fled Pentos, I learned one truth," the prince replied firmly. "Mercenaries are not slaves. I cannot kneel." "Enough, Jorah," Gendry said with a dismissive wave. "Old men have their ways." "Welcome, Prince," Gendry said, offering a warm smile. The Prince of Pentos, in his declining years, was far removed from the powerful princes of Dorne or the wealth of the free cities. Pentos had long been controlled by a fat, complacent magistrate, leaving the exiled prince little room for influence. "I once intended to send you a gift, but time has likely rendered it worthless," Gendry said lightly. "You mean Bloodbeard's head," the prince replied gently, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "For that, I am grateful, Your Highness." The wind-blown mercenaries and the Cat's Company had a long history of enmity, and the gesture of respect did not go unnoticed. "But my friend," Gendry continued, "you are late. Bloodbeard has been dead for years. Why do you come now?" "Forgive my tardiness," the prince replied apologetically. "I was detained in Volantis by matters of duty." It is no matter, Gendry said. You are here now, and that is what counts. I still consider you a distinguished guest. Beyond Gendry's personal forces, only a few mercenary companies of note remained unconquered, and the Windblown was among the last with any significant strength. I would like to discuss a business venture with you, the Ragged Prince said quietly. Please, speak freely. Years ago, I was forced to flee my home after being wronged by those in power. I long to return, to settle old scores, and reclaim what was taken from me, the prince explained, his voice carrying the weight of decades. Such endeavors are costly, Gendry said cautiously. Can a company like the Windblown achieve it? The prince's expression hardened with resolve. My 2,000 men may be few against a rising liberator, but they are disciplined, experienced, and loyal. Even in exile, I have maintained connections within Pentos that can be leveraged. You desire Pentos, then? Gendry asked, reading his intentions clearly. Yes, the prince nodded firmly. Achieving that will not be easy, Gendry replied. The challenges were many, the magistrates, the hidden powers of Pentos, the influence of Bravus, and the Khals who yearly sought tribute. Any action must be measured. We'll discuss details later, Gendry said. But tell me, Prince, do you truly wish to return at your age? It is my home, the prince answered solemnly. If I can, I would die of old age on the shores of Pentos. And if power comes, I only hope to exact justice upon those who wronged me. History has shaped you into the man you are now. I, weary and aged, am no longer fit to be king. Gendry listened silently, understanding both the weight of the man's past and the impossibility of his ambitions. The Ragged Prince painted a grand picture, but for Gendry, the dream of revenge was a tale of old wounds. He would need to navigate this cautiously, weighing both honor and strategy. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 108, Chapter 107, Loyalty and Betrayal. Pentos is the closest of the free cities to King's Landing, the Ragged Prince began softly, his voice measured, almost conspiratorial. Ships sail from Pentos to the capital every day. It is wealthy, yet vulnerable. Taking Pentos would greatly benefit your cause. Strategically, it is profitable. Gendry listened carefully. The Ragged Prince's ambition was measured, he did not overreach. He sought a return, not conquest, understanding the limits imposed by history and circumstance. No, the prince muttered to himself, more quietly now, a grim shadow crossing his features. Pentos betrayed me first. Those damned magisters wanted me dead. If they treat me this way, I will repay them. Hatred, he knew, endured longer than friendship, it was patient, precise, and deeply rooted. You are persuasive, Gendry said, studying the Ragged Prince intently. But have you considered the forces that depend on Pentos? The Khals, the Bravasi. The Ragged Prince's eyes narrowed. Pentos may appear serene and prosperous, but it is shielded by powerful interests. The Khals delight in extorting its wealth, while Bravus considers it within their sphere of influence. Provoking either would be unwise. After leaving Pentos, how long have you been wandering, fighting abroad? Gendry asked. Over 30 years, the prince replied. Time had etched itself across his face in wrinkles and scars, turning the once vibrant young man into a hardened veteran. He had fled Pentos to the disputed lands, never returning to his homeland, and had survived decades in the mercenary world by skill and cunning. Forgive my eagerness, the Ragged Prince said, a trace of apology in his tone. I saw a glimmer of hope and forgot myself. I have long awaited the chance to return to Pentos. Gendry smiled. Who would blame an old man for homesickness? The Ragged Prince's jaw tightened subtly. He disliked being called old, though by the standards of the disputed lands, he truly was. Compared to the Dothraki, he might have been considered frail, yet decades of battle had tempered him into something far more resilient. I am old, Yes, he admitted quietly, a shadow of melancholy passing through his eyes. So much so that I must plead for cooperation from new powers. Yet, if these old bones can still fight on horseback, I will stand ready. My 2,000 men are seasoned warriors, loyal and disciplined. I still maintain connections within Pentos that may prove useful. Very well, Prince, Gendry said, his voice steady, tinged with approval. I am always generous to those loyal to me. Talent and loyalty are what matter. I value loyalty above all, the prince echoed firmly. I hate traitors. Every deserter, every coward who swore allegiance and then fled, receives my punishment. If captured, I ensure they cannot run again, 1 foot cut off if fortunate, or worse, handed to the pretty Marys. I once caught a deserter who complained about our food. I cut off his leg, cooked it, and made him eat it. Afterward, he became the Windblown's chief cook, and our food improved. His next contract was renewed willingly. Gendry chuckled, his eyes glinting with amusement. Your methods are effective. Mercenaries and soldiers differ, yet I need only one kind of follower, those loyal to me. I presume you have heard of the Second Sons and the Spear Company. They now answer to me fully. I require obedience, not cleverness or self-interest. The ragged prince nodded, understanding the implication. Mercenaries thrived on opportunity, blood, and gold, yet their loyalty was fleeting without a master capable of commanding respect. In the presence of tens of thousands, his 2,000 men were insignificant. He had no authority, no leverage over strategy or battle outcomes. Only alignment with a stronger power could grant him purpose. 10, 20 years ago, I would have refused outright, the ragged prince admitted. But after 30 years, of the 6 who founded the Windblown, only I remain. I will consider your terms. I await your good news, Gendry replied calmly, the words carrying weight that only experience could understand. Only the ragged prince knew the true conflict within himself, pride, ambition, and the faint hope of redemption. Below the high platform, cheers suddenly erupted. Hooray! Voices rang out across the tournament grounds, signaling the emergence of a new star in the competition. Dick the Fletch, excited and wide-eyed, ascended the platform in haste. I've found a marksman, the arrow maker announced. Gendry's interest peaked. Archers were a critical asset, and the arrow maker had a reputation for discerning true talent. The young champion had already demonstrated exceptional skill. Did Black Billy or the archers from the Summer Isles participate? Gendry asked. No, Dick replied, shaking his head. Goldenheart long spears weren't allowed in this tournament. The archers were skilled, but none could match this marksman. He has already won the championship. Gendry, Yora, the ragged prince, and Dick approached the archery range. There stood a tall, slender young man with red hair, freckles, and an air of quiet confidence. Though from the marches of Dorne, he held himself with a dignity far beyond his common birth. What is your name? Gendry asked. Angui, my lord, the young archer replied, wary of the legendary liberator standing before him. Even in the remote marches of Dorne, tales of Gendry's prowess had reached him. Angui's eyes were keen, as was typical for an archer. He studied Gendry's black scale plate armor, the quartered banners emblazoned with dragons and wolves, the unmistakable symbols of freed slaves, and the imposing war armor at Gendry's side. Surrounded by spectators, Gendry seemed the embodiment of power itself. Those gold dragons, Angui muttered quietly, I've already won them. They won't be taken from me, will they? Are you questioning His Highness's credibility? Sir Yora asked, raising an eyebrow. Not at all, Gendry replied with a smile. But I propose a wager. What kind of wager? Angui asked cautiously, eager but uncertain. Gold dragons were not trivial rewards, they were a fortune in themselves. You are confident in your archery? Gendry asked, nodding toward the target. Angui looked down at his bow and quiver, pride and determination in his eyes. I trust my skill. I have no equal for now. Then show me your mastery, Gendry said, gesturing toward the distant targets. 5 arrows already marked the bullseye. Angui's hands were steady as he released them, each striking precisely at the center. I will challenge you, Gendry said. My lord, surely this is improper, Angui protested. I am already the champion. Just 1 round, Gendry said, his smile calm and confident. If I lose, you keep your gold dragons. If I win, I claim the set. Should I fail, I will grant you an additional set as well. Angui relaxed, realizing the wager was fair, the king's word binding. Sir Yora whispered about bringing Gendry's renowned bows, but Gendry shook his head. No need. I'll use his bow and arrows. Angui exhaled in relief. There was something intimate, almost respectful, about a master archer using his own equipment. Gendry adjusted the bow to his grip, noting its texture and balance. He felt the wind, the sunlight, the slight tension in the air. Each arrow required perfect harmony of mind, body, and environment. Time seemed to slow as he drew, aimed, and released. Whoosh! 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 Gendry's arrows struck true, piercing the bullseyes with precision and consistency. Angui's heart sank. He had met his match, yet the humility and composure of the young liberator left him awestruck. There are still masters in the world, Angui muttered, a mixture of frustration and awe in his voice. See! Dick said proudly. I told you, there's an even greater archer here. Gendry nodded silently, lowering the bow. Around them, the wind carried the faintest scent of oak and leather, the sounds of cheering blending with the distant clang of swords. Loyalty, skill, and ambition intertwined in a delicate dance of power, each player testing the limits of their influence, their abilities, and their choices. And in that moment, the true game of loyalty and betrayal began. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 109, Chapter 108, The Alliance of Lions and Wolves. Angui's eyes followed the arrows piercing the distant targets, each one striking the bullseye with unnerving precision. His own arrows had hit perfectly, yet Lord Gendry's were different. Each of Gendry's shots seemed to cleave through Angui's arrows in midair, striking the center with uncanny force. The precision, the sheer power, and the speed, all while clad in black scale plate armor, was nothing short of divine. Angui's heart sank. He had trained for years, honed his skill with painstaking diligence, yet here was a young king who outshone him effortlessly in both strength and finesse. The ragged prince, watching silently from nearby, could only marvel at the display. He had heard of Gendry's prowess in battle, but this demonstration in archery surpassed even his expectations. This was a man whose abilities in horsemanship, combat, and strength were nearly unparalleled. Yet such a person, so powerful, would be difficult to command, a fact that both intrigued and unsettled the old mercenary. I've lost, Angui muttered, his youthful confidence evaporating. His shoulders slumped, and his freckled face grew pale. Gendry's black scale plate armor seemed to absorb not only light but the archer's own sense of pride. Boy, Gendry said gently as Angui approached, bow in hand, you are a genius. Angui shook his head, dejected. Not anymore, he muttered. Do not be discouraged, young man, the arrow maker said, clapping a hand on Angui's shoulder. Your talent is exceptional. You simply faced someone extraordinary. With proper training and the right equipment, your skill could rival any archer in history. Angui studied the arrow maker, the old man who had been present but quiet throughout the competition. You mean, with better bows and arrows? He asked. Exactly, the arrow maker replied, pointing to Angui's bow. Longer limbs, finer balance, your aim would be unstoppable. Angui nodded thoughtfully, then snatched his bow back with a grin. I want my gold dragons, Lord Gendry, he said boldly, his youthful pride resurfacing. "I'll give them to you," Gendry replied with a smile. "But remember, I did beat you fair and square." Angui hesitated. "Then what do you want in return?" "I want something unique," Gendry said, leaning closer. "I want you to follow me." Angui froze. Never had he felt such weight behind words. He had arrived at the tourney to earn gold, perhaps gain fame, yet the recognition of a king, the respect shown to him was intoxicating. He had faced countless opponents, but this acknowledgement, coupled with Gendry's skill and dignity, stirred a deep admiration within him. "Let me think, my lord," Angui said cautiously. "I still wish to compete in King's Landing, the prizes there are legendary." "You will not lose opportunity," Gendry assured him. "I will grant you the champion's 1,000 gold dragons and a monthly stipend. You will train, spar, and compete under my guidance. Glory, wealth, and honor await, but only if you choose to stand with me." Angui's eyes shone. Gold alone could tempt many, but respect, trust, and opportunity alongside a master archer and a wise, just ruler, this was rare. "I've decided," he said finally. "But not just for gold. I follow because you respect me, and I respect you in return." "We respect each other," Gendry said simply, a small smile tugging at his lips. "And, can I have robes and armor like this?" Angui asked softly. The offer of service was one thing, but recognition and identity within Gendry's ranks made it official. "Of course," Gendry said. "Titles do not matter here. Military positions are clear: soldier, sergeant, officer. Your skill and loyalty will define your path." The Unsullied presented Angui with a new robe, embroidered with Gendry's quartered banner emblem. Soon, he would also be offered scale armor, leather, or lamellar, his choice. The arrow maker, noticing the young archer's hesitance, interjected. "Your skill is extraordinary, but there is always room for improvement," the old man said quietly. "Who are you?" Angui asked, curiosity and respect mingling. "I am known as the arrow maker," the old man replied. "Once, I was counted among the greatest archers in history." Angui's eyes widened. "The arrow maker? Still alive?" He blinked in disbelief, the weight of history pressing down on him. "Then my loss, it wasn't unfair." Meanwhile, far from the tournament grounds, the road to King's Landing wound gently across verdant fields. Sansa, riding beside Joffrey, allowed herself to savor the calm. The warmth of the riverlands, the soft rustle of the trees, and the lively chatter of the countryside reminded her of a world beyond Winterfell. It was a stark contrast to the cold, austere north, and Sansa felt a pang of longing for this beauty to endure. She thought of her mother, who had grown up near the Three Rivers, and imagined how much she would adore the warmth and vibrancy of this land. Everything seemed perfect except for Arya and Jon. Sansa's thoughts drifted uncomfortably. Arya, unpredictable and wild, was the antithesis of the well-behaved girls Sansa admired. She preferred order and propriety, whereas Arya thrived in chaos, befriending anyone and everyone, from attendants to stable boys, even the low-born and foul-mouthed. Mike, the butcher's apprentice, was perhaps the wildest of all. Jon, too, frustrated Sansa. Whispers of her father Eddard's honor and the perceived slights against Jon stoked her irritation. She wished Bran had accompanied them instead, he would not have caused such tension. Her relief came in the form of Joffrey, whose presence was a balm. She remembered her mother's lessons, to learn to be a lady, to recognize honor, and to seek marriage to a worthy knight. Joffrey, tall and handsome, seemed to fulfill every expectation. The small council had dispatched emissaries to welcome the royal party, including Lord Renly, Ser Barristan, and Ser Ilyn. Their presence only deepened Sansa's admiration. Ser Barristan, clad in intricately enameled white scale plate armor, gleamed like fresh snow. His white hair mirrored the purity of his armor, and a snow-white cloak, symbolizing the King's Guard, flowed from his shoulders. Every movement was measured, elegant, and commanding. Lord Renly, only 20, wore deep green steel armor that shimmered like a dense forest. Tall, robust, with shoulder-length black hair, he carried a stag-antlered helmet with golden tips. His blue eyes sparkled with mirth, a perfect match for his youthful confidence. Sir Ilan, however, exuded an aura of intimidation. The tales of the Mad King and the brutal punishment he had inflicted lent weight to Ilan's terrifying presence, causing even Sansa to shrink back. Confused, Sansa turned to Joffrey. "Your Highness, what have I done wrong? Why won't he speak?" Lord Renly chuckled softly. "Our Sir Ilan has not been much for talking these past 16 years. Joffrey's golden hair gleamed under the sun as he led Sansa gently by the hand. Aerys Targaryen had his tongue pulled out with hot pincers, he reminded her solemnly. Despite the grim lesson, Sansa felt safe in his presence. "Mother," Sansa began, seeking guidance, "I was to meet Myrcella, but the Queen said your meeting must wait." "Matters of state take precedence," Joffrey replied gently. "Come, my lady. I shall accompany you and ensure your honor is preserved." Sansa felt a rush of happiness. She followed Joffrey, leaving her direwolf and the hound behind, and walked west along the Trident River's north bank. Joffrey drew a small, beautifully forged longsword, a miniature yet deadly weapon, double-edged and gleaming steel, with a hilt wrapped in fine leather and a golden lion's head at its pommel. "Lion's tooth," he called it proudly. Sansa marveled at the craftsmanship, and Joffrey beamed at her delight. Together, they strolled toward adventure, royalty and commoner, lion and wolf, forging a bond in the warmth of the riverlands as distant echoes of tournaments and battles lingered on the wind. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 110, Chapter 109, The Battle Between Lions and Wolves. The sun dipped low over the Trident, painting the riverbanks in shades of gold and crimson. Joffrey's red-maned steed galloped effortlessly along the winding paths, every muscle in its flanks coiling and releasing with precision. Beside him, Sansa struggled to keep pace on her own mare, urging her forward with small kicks and tight reins. The rhythm of galloping hooves, the scent of wet grass, and the whisper of wind through the trees combined to create a moment that felt lifted from the pages of a knightly tale. Sansa, though a northerner by birth, had been raised to appreciate the grace and charm of southern courts. Her mother had sought to cultivate her into a proper lady of the Riverlands, instilling in her the patience, elegance, and poise that would befit a noble woman. Riding beside Joffrey, feeling the thrill of the chase and the warmth of the sun, Sansa imagined herself as a companion of a legendary knight, swept into an adventure where danger and excitement danced hand in hand. As they followed the river's curve, the pair stumbled upon a narrow cave nestled among the riverbank rocks. A shadowcat, startled by their presence, darted back to its lair, its coat glinting in the sunlight. They pressed onward until hunger and fatigue forced them to pause. Following the thin trail of smoke rising from a nearby estate, Joffrey guided them toward a small country manor. The peasants, startled by the sudden arrival of royalty, scrambled to prepare a meal of freshly caught trout and a jug of the estate's best wine. Sansa drank cautiously, savoring the subtle sweetness of the wine. Perhaps she had overindulged, for her head felt pleasantly light. The trout, roasted to perfection, melted on her tongue, and the warmth of the meal spread through her like a comforting embrace. Once sated, they resumed their ride, but more slowly, savoring the lingering aroma of roasted fish and the soft rustle of leaves. Joffrey sang softly, his voice high and sweet, carrying across the riverbank. Each note seemed to capture the joy of the moment, and Sansa could not help but laugh, feeling a rare happiness that had little to do with titles, kingdoms, or courtly intrigue. "Should we turn back?" she asked after a pause, the wine making her head spin slightly. "Wait a little longer," Joffrey said with a mischievous smile. "Ahead lies the old battlefield, where the green fork bends. That is the place where my father fought Rhaegar Targaryen." One swing of his hammer shattered Rhaegar's chest plate, crunch. Armor torn, the man fell before him. He brandished an imaginary warhammer, reenacting the blow with exaggerated motion. And later, my uncle Jaime ended the Mad King's reign. My father became king, and history was written in blood. His eyes gleamed with the thrill of the tale. Suddenly, the rustling of the woods interrupted their ride. Sansa's heart skipped a beat, her instincts telling her something was amiss. "Let's go back, Joffrey," she whispered, gripping the reins tighter. "I'll see," he said confidently, drawing the long sword he had christened Lion's Tooth. They crept closer to the sound, an odd mixture of wood clashing, groans, and heavy breathing echoing from the clearing ahead. Peering through the undergrowth, they spotted a boy and a girl engaged in a mock battle with wooden sticks. The boy, older and stronger, pressed the attack relentlessly. The girl, thinner and dressed in tattered leather, struggled to parry, her strikes weak and uncoordinated. A glancing blow smashed her stick against her fingers, and she cried out in pain, dropping it onto the grass. "Good sister, your footing is poor," a more mature boy called from nearby, his voice steady and instructive. "Eat well and keep your strength, or you will falter. Shall we end our game today?" Jon Snow, standing close, helped the girl Arya retrieve her stick and checked her hand carefully. The boy appeared contrite, stepping back. "I didn't mean it, the young lady forced me," he murmured. Joffrey burst into laughter at the display, startling the boy, who dropped his wooden stick in shock. Arya glared, her eyes blazing with indignation at these uninvited spectators. The trio Arya, Jon, and the butcher's apprentice Mike recognized Joffrey and Sansa almost immediately. "Arya, is that you?" Sansa exclaimed, surprised and worried. "What are you doing here? Go away!" Arya snapped, tears of anger and frustration welling up in her eyes. Jon bowed slightly, cautious. "Your Royal Highness, we did not expect your arrival. If we have intruded, we apologize." He noticed the faint scent of wine on Joffrey and tensed. This was no ordinary prince before them. The butcher's apprentice, Mike, glanced nervously at Joffrey. "Your Royal Highness," he stammered. Joffrey's eyes swept over them, landing on Mike's freckled face and thick red hair. "Who are you?" "My name is Mike, Your Royal Highness," the boy whispered, voice trembling. "Don't bully him," Arya interjected fiercely. "He's my friend." Joffrey's lips curled in amusement and challenge. "A pig-killing boy dares call himself a knight? Very well. Pick up your sword, and we shall see if you are worthy." Mike froze, terror rooting him to the spot. Joffrey advanced, sword gleaming in the dappled sunlight. Jon's reflexes, honed from years in the north, were quicker. In one swift motion, he struck Mike's face, leaving it flushed and stinging. "Get lost! Do you think a butcher's apprentice can spar with a prince?" Jon barked, his voice firm and commanding. Arya could only gape, horrified at the escalating violence. Mike fled, dropping his stick and tripping over the undergrowth. Joffrey, meanwhile, turned his attention to Jon. "Why did you not intervene when that boy struck my lady's sister? Are all bastards so insolent?" "No!" Arya shouted, stepping forward. Joffrey's blade slashed toward Jon, drawing a thin line of blood along his cheek. The sight of Jon's blood only emboldened Joffrey, who pressed forward with wild, unpredictable swings. Sansa screamed, helpless, as the prince and her brother clashed. Jon, wary of Joffrey's drunken instability, used careful defensive maneuvers. He blocked, dodged, and waited for the right moment. The crack of his wooden stick against the long sword presented an opening. With measured strength, he wrested Lion's Tooth from Joffrey, throwing it to the ground. Arya seized the moment, hurling a stone that startled Joffrey's steed, which bolted into the trees. Joffrey stumbled, dirt smearing his face, his rage palpable. Sansa, tears streaming, rushed to Jon and Arya's side. "Stop! This is madness," she cried. "Joffrey, breathing heavily, fell to his knees, overwhelmed by fear and frustration. Arya glared at him, then swiftly bandaged Jon's wounds. The dire wolf, Nymeria, stepped forward, a grey shadow moving with lethal intent. Her teeth bared, growls rumbling deep in her throat. Joffrey's golden hair matted with sweat, he fell backward, unable to meet the wolf's gaze. "No, don't hurt me. I'll tell mother," he whimpered. Sansa stood over him, furious. "Do not ever bully them again," she screamed. Jon, bloodied but steady, spoke with authority. "Prince, let today's game end here. Violence has no place among us." Arya and Jon mounted their horses, Nymeria following close behind. As they departed, Sansa remained by Joffrey, who now sat trembling, chest heaving, and hands trembling. Kneeling beside him, she gently brushed his golden hair away. "Joffrey," she whispered, voice trembling, "look what has happened. You must calm yourself. I'll find help." Joffrey opened his eyes, once wide with fear, now filled with anger and contempt. "Then get lost," he spat venomously. "And don't you dare touch me." Sansa recoiled, heart aching. The afternoon sun cast long shadows over the riverbank, marking the end of this chaotic encounter. The alliance between lions and wolves, fragile and tense, had begun with a clash that would leave scars on both flesh and pride. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 111, Chapter 110, Arguments and Appeasement. The inn's grand hall had been transformed into a temporary council chamber, filled to the brim with the important figures of the realm. The air was thick with tension, a mixture of incense, sweat, and the faint metallic tang of blood. Lord Eddard Stark, face somber, stood near the center, flanked by his children. Jon's shoulder was heavily bandaged, and his face bore the faint traces of dried blood. Arya clung to him, still sobbing, her small frame trembling with residual fear and frustration. Even the butcher's apprentice, Mike, who had delivered the frantic message moments earlier, was overwhelmed by the grandeur and authority surrounding him. His wide eyes took in the noble faces of knights, lords, and men-at-arms, yet the boy remained silent, too awed and nervous to speak. Eddard's voice cut through the hall, steady and commanding. "Get my son and daughter something to eat. They're frightened enough." He spared no glance for the others, no amount of pleading or argument could make him prolong this matter. The fragile alliance between House Stark and House Lannister was at stake, and words might only inflame the situation further. He surveyed the faces gathered before him. Apart from his own retainers, every expression was guarded, wary, or outright hostile. Lord Renly, with his half-smile, betrayed little of his thoughts. Sir Barristan's gaze remained grave, unreadable as ever. Lannister men, naturally, radiated disdain. But even amid the sea of suspicion, Sir Jaime and the Hound displayed a degree of restraint, their icy composure contrasting sharply with the tension in the room. Jon's face was tight with unease. The South, he realized, was treacherous. Even in the presence of the king, threats seemed to lurk in every glance. Eddard's warnings about the cunning of southern lords rang true. The boy's mind raced with scenarios, each more dire than the last. "I think we should leave this matter here for now," Eddard said, directing his attention to the king. "I'll take the children to eat something first." Cersei's lips curved into a disdainful sneer. "Presumptuous! How dare you speak to His Majesty in such a tone?" King Robert stirred in his chair, frowning deeply. "Eddard, I don't wish to prolong this. Best we resolve it quickly." "I've made the situation clear," Eddard replied, voice icy yet controlled. Cersei's fury erupted. "Your bastard son and wild girl ganged up on my son, and your daughter threw rocks at him. You even let a dire wolf loose on him." "He has a name," Eddard interjected sharply. "My son is Jon. Show some respect." "Humph," Cersei replied, her tone dripping with scorn. "A bastard is a bastard, Lord Eddard. That's not true. Arya shouted, stepping forward. My dire wolf didn't bite anyone. Joffrey attacked Jon first, and my rock only hit the horse because he was bullying him. Joffrey has told us everything, Cersei retorted, voice full of venom. You and your bastard were the aggressors. You struck him with sticks and set a dire wolf on him. That's not how it happened. Arya's tears threatened to spill again. Eddard's hand rested gently on her shoulder, grounding her. It absolutely was. Joffrey interjected, his face pale, avoiding Arya and Jon's eyes. The performance was carefully calculated, a mixture of bravado and guilt. You're lying! Arya screamed, her voice echoing through the hall. Shut up, the prince yelled back, but before tensions escalated further, the king's booming voice cut through the room. Enough! Robert's glare silenced all. The hall fell into a tense hush. He leaned forward, eyes flashing as he addressed the children. Mike, Arya, tell me what happened. Every detail, truthfully. Remember, lying to the king is a grave crime. Turning to Joffrey, Robert's voice softened only slightly. Your turn will come. Until then, keep silent. Mike stammered as he recounted the chaotic encounter, his words measured but filled with the terror of the moment. Robert's brow furrowed, but Barristan and Renly watched Jon closely, noting his meticulous attention to detail. Despite his youth and status, Jon had demonstrated remarkable composure, having even saved Mike's life during the fray. When Arya recounted her version, every gesture, every shout, every scuffle was vividly described. She included the moment Joffrey, terrified, had called out for his mother, a detail that drew stifled chuckles from Lord Renly, much to the king's chagrin. Sir Barristan and Renly exchanged glances. Renly's laughter erupted, a short, hearty sound that filled the room. Truly, my brother is far too dramatic. I can find my own way, he said, bowing to Joffrey with a sly smile. As the door closed behind him, Eddard caught his whispered words, what a lion's tooth indeed, followed by more quiet laughter. Joffrey's account, pale and trembling, differed markedly from the children's. His version, told with careful calculation, placed him as the victim, his dignity assaulted by bastards and wildlings alike. Enough! Robert roared again, rising heavily from his chair. Joffrey's tale is one, Arya's is another. That is enough. I'll have a maester attend to Jon's wounds immediately. Cersei's lips pressed into a thin line, unwilling to relent. Sir Jaime stepped forward, attempting to temper his sister's wrath, but Cersei's eyes burned with indignation. There was another person present at the time, she insisted, pointing at Sansa. Enough, woman! Robert's voice thundered. Do you want us to lose all face? Sansa felt a wave of relief wash over her. Dressed in a blue velvet gown with white embroidery, a silver chain glinting at her throat, and her auburn hair shining in the dim candlelight, she had been spared the brunt of the confrontation. She exchanged a reassuring wink with Arya and Jon, then offered a polite nod toward Joffrey. Thank you, Your Majesty, she said softly. It happened quickly. I only saw Jon and Joffrey confronting each other. Robert regarded her for a moment, then nodded. Good. Forget it, all of you. Joffrey, Jon, Arya, this matter ends here. Arya, furious at her sister's intervention, lunged at Sansa, kicking and punching. Liar! You liar, she shrieked. Jon and Jory restrained her, but her small fists continued to flail. Eddard helped Sansa to her feet, noting the pallor in her face. What now? Robert's brow furrowed, troubled. She's wild, like her dire wolf, Cersei spat. Both that girl and the bastard must be punished. Eddard's temper flared. Your son cut Jon and nearly ruined his sword hand. How can you suggest punishment? Seven hells, spare your king! Robert exclaimed. What do you want me to do? Drag Arya through the streets? Make Joffrey kneel? It's a child's fight, let it end. The Queen's protests died in Sir Jaime's firm gaze. Eddard remained silent, his eyes lingering on Jon's wounds in quiet protest. Joffrey will apologize to the child, Robert commanded, though Cersei ignored him. I will see he receives the best treatment, the finest gold dragons, but do not expect him to bow to this bastard. 300 gold dragons, perhaps? Compensation for a noble knight. Gold, gold, always gold, Robert sighed, shaking his head. Look at what you've made of my son. He approached Jon, patting his uninjured shoulder. You're brave, lad. When you're healed, we'll hunt together. My son, he's absurd. My apologies to you. Turning to Joffrey, he scolded gently. Next time, don't call me for such nonsense. Eddard, discipline your children, I'll handle mine. Joffrey's face twisted in resentment, his youthful pride stung by the reprimand. Jon, observing keenly, understood fully the nature of his displeasure. Cersei's final concern was the dire wolf. What of the beast that terrorized your son? She demanded. Arya stiffened, even though Nymeria had fled far into the woods. Robert bellowed. Enough. The boy isn't disfigured, and Jon will live. This matter is closed. Mike, who had served under Jon's careful guidance, received a sudden command. That butcher's boy serve Lord Jon from now on, not the cook. Thank you, Your Majesty, Jon said, bowing slightly. Even a bastard's attendants could rise in status through merit. Cersei huffed indignantly. Keep a close eye on that dire wolf, Lord Eddard. Its pelt is worth many gold dragons. Jon remained silent, understanding the outcome fully. It was far from perfect, but it was at least acceptable. The fragile peace held for now. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 112, Chapter 111 Lies and Sincerity. Derry Town and its surrounding lands lay quiet and unadorned on the southern bank of the Trident, no more than half a day's ride from the river itself. The lands were modest, neither wealthy nor strategic enough to draw envy, yet the weight of history hung thick in the air. House Derry had fought beneath the banner of the true dragon at the Trident. They had bled for the Prince Robert Baratheon slew. That memory had not faded, not for the Derrys nor for Robert. Now the royal entourage had descended uninvited upon Derry Castle, forcing Sir Raymond Derry into the reluctant role of host. The small keep was suddenly packed with the king's retinue, Stark men, Lannister red cloaks, and Derry retainers, three parties who shared little trust and even less love. Every corridor felt tighter for it, every whispered conversation sharper, every footstep heavier. Queen Cersei had worsened the atmosphere the moment they arrived. She demanded that the banks of the Trident be searched yet again for Nymeria, the dire wolf Arya had driven away. She wanted the wolf's pelt, she said, as an offering for Joffrey. Robert had roared at her, angry, weary, and far beyond patience. He told her to let the matter die. But Cersei never let anything die, especially not a grudge. Worse still, she and Jaime had begun arguing as well. Cersei blamed him for failing to defend the family when Joffrey clashed with Arya and Mycah. Jaime, for once, did not indulge her. The tension between the twins added yet another sour note to the castle's already toxic air. Sir Raymond wore the king's badge of loyalty, but his eyes were colder than courtesy allowed. 3 of his elder brothers had fallen for Prince Rhaegar on this very river. Robert remembered their faces. So did Raymond. Courtesy became a strained performance between them, a mask cracking around the edges. In the cramped courtyard, Jaime Lannister looked up and caught Eddard Stark watching him from an upper window. A faint smile tugged at his lips, amusement or disdain, or both. He stood resplendent in gold armor, lion-headed helm at his side, white cloak immaculate. Even the way he leaned on his golden sword seemed calculated to unsettle. But Jaime showed no intention of provoking Ned today. Jon Snow, of all people, had earned his respect in that brief scrape on the road. Even Jaime, for all his arrogance, acknowledged skill. Still, Jaime's thoughts drifted uneasily toward Derry. A nest of traitors, Tyrion had warned him. The kind that still dream of dragons. Tyrion had also discovered, during Robert's journey north, that the Derrys once hid their Targaryen tapestries in the cellars before the king's arrival. Quiet defiance, but defiance nonetheless. These are the enemies that matter, Jaime thought. Not those Starks with their honor and their glowering. In the dim attic room that had become his temporary quarters, Eddard Stark closed the shutters with a sigh. His mind churned like northern snowstorms, dark, cold, relentless. Perhaps I was a fool to travel with only 100 attendants, he thought bitterly. In Winterfell, 100 men were enough to guard a feast. In the south, surrounded by lions, spies, and serpents, 100 was little more than a polite gesture. The Lannister red cloaks strutted through Derry Castle like they owned it, bright splashes of crimson in every shadow. If this were King's Landing, Ned thought grimly, we would be walking into the Lion's Maw itself. Bran's fall had twisted all his plans. The journey south had been rushed, confused, heavy with grief and suspicion. He had not even had time to study the old records of Lord Cregan Stark's march south, a tale of justice carried on the edge of a sword. Yet justice alone was not enough in a land where lies held more power than truth. With a heavy breath, Ned made his way to Jon Snow's small attic room. Jon's chamber was sparse but private, better than most knights could hope for, though far from the comforts of Winterfell. Jon sat with his shoulder wrapped in thick bandages, his wound still fresh and painful despite his effort to hide it. The cut along his cheek would scar. Ned saw that immediately and felt a pang of guilt. "Child," Ned said softly, "perhaps I owe you an apology. This is not Winterfell, and here I cannot shield you as I should." Jon straightened, pretending the pain meant nothing. "It's nothing, my lord." His dark hair fell over grey eyes that watched everything, measured everything, understood more than Jon ever admitted aloud. He pointed toward a heap of golden dragons glittering on his bed. "These," Jon said, "the Queen sent them. 600 dragons. I haven't spent a single coin." Ned snorted. "Lannisters are very generous when they want something. But a duke doesn't need to carry a child's toys." "Keep them, Jon." Jon nodded, though his eyes flickered. He already planned to give the gold to his father. Gold was more valuable than swords in King's Landing. "My lord," Jon whispered, "you must be careful. Their people are everywhere." Ned studied him quietly. Jon had always been observant, but here in the south, he seemed older, sharper, more cautious than Robb had ever been. It was the survival instinct of a bastard, Ned knew. Bastards learned quickly to read the truth in men's eyes. "We've stepped into a nest of lies," Ned murmured. "King's Landing will be far worse." "I'll protect myself," Jon said. "And I'll protect Arya and Sansa." Ned rubbed his forehead. "Arya, that child is impossible. And Sansa?" He sighed. "Sansa's heart is wrapped in courtly dreams. I fear she understands nothing of the world she's walking into." Jon said nothing, but he agreed. King's Landing would swallow Sansa whole. "And you," Jon added softly, "must beware of traitors. In King's Landing, people care only for gold. Southerners lie easily." "Lies," Ned repeated. "And traitors." Both words tasted bitter. If traitors marked themselves plainly, Jon Arryn might still be alive. The door suddenly burst open. Arya stormed in, eyes red and swollen. "Father, you're here too." Ned frowned. "What is wrong, child?" Then he saw it. The slim sword glinting in her hand. "Give it to me," he said sternly. Arya hesitated before handing it over, muttering under her breath. Ned examined the blade, turning it toward the light. He traced the smith's mark with his thumb. "This is an assassin's sword," he said. "Micah forged this, Didn't he? I gave it to her, Jon said quickly. Please, my lord, don't punish her. Arya, Ned said firmly, this is not a toy. I hate them, Arya burst out. Joffrey. His mother. And Sansa is a traitor. That is enough. Ned's voice snapped like ice. Revenge is not a word for a lady. I don't want to be a lady. Arya shouted. I want to hit that idiot with a sword. I should break this blade right now and end this nonsense. No. Arya cried. Needle won't break. Jon winced. Arya's stubbornness was a dire wolf's howl, wild and unyielding. Ned sighed deeply. Arya, you carry a wildness in you. My father called it the blood of the dire wolf. Lyanna had it. Brandon had more. And both died young. Jon and Arya fell silent. Ned rarely spoke of his siblings' ghosts of a past neither child had ever known. If my father had allowed it, Ned murmured, Lyanna might have carried a sword too. When I see you, Arya, I see a piece of her. And yes, she was a great beauty. Arya blinked, stunned. No one had ever compared her to Lyanna. Jon lowered his gaze. No one had ever called him handsome either, though people said he looked stark. Lyanna must have carried that same stark look but turned into something fierce and beautiful. Jon wondered if he had inherited any of it or only the shadows. Outside, in the courtyard of the Wolf's Den, Gendry stood with Daenerys as they watched Brienne of Tarth prepare to depart. Are you truly leaving? Daenerys asked. Brienne shifted awkwardly. Her tall, broad frame cast a long shadow. Her face was freckled, rough, her nose crooked as if broken more than once. Her mouth was wide, her teeth uneven. She was a formidable warrior and an awkward girl. Many called her ugly. Few ever saw her strength. I must return to Tarth, Your Highness, Brienne said. Your kindness honors me, but I have duties in the Stormlands. Gendry smiled. Then we'll meet again. And next time on a battlefield. Then it's a promise, Brienne said. She hesitated, looking at them both. I liked it here. Your men, they weren't cruel. They didn't mock me. Daenerys's eyes softened. Brienne continued, Lord Renly once showed me great kindness. I must repay him before pursuing anything else. Daenerys handed her a quartered sigil badge. Take this. Jaime and I will be waiting for your return. Brienne bowed, then turned and strode away, her steps firm, her back straight. Angui leaned toward Gendry, whispering, Seven save her, look at that face. Enough, Gendry snapped. Not every woman needs to fit a man's fancy. Daenerys watched Brienne go, admiration shining in her violet eyes. She's very charming, she said quietly, envy in her voice. A woman who could protect herself. A woman who feared nothing. Across the castle, throughout the cramped chambers and narrow halls, the same tension coiled like a serpent, lies spoken politely, truths whispered in shadows, loyalties shifting beneath every word. In Derry, among enemies and uneasy allies, sincerity was rare. And lies, the currency of the South, were plentiful. The Starks had come far from home. And the game they stepped into was only beginning. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 113, Chapter 112, Gratitude and Hatred. The war room of Storm's End was dim except for the soft glow of lanterns illuminating the map table. Outside, the ocean winds howled against the thick stone walls, a reminder that even the mightiest fortress stood at the mercy of the elements. Inside, however, the conversation was far more turbulent than any storm. Gendry rested both hands on the painted table, leaning over the shifting borders of Westeros. His advisors stood nearby: Qyburn, Yoram Mormont, and the man known simply as the Handsome. They had been discussing alliances, threats, and the shadow of Renly Baratheon, who remained both a lingering memory and a formidable rival for the Iron Throne. Lord Renly is still a great man in some respects, Gendry began quietly. There was no bitterness in his tone, only a calm acknowledgement of reality. Brienne left because she is a woman of honor. She serves her promises before she serves any lord. If she were to join me, she must first settle her debts with Renly. He paused, tapping one finger on the reach. I don't resent her for that. Renly Baratheon had been many things: vain, flamboyant, overly concerned with appearance and charm, but he was also kind, charismatic, and beloved by the people in a way Gendry had never been. While others trained with steel, Renly wielded charm as his weapon. Gendry's voice took on a thoughtful edge. He had his flaws. But there were shining qualities too. Not all battles are fought on the training ground. Qyburn gave a faint, tight smile. If we're speaking of dancing and aristocratic elegance, then yes, Lord Renly is unmatched. Yora scoffed, arms crossed. Charm doesn't win a real war. Sooner or later, Renly will learn that. A smile cannot stop a spear. But the handsome man shook his head. And yet, charm and amiability have won him many allies and adoring hearts. That alone makes him dangerous. This was undeniably true. Brienne's loyalty was the most vivid example. At the welcoming feast on Tarth, Renly had treated the painfully timid, awkward Brienne of Tarth as though she were no different from any other noble maiden. He danced with her gracefully, confidently, and for the first time in her life, Brienne had felt beautiful. That single memory had bound her heart to him. The room fell silent for a moment, everyone lost in their own thoughts. Then Qyburn spoke, voice cold and analytical. Renly is one of our greatest opponents. He has ambition for the Iron Throne as well. And now he commands the Stormlands by right and has drawn in the Reach through the Tyrells. He touched several sigils on the map. The Reach was fragmented before. But the Lady Olenna Tyrell forged Unity Tyrell, Redwyne, Hightower all marching under one banner. Their combined wealth rivals that of any kingdom. Yora stepped forward, tapping another area of the map. That is true, but the Reach is not a monolith. Their alliances are shallow, bound more by convenience than loyalty. Large houses like Hightower have their own interests. And though they have marital ties to House Tyrell, they dislike joining wars. I once married a woman from House Hightower, I know their ways. Even so, Qyburn countered. If we land by sea, Renly could call upon the Redwyne fleet. And Storm's End remains nearly unbreachable. At this, Gendry straightened, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. There is another way. The three men looked at him sharply. A new landing route, Gendry said. One that does not require sailing into the jaws of the Reach or Stormlands. Before anyone could question further, a knock sounded on the door. Angui leaned in. My lord, your guests have arrived. Gendry nodded. Good. Excuse me. His advisors understood immediately anyone the regent prince met personally was no ordinary visitor. The night from a vanished past. Gendry and Daenerys walked together through the quiet garden, the lanterns casting long shadows over trimmed hedges. The air held the scent of salt and wet stone. Waiting for them was a weathered knight, brown-haired, middle-aged, wearing a leather armor that had clearly seen long years of hardship. His sword, however, was spotless, cared for as though it were an extension of his soul. Sir Mortimer Boggs bowed stiffly. I am honored, my lord, princess, he greeted, voice cautious yet steady. It is heartening to know that across the sea, there remain those willing to fight for House Targaryen. Gendry studied him. The man looked worn down by life, but not broken. His posture was straight. His eyes steady. And you fight not only for Daenerys, but for me? Gendry asked gently. Yes, Mortimer answered. For the shared honor of the true dragon. Many brave men died. But those of us who remain, we remember. Daenerys stepped forward, warmth in her voice. I've heard you fought beside my brother Rhaegar at the Trident. The knight's eyes softened. The memory, though painful, was cherished. Not just I, Mortimer said quietly. Many from Claw Peninsula fought for him. Klebib, Bren, Boggs, men who believed in the rightful king. The King's Guard had brave knights from Klebib, Hardy, Caffrey, Payne, and 3 of Klebib's own sons. His voice grew even softer. The bells of the trident tolled for all of them. The weight of the past hung heavy in the cold garden air. Mortimer said no more about the war. Some tragedies needed no elaboration. But fate had twisted the stories of Westeros so strangely that the bastard of House Baratheon now stood side by side with the last daughter of the dragon, 2 remnants of 2 rival lines, united by a new purpose. Daenerys placed a gentle hand on her chest where a 4-colored badge rested, a symbol of the reborn alliance between dragon and stag. She was no longer the fragile child she once was. "I am pleased to meet you," she said softly. "You remind me of Sir Derry." Mortimer bowed his head. "Thank you, Princess." She did not linger on the past. She had learned from exile that dwelling on what was lost only shackled her future. She would wear new crowns, she would forge a new dynasty. Mortimer seemed deeply moved. "I have waited many years for a glimmer of hope." Gendry's eyes sharpened. "And after Robert took the throne, how were you punished?" Mortimer exhaled slowly. "Harshly. Some were executed or exiled. Others lost their titles and lands. Claw Peninsula remained a knighthood only because outsiders could not hold it. But all of us paid crippling ransoms in gold." His voice quivered not with fear, but with anger long bottled. "But we endured." "And now?" Gendry asked. Mortimer straightened with solemn conviction. "Now, my lord and princess, when you raise your banners on Claw Peninsula, we will answer. I speak for House Thorne but also for thousands. Our land may be barren, and the nobles of King's Landing may mock us as half-savages, but our courage has never faltered. And King's Landing is within reach." Gendry exchanged a glance with Daenerys, both impressed, both hopeful. "Very well," Gendry said at last. "Your loyalty will not be forgotten. But it is not time to strike yet. Prepare quietly. I will send grain, armor, weapons. Your coastline is ideal for covered supply." Mortimer nodded deeply. "I will make ready." Daenerys stepped close, squeezing Gendry's hand. "And House Derry, don't forget them." "I won't," Gendry promised. He felt her unease, her connection to Westeros still flickered between longing and fear. "They cared for you. I will repay them." From Claw Peninsula to Fountainhead and Derry Town, a silent arc of loyalists encircled the eastern side of King's Landing. It would become a blade pointed at the heart of chaos. But it was also dangerously close to the royal fleet at Dragonstone. They would need caution, patience, and timing. Mortimer took a deep breath. "One more thing, my lord. I am willing to strike at House Lannister to prove my loyalty. Robert earned his throne through battle and courage. But the Lannisters," his face hardened. "They earned theirs through betrayal and deceit. I hate them. All of Claw Peninsula hates them." Daenerys's eyes gleamed with cold fire. "The Lannisters have wronged me as well." Westeros had always understood one thing: a victory won by strength could be respected. But a victory through treachery earned only hatred. And the Lannisters had committed every sin in the war: betrayal, king-slaying, the killing of children, the burning of women, the sacking of King's Landing. Their day of reckoning was drawing near. Thus began the quiet stirring of forces beneath the surface of Westeros, an alliance of gratitude and hatred, loyalty and vengeance. An arc of fire waiting for a spark. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 114, Chapter 113, The Hand and the Council. Ever since the quarrel at the Trident, House Stark and their retainers had ridden at the head of the royal procession. They kept a deliberate distance from the Lannisters, doing their best to avoid another confrontation. The tension between the two factions had become a constant, simmering presence. As for His Majesty King Robert Baratheon, he was seldom seen. Word spread among the guards that he remained inside the wheelhouse nearly all day, drinking himself past awareness. "Robert, has the crown twisted you so much?" Eddard Stark wondered bitterly. The man who wore the crown now resembled little of the friend of his youth. A wall had risen between them, built of Lannister gold, Lannister temper, and Lannister influence. Lannister guards, that Lannister woman, and the Lannister Kingslayer. Even within House Stark, the quarrel had left lasting cracks. Arya blamed Sansa, Sansa complained about Arya's wildness. And Jon quiet, observant Jon could not mend the rift between the sisters. By the time the towering bronze gates of the Red Keep came into view, Eddard was sore, exhausted, hungry, and in no mood for any of this. Jon rode close behind him. Scars still crossed the boy's face and arms, but the wounds had not worsened. They were healing, slowly but steadily. Jon and the butcher's boy Tom stared in awe at the Red Keep's crimson walls. But beneath Jon's amazement stirred unease. A new city, a dangerous court, and enemies wearing smiles. He did not need to be clever to know why House Stark rode ahead. The enmity with the Lannisters only grew sharper. "Lord Hand," the Lord Steward called as Ned dismounted, "Grand Maester Pycelle requests an emergency meeting of the small council. He hopes the new hand will attend if convenient." If convenient. Eddard wanted nothing more than a hot bath and a roasted duck. If convenient, then let it be tomorrow, he muttered, mood darkening. "Very well, my lord. I shall inform the council." "Forget it," Ned interrupted with a sigh. This was King's Landing, not Winterfell. If he turned away now, he would offend half the council before even taking office. "I will attend. Give me a few minutes to change into something more fitting." "Yes, my lord. The Tower of the Hand has been prepared for you." These were Lord Arryn's chambers. "Thank you," Ned said quietly. "And see that a room is arranged for my son as well." Winter was coming, only family could be trusted. Behind him, the rest of the Stark household poured through the gates. "Jon," Ned called. Jon nudged his horse forward. "Father. That woman Queen Cersei never forgets a slight. You offended her, and you must be cautious in this city. Especially Tom. They have no qualms killing a butcher's boy." "I understand," Jon nodded solemnly. "And you must also be careful," Jon added, surprising him. "This place, it feels wrong. Not wisdom, perhaps, but the instinct of someone who had lived on the margins all his life." Ned took the warning to heart. After the steward led his daughters away, Ned borrowed a formal outfit. The rest of his belongings were still stuck with the trailing wagons and followed the steward toward the council chamber. The small council convenes. The small council chamber was richly decorated, far beyond Ned's taste. Myrish carpets softened the stone floor. A carved wooden screen from the Summer Isles, alive with painted beasts, stood in one corner. The walls gleamed with tapestries from Norvos, Qohor, and Lys. A pair of Valyrian sphinxes guarded the entrance, their garnet eyes glowing in the candlelight. None of it improved his mood. The moment Ned stepped inside, Varys glided toward him like a pale spider. "Lord Stark," the eunuch said with oily sweetness, "word of your troubles on the King's Road reached us. Most unfortunate. We all pray for young Lord Jon's swift recovery." His powdery hand brushed Ned's sleeve, leaving a faint scent of rotting flowers. "My son is recovering well," Ned answered coolly. "His Majesty said the matter is forgotten." "But some things are never forgotten," Varys murmured with a smile. Ned stepped away from him and approached Renly Baratheon, who stood chatting with a small man wearing a mocking smile. Peter Baelish, Littlefinger. Renly, grown tall and handsome, bore a striking resemblance to his older brother in his youth. It unsettled Ned each time he saw him. "Lord Stark, you arrived safely," Renly said. "As did you," Ned replied. "Forgive me, but you and my brother Robert often look carved from the same stone," he added honestly. Renly laughed. I'm nothing compared to the king. But there is someone who resembles him even more. A pity that bastard is not truly on our side. He gives my brother no end of grief, and keeps our queen awake at night. Lord Renly, Varys hissed softly, that is not to be spoken of. At least you dress better than his majesty, Littlefinger cut in, eyes gleaming. Lord Renly spends more on clothing than half the noble women in King's Landing. Renly only shrugged, adjusting his emerald-clasped cloak. I see no shame in looking presentable. Unlike some. Littlefinger ignored the jab and turned to Ned with an insolent grin. Lord Stark, I've long wished to meet you. Lady Catelyn must have mentioned me. She has, Ned said stiffly. Littlefinger's arrogance irritated him. Were he more wolf than man, he might have slit the man's throat for sport. If memory serves, you also knew my brother Brandon. Quite well, Littlefinger replied lightly. I still bear a scar as a memento. Did he ever mention me? Often. Usually when furious, Ned said, ending the conversation. Littlefinger smirked. Ah. Southerners say you Starks are carved from ice, but perhaps you melt quicker than expected. Ned let it pass. He would not dance words with a man like this. Grand Maester, Ned said, approaching Pycelle, you look well. For my age, I am fortunate, Pycelle said, smiling through his thinning hair. His chain made of every metal forged by men glistened like a coiled serpent. Let us begin, Pycelle urged. If we delay further, I may doze off. Ned took the chair at the right of the king's seat empty, as usual. Lord Stark, Varys said smoothly, as Hand of the King, we serve you. I've walked into a den of vipers, Ned thought. What did he have? Robert's words felt painfully true, fools, flatterers, and liars. Renly, Littlefinger, Pycelle, Varys, how many were loyal to Robert? Or were they all creatures of Lannister gold? There are only 5 of us, Ned said pointedly. Lord Stannis and Sir Barristan. Lord Stannis returned to Dragonstone shortly after His Majesty rode north, Varys explained. As for noble Sir Barristan, he accompanies the king through the city. Should we not wait for them? Ned asked. Renly snorted. We could wait a week for Robert and still not see him. Our king is burdened with many concerns, Varys added. It falls to us to lighten his load. And he gives orders when the mood strikes him, Renly said. This morning he commanded me to enter the city before him, and for Pycelle to summon the council. Apparently, he has an urgent matter. Ned's unease sharpened. Robert should not be autocratic, but neither should he be absent entirely, lost to drink and indulgence. Ned had expected foolishness, but not this much. Littlefinger passed a letter across the table. His Majesty's command, he said cheerfully. Ned broke the wax seal and read. His disbelief grew with every line. A tourney, he said, voice cold. A tourney? In my name. Renly laughed. Varys shrugged. Our king loves a spectacle. Ned felt sick. He had expected to speak of war, of justice, of the realm's welfare. Instead, let us speak first of His Majesty's debts, Ned said sharply. The room stilled. The council exchanged glances. They had misjudged him. Lord Eddard Stark knew more than they expected. He intended to know everything. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 115, Chapter 114 Gold and Magic. Lord Stark, the crown is currently more than 6 million gold dragons in debt, Littlefinger said, his voice soft and unhurried, as though he were reciting a shopping list rather than revealing the financial ruin of a kingdom. House Lannister is our largest creditor, 3 million gold dragons owed directly to Lord Tywin. But they are not the only ones we've borrowed from. Lord Tyrell has offered his coffers, the Iron Bank of Bravos extended several substantial loans, and a handful of Tyroge merchant houses have also been generous. Recently I looked toward the faith for additional revenue, but the High Septon negotiates like a Dornish fishmonger. He squeezes every last copper. The number hit Eddard Stark like a mailed fist to the chest. 6 million. He had known the crown was in debt. Any lord with ears in Westeros had heard whispers, but he had not imagined a number so appalling. The North was harsh and unyielding. Even as a great lord, he would never dare such extravagance. Only a king could squander so fearlessly. Aerys left behind vaults full of gold and silver, Eddard said sharply. How in the seven hells did it come to this? Littlefinger smiled faintly. The master of coin finds money, Lord Stark. The king and the hand spend it. Eddard fell silent. He could not blame Jonathan, not now, not when the old man lay in his tomb. And Robert, though he had loved and trusted his foster father, had never listened to caution. My royal brother loves tourneys, Lord Renly added cheerfully, folding his hands behind his back. And exotic delicacies, and hunting feasts, and anything that lets him forget what he calls counting coppers. Littlefinger tilted his head. Speaking of tourneys, gentlemen, how much do you suppose it costs to host one dedicated to the new hand of the king? Renly smiled knowingly. The champion's purse is 50,000 gold dragons. The runner-up earns 30,000. The melee champion gets the same, and the archery victor 20,000. 130,000 gold dragons, Littlefinger concluded with a sigh. And His Majesty has been more generous than usual. Perhaps he wished to impress Lord Eddard with his grandeur. But of course, that doesn't include expenses for feasts, singers, cooks, carpenters, maids, actors, and jesters. We aren't short on jesters, Renly said lightly. My brother insists every war must first be announced by wasting coin on champions. And war, Eddard muttered, will drain gold faster than any feast. If the Triarchy and the Iron Throne come to blows, gold will flow like water spilled on the ground. Littlefinger shrugged. War is costly. Eddard felt a deep weariness settle over him. 130,000 gold dragons for games. In the north, 5 gold dragons could purchase a full suit of sturdy plate armor. In the north, 5 gold dragons could feed dozens for a winter. Winter, the true winter, could arrive any year now, and the realm was tossing its wealth into the wind. I will speak to His Majesty, Eddard said quietly. The crown cannot afford this. Even as he spoke, he felt his isolation. In King's Landing, amidst flatterers, schemers, and fools, it was nearly impossible to tell friend from foe. It's wise to talk to him, Renly agreed, but we should prepare for the worst. Grand Maester Pycelle, who had been nodding off, suddenly wheezed awake. Ahem, yes, yes. In times such as these, before a great war, a certain expenditure may be necessary. If we must fight traitors and the remnants of the Mad King's brood. Eddard shot him a cold look. Pycelle's loyalties were no secret. Among the king's small council, none bent so deeply toward House Lannister. And years ago, when King's Landing had fallen, it was Pycelle who had urged Aerys to open the gates to the lions inviting slaughter. A shadow lay across the realm, the shadow of Targaryen exiles, and the shadow of Robert's bastards. In Eddard's mind, a young antlered giant Robert in his glory brandished a sword beside 3 dragons. But that vision felt distant. Robert grew older and softer, and the capital grew restless and divided. Could they prevail against another rebellion? Eddard doubted it. He needed to deal with the present danger, the tightening noose of House Lannister. That will be all for now, Eddard said at last, feeling drained. The others exchanged looks. Perhaps he had been too stern. This is not Winterfell, he reminded himself. I am not lord here. I am merely one voice among many. My lords, he continued more gently, forgive me. I am tired. Let us adjourn until tomorrow. He rose without waiting for approval and left the chamber. Outside, the courtyard was chaos. Knights, banners, servants, and carriages churned through the mud. Horses stamped and whinnied. The city was bursting at the seams. The king, someone told him, was still on his way. Still? Eddard murmured. A sense of helplessness gnawed at him. The king was hardly present, hardly ruling. He spent more time hunting or feasting than managing the realm. In King's Landing, money, soldiers, and taxes had turned into toys for others: Renly, the Lannisters, and Littlefinger. 100 men are not enough, Eddard thought grimly. His household guard could hold one gate too at best, but not the city. He crossed the outer yard, passed beneath the gatehouse, and entered the inner court. He headed toward the Tower of the Hand until Littlefinger appeared at his side like a shadow. "Stark," he said with a smile, "you're going the wrong way. Follow me." Eddard's jaw tightened. Beneath that smile could be resentment or malice. Still, he followed. Littlefinger led him not upward, but down twisting stairs, through a narrow sunken court, then along a forgotten corridor lined with old suits of Targaryen armor, black steel forged into the likeness of dragons, scales set into the helms. Dust coated everything. Ghosts of an old dynasty. "This is not the way to my chambers," Eddard said. "Did I say it was?" Littlefinger asked lightly. "I'm taking you to the dungeons, Stark. I plan to slit your throat and seal you into a wall." Eddard glared. "Relax," Littlefinger said. "Your wife awaits you." Dash. At the wolf's den across the narrow sea. In the map room, Gendry stood beneath a vast Myrish tapestry depicting the known world in exquisite detail. The visitors from Claw Peninsula had departed hours earlier, carrying armor, weapons, grain, and quiet warnings. The Triarchy's fleets controlled large stretches of the sea now, and Moroz's Black Ship Task Force kept their operations safe. Gendry's eyes traced the Crownlands, an arc of territory around Blackwater Bay. King's Landing lay at the heart of that crescent, where the Blackwater Rush met the sea. "Lord Stark should be in King's Landing by now," Qyburn said. "The new hand of the king." Gendry nodded. Jonaran's death had set the game in motion, the gears of fate were turning. And the wolf had entered the lion's den. "Stark's arrival will only worsen tensions," the handsome man said. "House Lannister has ruled King's Landing in all but name for years. When the lion and the wolf clash, chaos will follow. Stark may not survive long," Yora warned. "The old gods do not protect northern men who travel south." Silence fell. After all, whom else could Robert trust? "The king blundered," Gendry said. "If the Crownlands, Stormlands, and Dragonstone had remained united, House Baratheon's strength would be unmatched. Instead, they are split among three brothers: Robert, Renly, and Stannis." "That division is our opportunity," Qyburn murmured. Yora studied the map carefully. "The Crownlands lack natural defences. King's Landing is high-walled and easily supplied by sea. Around it are marshes and pine forests in the Claw Peninsula. Elsewhere, the land is flat and open. The Stormlands are worse: rugged mountains inland, jagged coasts, dense jungles. Naval supremacy is what matters," Moroz said. "With it, we can land troops anywhere. But Stannis's royal fleet remains an obstacle." Gendry turned to him. "And your plan?" "Your Highness, Dragonstone was House Targaryen's ancient seat. Most of the royal fleet is anchored there. I propose we raid Dragonstone, seize it as a landing base, and blockade King's Landing completely." Gendry studied the map. 3 possible routes threatened King's Landing. North, through the Claw Peninsula. Middle, by taking Dragonstone and cutting off sea access. South, by capturing Storm's End and pushing upward. "Stannis will not fall easily," Yora warned. "I've known him, he's iron. And a blockade will anger Bravos and the free cities." "Renly is the greater issue," the handsome man countered. "With the Reach behind him, his gold and manpower could dwarf Stannis. Stannis has no popularity, and his lands are thinly settled. Wherever our banners fly, supporters will emerge, Qyburn said. The Crownlands, the Riverlands, even the Stormlands. Many remain loyal to the old blood. Gendry nodded slowly. You are all correct. But the question remains, how do I defeat both Renly and Stannis? Gold could buy swords, but magic could shape destiny. And the Red Priestess, with her wildfire visions and unearthly power, was the greatest unknown. The Red Comet had not yet appeared, and her magic was still muted. In this moment, Renly seemed unlikely to fall so easily. The war could shift in unexpected ways. Has the woman I asked you to track appeared on Dragonstone? Gendry asked. Not yet, Qyburn said. But I will continue to watch. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 116, Chapter 115 Daggers and War. Eddard Stark found himself increasingly unsettled by Littlefinger's uncanny familiarity with the hidden passages of the Red Keep. King's Landing and the sprawling castle it ruled from remained strangers to him. Every turn, every corridor, every shadowed stair reminded him that he walked through another man's domain. Littlefinger knew too many secrets, and Varys knew more still. Though Eddard bore the title of Hand of the King, he felt very much like an outsider drifting through a nest of vipers. He had left his home in the north, his true world, far behind. The first day had already been filled with schemes and manipulations. Eddard had little patience for such games, but even he could no longer pretend they did not exist. Here in the south, trickery and betrayal were part of daily life. They fed men like Littlefinger. Littlefinger led him through a labyrinth of passages until they arrived at the base of a narrow, spiraling stair. Below stood a heavy oaken door bound with iron. When they passed through it, Eddard blinked against the sudden burst of red dusk. They were standing high above the river, on a cliff face steep enough to dizzy any man. We're outside the Red Keep, Eddard said. You're not easy to fool, Stark, Littlefinger chuckled. Was it the wind, or the sky that betrayed me? He motioned downward. Come. There are handholds carved into the cliff. Try not to fall. Catelyn would never forgive me. Then, as agile as a monkey, he slipped over the edge and began to climb. Eddard stared after him, peering at the cliff. After a moment's search, he found the shallow hollows so well hidden they would escape even a careful eye. He descended slowly, the river roaring far beneath his boots, until at last he joined Littlefinger on a muddy riverside path where two horses waited. Their path ended at a busy house filled with perfumed women, a brothel, unmistakably. Eddard's temper rose, but it cooled the moment he saw Sir Roderick Castle, his old master-at-arms. Roderick's presence confirmed that Littlefinger had spoken truth. Catelyn was here. But why? And why would Catelyn meet him on Littlefinger's ground? Questions churned within him as he climbed to the third floor, walked a narrow hallway, and pushed open a door. Catelyn stood within. The moment she saw him, she rushed forward, embracing him tightly. My lady, Eddard breathed, stunned. Littlefinger smiled faintly as he shut the door. Good. At least you still recognize your wife. Catelyn spoke of Arya and the young prince, of the girl's distress. Eddard nodded, but his mind returned to the urgent question, why had Catelyn come? Is it about Bran? He asked softly. Did he? But Catelyn shook her head. Yes, but not in the way you fear. She lifted her left hand, and Eddard's eyes locked on the angry red scars running across her fingers. 2 digits little and ring finger remained stiff and half-healed. You're injured, Eddard said, taking her hand gently. Gods! What kind of wound was it? Steel? My lady, tell me what happened. Catelyn drew a dagger from beneath her cloak and placed it in his hands. This blade. Someone used it to try to kill Bran. Eddard stared at the weapon. Valyrian steel, with a dragon bone hilt, an assassin's tool worthy of a noble. Before he could speak, Catelyn pressed a finger to his lips. Let me tell you everything from the beginning. She recounted the assassin's attempt, the library tower fire, her secret journey south, the city watch who intercepted her, Varys's whispered warnings, and finally Littlefinger's message. Littlefinger watched from the side, eyes glimmering with satisfaction. Catelyn Tully, like her sister Lisa, was all heart and no caution. The pieces were falling into place. Wolves and lions believed themselves hunters, but they never saw the true hunter hiding behind them. Eddard's thoughts drifted to the dire wolf pup area had driven away on the King's Road. A bad omen, perhaps. The memory chilled him. He looked again at the dagger. Tyrion Lannister's blade, he murmured. He drove it point first into the wooden table. The Valyrian steel sank in without resistance. Why would Tyrion want Bran dead? The boy never wronged him. Littlefinger shrugged. The imp rarely acts alone. Eddard paced the room. Could the Queen be involved? Or his breath caught? No. Not Robert. But memories pierced him, the cold morning when Robert suggested sending assassins after the Targaryen princess, the infant Prince Rhaegar's son lying dead, Robert's indifference. The indifference he had shown on the King's Road as well. The king doesn't know, Littlefinger said lightly. Robert prefers to stay blind to anything unpleasant. This must be handled cautiously, Eddard said at last. War threatens us across the narrow sea. If chaos erupts in King's Landing, our enemies will strike. Catelyn's eyes sharpened with anger. This is Bran's life we are speaking of. Eddard met her gaze. And the lives of thousands. If we misstep, everything burns. Littlefinger approached, reclaiming the dagger from the table. War is unpredictable, Lord Stark. If you march against threats across the sea, who will rule in your absence? Lannister, Eddard realized. A sobering truth. Littlefinger continued, I saw the king's bastard a strong boy, though half wild. But that is unimportant. Varys has told me something else. Khal Drogo prepares to attack Myr. Eddard halted. An attack? You're certain? Quite. Why else do you think our good bastard hasn't yet attacked us? Their fleet is twice the size of ours. Littlefinger smiled, pleased with himself. This is our chance, Stark. Windows of opportunity do not open twice. Catelyn added, if there are traitors around Robert, and you ignore them, that is disloyalty. Eddard sighed. We have a dagger. Nothing more. Littlefinger twirled it idly. A handsome weapon. But a dangerous thing to rely on. The imp will simply say it was lost or stolen. The assassin is dead. Who could prove otherwise? He tossed it back to Eddard. Throw it in the river. Forget it ever existed. Eddard hated needing Littlefinger, hated that he had no choice. Catelyn spoke then. I told Peter of our suspicion that Jonaran was murdered. He has promised to help. Eddard swallowed his bitterness. They needed allies. Does Varys know? He asked. If Varys knows something, Littlefinger smirked, it wasn't from me. Eddard's mind churned with 4 looming problems, preparing Robert for war across the sea, Jonaran's death, Stannis's letter, and Bran's attempted murder. 3 threads, all leading toward Lannister. What should I do? He murmured. Wait for the war to end? Or strike while the Lannisters were vulnerable? Littlefinger clasped his hands. Worry less about distant flames and more about the fire at your door. I'll deal with Varys. The Lannisters you must guard against them yourself. Eddard's mind filled with memories, the Mad King's corpse, Jaime's bloody sword, Jonaran's sudden death, Bran falling, Arya fleeing in terror, the Queen's cold fury. He turned to Catelyn. You must return to Winterfell at once. If one assassin has come, others may follow. No matter who is behind this, they do not want Bran to live. Catelyn wished to see their daughters, but both Eddard and Littlefinger denied her. The Red Keep was unsafe. Littlefinger slipped away to give them privacy. Do not linger, he said. The Hand and I must return soon. Catelyn thanked him sincerely. Littlefinger only smiled, feigning humility. Eddard did not believe a single word, but courtesy demanded he offer thanks as well. After the door shut, Eddard turned to his wife. As soon as you reach home, send orders in my name. Herman Tallheart and Galbart Glover must each dispatch 100 archers to strengthen Moat Cailin. With 200 archers, no army will cross the neck. Tell Lord Manderley to accelerate White Harbour's defences. And keep a close eye on Theon Greyjoy. If war comes, we will need his father's fleet. Catelyn paled. War? Truly. It will not come to that, Ned reassured her, though he could not fully believe it. The Lannisters only prey on weakness. They would not dare invade the north without the whole realm behind them. He continued, I must uncover the truth of Jon Arryn's death. When I have proof, I will place it before Robert. But promise me, he added, never provoke the Lannisters. Not until we are ready. Catelyn nodded, though fear lingered in her eyes. Winterfell would prepare for the worst, the north always did. Claw Peninsula. A spark in the dark. Far from King's Landing, on the bleak Claw Peninsula north of the capital, a hidden cave sheltered a ragged assembly of warriors, old men missing limbs, bruised youths with too little experience, and hardened women scarred by battle. They shared no common sigil, but all bore the mark of defeat. Their armor was rust, their swords chipped, their spears mended more times than they could count. Mortimer Boggs stood before them. Behind him, a chest filled with fresh armor and weapons rested open. His attendants unfurled a new quartered banner, a warhammer, a red dragon, a broken slave's chain, and a dire wolf. You know what these symbols mean, Boggs said. The princess and her betrothed are ready to cross the narrow sea. Their war is about to begin. But the boy Gendry, he is Robert's bastard, someone muttered. Boggs shrugged. The throne has only one seat. If he seeks it, he must topple the Lannisters and Baratheons. That makes him our ally. He raised his sword high. Fight for the quartered banner. Fight for the quartered banner, they roared in reply. Tywin Lannister yet lives, Boggs continued. What shall we do? Blood and fire, the warriors shouted. Boggs smashed a wooden board carved with Tywin's name, splitting it cleanly. Ships will come, a man called out. Do we attack when they arrive? Not yet, Boggs answered. There is a harder task first. We must choose the youngest, the cleverest, those unscarred by the last war. And before we join the rest, we head to the Riverlands. The fires of war had not died, they were merely waiting for breath. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 117, Chapter 116 Ice and Fire. The wind howled outside the timber hall of Castle Black, rattling the shutters as if some pale giant were clawing at the walls. Inside, however, the long hall glowed warm with lantern light, fire, and the aroma of steaming crab. Commander Jeor Mormont raised his thick grey brows as he looked across the table at his guest. Are you truly in such a hurry to leave, Lord Tyrion? His voice carried both reluctance and a faint hope, as if wishing the answer might change. Tyrion Lannister dabbed grease from his fingers, his mismatched eyes glinting with amusement. If I don't return soon, my dear brother Jaime will begin to imagine something dreadful has happened to me. He might even think you've tried to persuade me to don black and take the oath. His smirk widened. And lions do not join the Night's Watch, Lord Commander. Even if we had children to spare, none would be sent to freeze atop the wall. Mormont cracked a crab claw in his massive fist, an effortless feat that reminded Tyrion why the old bear's name still inspired respect. It would be good if that were true, he said with a grunt. You have a sharp mind, Tyrion. And the Watch desperately needs men like you. Tyrion swept a theatrical bow from his seat. If that is meant as flattery, then I shall scour the 7 kingdoms for every dwarf and send them to your service. Laughter rippled along the table as he tossed a crab leg into his mouth. Not everyone laughed. Sir Alicerthorn's hard eyes glittered like black stones. He neither smiled nor touched his food, brooding in the corner as if the shadows were his companions. Tyrion could all but smell the man's disdain. Of course, he knew the reason. Alicerthorn had once been a knight of House Thorn in the Crownlands, a loyalist who had fought for the Targaryens during the rebellion. After King's Landing fell, Tywin Lannister had offered him a choice: take the black, or lose his head before nightfall. The humiliation had sunk deep into the man's bones, festering into hatred. I see, Alicer finally hissed, that though you are not even half a man, you speak as if you were twice one. Perhaps you and I should settle our differences another way, say, in a contest. Why bother? Tyrion replied calmly. We have far better opponents here, the crabs. Alicerthorn's face contorted. With a sharp turn of his cloak, he stormed out of the hall, his boots striking the stone like blows of a hammer. Tyrion let out a sigh. There goes another one. My tongue has a cruelty all its own. Sir Alicer has always been difficult, Sir Jeremy Ricker muttered. He trained half our new recruits into hating him with a passion. I doubt even the crabs like him. Tyrion raised his cup. Gentlemen, be grateful. The man ought to be shoveling horse dung, not lecturing frightened boys. The Watch has no shortage of stable boys, Mormont said. Rapists, thieves, runaways, bastards, those we have in abundance. But knights? He gestured toward the door where Alicer had exited. Knights are rare. And he fought bravely in the battle for King's Landing. Ricker snorted. Too bad he fought for the wrong king. Silence fell for a brief moment before Tyrion spoke up again. My apologies, Lord Commander. I fear I have robbed you of a promising recruit. You mean Jon Snow, don't you? Ned Stark's bastard. Mormont wiped his beard thoughtfully. Benyon told me of him. A serious boy. Quick to learn. Yes, Tyrion admitted. He had made up his mind to join you. But when war called Lord Eddard south, the boy followed him to King's Landing. Another casualty of southern politics. War, Mormont repeated softly, as though tasting the bitterness of the word. It seems that accursed thing reaches even here. At the end of the table, Maester Aemon lifted his blind, clouded eyes. Do not mistake Lord Tyrion for being small, he said. He is a giant, who has travelled to the ends of the world. His quiet voice made even the grumbling knights fall silent. Age clung to him like dust on an ancient tome, yet his presence commanded reverence. Tyrion felt warmth, real warmth, stir in his chest. Did they want to ask of things beyond the narrow sea? Of Viserys, of the last Targaryen girl, of Yoram Mormont's fate? The old bear's eyes hinted at the question, but Tyrion remained silent. He had no wish to stir old wounds. When the feast was done and the hall emptied, Mormont beckoned Tyrion to the hearth. He pressed a mug of spiced warm wine into his hands, the heat so sharp it brought tears to Tyrion's eyes. I owe you thanks, Tyrion said. For assigning guards for my journey back. I value my neck far more than my pride. Mormont stared into the fire. Life here grows harder each year. Young men cling to memories of the world they left behind: mothers, wives, fields, freedoms. But once they take the oath, those memories become chains they must learn to break. He sighed, the sound filled with years of weight. My own family. Since my son disgraced our house, and my sister took up rule, I have not seen my nieces in years. Your son? Tyrion asked gently. I heard he has found work across the sea. Doing well, they say. The old bear shrugged. Whatever he is now, it is no concern of mine. I once hoped he would join us here, but that hope is long dead. I swore my oath. I gave my life to this order. I cannot control him any more. Letting go is hard, Tyrion murmured, imagining Tywin's cold, disapproving eyes. Even for her fathers. Mormont turned from the fire. Tyrion, I will not mince words. I need your help. There it was, the true heart of the conversation. My sister is the queen. My father rules half the realm. My brother is the king's sworn shield, Tyrion said. Tell me what you need. Tell them we need aid. Tell them the watch is dying. You have seen it with your own eyes. 600 men here at Castle Black. 200 at the Shadow Tower. Fewer still at East Watch. And fewer than 1/3 are able to fight. His voice tightened with frustration. The wall is 300 miles long. I can spare 3 men for each mile. 3. Tyrion exhaled slowly. And a new war rises in the south. Men will be needed. And what of the war in the north? Mormont asked sharply. I sent Benyon to look for Lord Yon Royce's youngest son. The boy insisted on leading his first ranging, claiming it was a knight's duty. Foolish, proud, stubborn. I sent 2 skilled men with him. Now one has returned as a deserter, and the others are missing. Lost beyond the wall. The old bear's voice grew heavy. This is not a watch. This is a graveyard waiting to be filled. Tyrion laid a hand on the old bear's arm. I promise you this, I will speak to the king. I will speak to my father and my brother. Whether they listen. He left the rest unsaid. The summer is ending, Mormont said. 9 years. Soon 10. When a long summer breaks, the winter that follows is even longer. And darker. The maesters have confirmed it. Tyrion forced a smile. When I was a child, Septons told me that a summer this long meant the gods were blessing us. Eternal summer, they called it. Eternal foolishness, Mormont growled. The days grow shorter. The cold deepens. And there are things in the north, dire wolves, mammoths, bears as large as aurochs, and things even worse. Things that walk in the dark. Tyrion shivered despite the heat of the hearth. Every northerner I meet seems eager to tell me tales of wights and white walkers. They are not tales, Mormont said quietly. That night, Tyrion climbed the wall. The wind hit him like a swarm of icy daggers, slicing through cloak and flesh alike. He looked across the frozen wilderness, the haunted forest stretching endlessly, its trees black fingers clawing at the dying light. Beyond that lay nothing but darkness. The end of the world. Jon Snow would have liked this view, he muttered to himself. Fool of a boy. Far to the south, in the wolf's den, a very different rhythm filled the air, iron against iron. Gendry hammered a glowing breastplate, the sparks dancing like golden fireflies. The furnace roared behind him, illuminating the muscles of his arms and chest, glistening with sweat beneath his smithing apron. The work demanded focus. When he forged, the world narrowed into heat, rhythm, and instinct. Daenerys watched him silently, her silver gold hair shimmering under the firelight. There was something entrancing about the way he moved, strong, steady, shaping the world with his hands. He was beautiful in a rough, straightforward way that stirred her heart. Gendry plunged the heated plate into the quenching trough. Steam hissed upward with a sound like a cat spitting. Looks good, doesn't it? He said, lifting the finished piece with a proud smile. The armor was shaped smaller, tailored for Daenerys's frame. It's beautiful, she said softly. You truly are remarkable. He grinned. Strong work for a strong girl. She flushed. A dragon isn't afraid of fire. No one should stand too close to fire, he murmured, reaching out to pinch her cheek. Even dragons. Daenerys felt warmth pool in her chest. He was proud of her. She would make him proud in return. One day, she would rise as high as the legends promised she would. Gendry looked at the flames and briefly wondered if he would ever awaken something greater within himself. The fire in him felt close but not yet ready. Not yet. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 118, Chapter 117 Truth and the Fog. Lord Eddard is not having an easy time of it, Qyburn remarked softly. His tone carried no surprise. Northerners have never been suited for the intrigues of the Red Keep. Gendry, sharpening a dagger beside him, looked up. How many men did he bring to King's Landing? 100 guards, Qyburn replied. And with him came his steward, his 2 daughters, and the boy John. 100 men. Gendry nodded slowly. A reasonable escort for Lord Eddard, he thought. At least more than the pathetic 50 he brought in the original timeline, 50 loyal men lost in a city of 500,000 souls. It seemed someone had warned him in advance, though even 100 would be far from enough when chaos inevitably erupted. His arrival may already be a mistake, Sir Yora said with a sigh. Southern life grinds down men like him. In the north, raising soldiers, gathering supplies, it all demands time and a season untouched. But in the south? Time itself becomes your enemy. Qyburn tapped on the large map of King's Landing spread across the table. Lord Eddard is walking a path steeped in treachery. He's honest, and honest men do not fare well where truth is a weapon used only by fools. 100 men will not be enough to secure the Red Keep, not when the people, gates, and guards can be turned against him with a whisper. There's only one way for him to survive, Gendry said. He must abandon the enemy's battlefield and return to his own. Conspiracies should be answered not with words, but with steel. His gaze sharpened. Just as Lord Cregan Stark once did. But Eddard Stark had not yet realized the depth of the pit he walked into. 100 guards were nothing when King's Landing decided to change colors. And he certainly did not foresee that his rivals might decide to ignore reason entirely and simply overturn the table no matter the consequences. Lord Eddard has no allies, the handsome man muttered. Littlefinger, Varys, Renly, each one is untrustworthy. Most of them are snakes, Yora agreed. Or at least men with their own ambitions. And the secret tunnels beneath the Red Keep, the handsome man asked. Varys knows them all. But is he the only one? This knowledge belongs to the Targaryens, Qyburn explained. In the past, they entrusted such secrets only to the Master of Whisperers. The previous master, known as Mummer's Foot, died long ago. Now only Varys retains that information. War loomed. Gendry could feel it like a storm building on the horizon. 2 women of House Tully, Lisa Oren and Catelyn Stark, were like walking disasters, capable of derailing the entire realm. They were not solely to blame, of course. Tywin Lannister and others had long been preparing to ignite the flames. What of the Dothraki? Gendry asked. The smaller Khalasars will not move, Qyburn said. What concerns us is Khal Drogo's host. If he crosses the Rhoyne, his first target will likely be Myr. Across the Free Cities, shadows grew long. Khal Jezkan's Khalasar had collapsed, leaving Drogo's dominance unchallenged. The war he would bring would be unlike anything the Free Cities had faced. This was not mere greed, this was Dothraki pride. It seems killing Khal Jezkan wasn't enough, Gendry thought grimly. Drogo must be stopped too. 2 great khals stood like opposing storms, destined to clash. The Dothraki could die by each other's blades but never by foreign hands, or their legendary fearsome reputation would vanish. Still, the handsome man added, their threat has benefited us. Qohor, Norvos, and Pentos all dread a Dothraki invasion. They've provided us with men, supplies, and gold. The legendary Qohor garrison, the fearsome axe monks of Norvos, the free mercenaries of Pentos all had sent support. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, Eddard Stark felt trapped in a suffocating fog. Every direction was filled with hidden dangers. Varys, perfumed and smiling, was untrustworthy. Littlefinger, sly to the bone, even less so. They might deceive Catelyn but not Eddard. Yet he had no choice but to tolerate them. Behind every shadow, a conspiracy lurked, Jon Arryn's death, and the unthinkable secret held by the Lannister twins. That truth was darker than war itself. Eddard walked into the small hall of the Tower of the Hand. The hall was long and narrow, crowned by a soaring dome. Although it could host 200 guests, it was still called the small hall merely to distinguish it from the king's great hall, which could hold 1,000. As he entered, Jory rose immediately. "My lord!" The attendants followed, rising as one. They all wore new grey wool cloaks trimmed with white satin, each cloak embroidered with the hand's sigil, a rigid, angular hand. Jon wore the same attire, marking him as an attendant to the hand. His status, however, was special, so he was given a seat at the main table. Sansa hated that detail and avoided looking at him whenever possible. "Sit," Eddard told them. "Continue eating." This meal, however simple, was the closest thing to peace he had found since arriving in King's Landing. "My lord," Jory said, "rumors say a tourney is to be held. Knights from all over the realm will come to compete in your honor to celebrate your appointment." Eddard's expression hardened immediately. "This is the last thing I want." Jon and Arya exchanged glances. Such lavish celebrations were not to the taste of Northerners, who valued practicality over pomp. Tournaments cost a fortune, money better spent preparing for war, or at least securing peace. "A tourney?" Sansa gasped. Her eyes lit up like jewels. Sitting carefully between Septa Mordane and Jane Poole, she angled her head so her father wouldn't notice her excitement. "Father, may we go?" "Sansa," Eddard said heavily, "you know how I feel about this foolishness. Clearly this nonsense came from Robert. I will help organize it because I must, yet that does not mean I intend to bring my daughters along." "Please, father," Sansa pleaded softly. "I truly want to go." Septa Mordane spoke up, nodding approvingly. "My lord, the young princess will attend, and she is even younger than Lady Sansa. Such an event is a major occasion in court society. Every lady of standing will be present. And since the tourney is held in your name, it may reflect poorly if your family is absent." Eddard's head throbbed. These southerners understand nothing. "Very well," he said reluctantly. "I will arrange a place for you, Sansa." Then he looked at Jon and Arya. "For the three of you." "I'm not going," Arya said instantly. "It'll be full of preening idiots and Joffrey." Jon stiffened at the mention of the Lannisters. "I won't go either," he said quietly. Sansa sniffed. "Well, no one expected you to go anyway. You'd just ruin the mood." "Sansa." Eddard's voice was heavy with warning. "Enough. I tire of your constant quarreling. You are sisters. You must love each other." He looked away from their faces. He knew they were upset, but he lacked the strength to deal with it. The children's troubles were the least of his worries in this snake pit of a city. "I have little appetite tonight," Eddard said finally. "Jon, walk with me." The two left the hall. Behind them, laughter and talk resumed. Sansa leaned in close to Jane, whispering excitedly. Jory was laughing with the men. Hullen had already launched into a lecture about the finest horses in the north. Only Arya watched the corridor with worried eyes, wondering what her father would discuss with Jon. Usually the three of them, her, Sansa, and father, ate privately in the hand's study. Sometimes Jon joined. Sansa hated those evenings, which made Arya love them all the more. "If only we could go back to Winterfell," Arya thought wistfully. "We'd dine in the Great Hall like we always did." Eddard's study was dim and quiet. "How are you feeling?" Eddard asked. "I've recovered, my lord," Jon replied. Joffrey's blow had been poorly controlled, and the wounds healed quickly. "But spies are everywhere," Jon added cautiously. "I don't know if they serve the Queen, Littlefinger, or Varys." "Damn this city," Eddard muttered. "Everywhere I turn, I feel eyes watching me." "Back in Winterfell," Eddard continued, "I often told Robb a lord must dine with his men if he hopes to keep their loyalty." Jon nodded. "Yes, my lord. You said a lord must not only know his men, but let his men know him. No soldier will bleed for a stranger." "Just so. But here..." Eddard shook his head bitterly. "Among these Crownlands lords, I cannot see anyone clearly. I know their names, but not their hearts. In Winterfell, his table had always been open. Stewards, blacksmiths, storytellers, even septons from distant villages all had a place beside him. Here, everything felt cold and alien. I've arranged for a Bravasi sword master for Arya, Eddard said. Water dancing will suit her. Perhaps it will temper her nature. During the tourney, the city will be crowded and full of trouble. Better for Arya to stay in the keep and learn. She will love that, Jon smiled faintly. And Lady Arryn? Eddard's face tightened. She fled back to the Eyrie with her entire household, my steward, my maester, her knights and attendants. She left me with nothing. Jon hesitated. My lord, my attendant, Mike the butcher's younger brother, has contacts. I asked him to listen, and he gathered some information. Eddard paused, then placed a firm hand on Jon's shoulder. Good. Very good. You have a careful mind, Jon, more so than Robb. I need someone like you. I cannot rely on Littlefinger or Varys. Jon's pride shone in his eyes. I only serve, my lord. Eddard exhaled slowly. He was lost in a fog, layer after layer of mist, each concealing another truth. Jon Arryn's death. Stannis's letter. The secrets of the Lannisters. Everything pointed to a conspiracy far darker than the court dared admit. He needed new information, real information. I must speak with Grand Maester Pycelle, Eddard said. I need Jon Arryn's medical records. And I must learn where Jon Arryn went in his final days. The truth is buried somewhere in that. And Eddard Stark, honorable, stubborn, unyielding, would drag that truth into the light, no matter how deep the fog around him grew. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 119, Chapter 118, Interrogation and Deadlock. The summer heat in King's Landing was unbearable. The air hung thick and heavy, suffocating like a damp wool cloak. Even the breeze drifting from the Blackwater Rush felt warm, offering no comfort. The poor had abandoned their stifling huts, seeking refuge wherever they could, under trees, beside the riverbanks, or in the shade of city walls. It was a miserable scene, and Eddard Stark felt as though he were walking through a furnace. Starks, he thought bitterly, were not made for such climates. Northerners were forged in cold wines and ice-covered fields, not in blinding sunlight and humid air that made every breath feel like swallowing steam. But discomfort was a trivial matter. He had come to question Grand Maester Pycelle, one of the last people to see Jon Arryn alive. The truth behind the former Hand's death lay hidden somewhere in this sweltering city. Ned had to uncover it, no matter how the heat gnawed at his patience. Grand Maester Pycelle greeted him with exaggerated courtesy, bowing with creaking joints. Lord Eddard, he said with a weary sigh. Lord Arryn's death has weighed heavily upon all of us. I will gladly tell you everything I know. At the Maester's signal, an attendant arrived with 2 tall glasses of iced milk sweetened heavily with honey. Ned found it strange milk chilled in the height of summer, in a city where ice was rare and costly. Still, he accepted the cup. The common folk say the last year of summer is always the hottest, Pycelle rambled, his eyes distant. Ah yes, that does seem true. Why, when I was at the Citadel. And on he went. Ned forced himself to listen, though the old man's memories wandered aimlessly. Pycelle spoke of a summer during King Makar's reign, one that lasted 7 long years, so long, he said, that people believed it would never end. His slow drone and drooping eyelids made Ned wonder whether he was genuinely elderly and muddled, or simply pretending. At last, Pycelle blinked and seemed to return to the present. Where were we? Ah, yes. Lord Arryn. Ned leaned forward. Then let us speak plainly. Pycelle stroked his long white beard. The former Hand often appeared troubled, my lord. I served him for many years. Few knew his burdens better than I. Lord Arryn carried the worries of the realm upon his shoulders. Age and constant care grew heavy on him. He sighed again. And with his child so frail. Lady Lisa fretted endlessly. She scarcely let the boy out of her sight. Such burdens wear down even strong men. Ned listened carefully. Everything the maester said was true enough, but none of it was useful. These were observations anyone in the Red Keep could have made. He pressed on. What exactly was his illness? The Grand Maester's expression grew sorrowful. He recounted the sequence of events, how Jonaran had requested a certain book shortly before falling sick, how he seemed well enough that day, yet the next morning was unable to rise from bed. His personal maester, Coleman, had diagnosed a chill of the stomach. But Jonaran's condition worsened rapidly, so rapidly that Pycelle dismissed Coleman for improper treatment and took over personally. You dismissed Maester Coleman, Ned repeated slowly. Why? Pycelle did not hesitate. He is young and lacked experience. His methods were reckless. He insisted Lord Arryn drink a mixture of purgatives and pepper water, claiming it would expel toxins. But elderly men cannot endure such strain. It would have hastened his end. Ned stored the explanation away. It sounded reasonable, but the ease with which Pycelle defended his decision made Ned wary. What did the former Lord Hand say during his final hours? Pycelle frowned, as though the memory pained him. In his fevered delirium, he called the name Robert again and again. Whether he meant his son or his majesty, I cannot say. Lady Lisa, of course, kept the boy far from the sick room. She feared contagion. Contagion? Ned thought. It did not match the symptoms described. His Majesty visited him often? Ned asked. He did. Pycelle nodded. His Majesty sat at Lord John's bedside for a long time. Spoke of their youth. Tried to raise his spirits. It was clear how deeply he respected him. And did Lord Arryn give any last words? Before I eased his suffering with milk of the poppy, Pycelle replied, he murmured something, the seed is strong. After that, his speech became too slurred to understand. He passed the next morning, calm and quiet. Ned fell silent. These were the words Stannis had mentioned as well. And if Lord Arryn had spoken them with full awareness, there was meaning there. A clue. Ned took another sip of milk and steeled himself. In your judgment, Maester, was there anything suspicious about his death? The old man shook his head so vigorously his beard trembled. No, no, certainly not. His passing was natural, not the work of poison. Whatever rumors you may have heard, Lady Lisa's included, should not be trusted. The poor woman has been unstable since her last miscarriage. He continued to ramble excuses, dismissing every suggestion Ned raised. To Pycelle, nothing was suspicious. Everything had an innocent explanation. Too many innocent explanations. Ned narrowed his eyes. Poison is often called a woman's weapon. Pycelle leaned forward conspiratorially. Indeed, women, cowards, and eunuchs. My lord, do you know Varys was born a slave in Lys? You must never trust the spider. Ned thanked him coolly. He didn't trust Varys. But he wasn't sure he trusted Pycelle either. Before leaving, one last question burned in his mind. The book Lord Arryn borrowed, may I see it? Pycelle waved a hand dismissively. A trivial tome. Genealogies of noble houses. Still, Ned said, I would like to read it. Pycelle hesitated a fraction too long. And Ned saw it. Fear. Or guilt. Stannis's letter echoed in Ned's mind. Jonaran had discovered something. Something dangerous. Something connected to noble bloodlines. Possibly, to the Lannisters. Ned thanked the maester and left, though his heart felt heavier than when he entered. Jon and several attendants waited outside. Someone is watching us, Jon murmured, slipping a small folded note into Ned's hand. Ned read it, jaw clenching. Mike heard a rumor in the back kitchen, Grand Maester Pycelle is too fond of his young maidservants. So the maester was not as frail, confused, or pure as he pretended to be. If Pycelle feigned confusion before Ned, then whose interests was he protecting? The Lannisters? The thought chilled Ned far more than the desert heat ever could. Well done, he told Jon quietly. Ned suddenly realized something crucial. In a city like King's Landing, power was not held only by lords and knights. Lowly servants, people no one noticed, often heard the most damning secrets. Loose tongues, whispered gossip, drunken confessions. It all added up. Perhaps Lord Arryn's own attendants might know something. Perhaps they had seen or heard what their master never had the chance to speak aloud. We looked in the wrong place today, Ned muttered to himself. The truth may lie in the mouths of those the mighty ignore. King's Landing was a spider's web. And Eddard Stark had walked straight into the center, unaware of how many threads were tightening around him. Jon, Ned said as they walked, this place is more dangerous than we imagined. Jon nodded solemnly. Yes, my lord. Faces drifted through Ned's thoughts. Renly, sly and charming. Littlefinger, smiling too easily. Varys, whisper soft as silk. Catelyn, far away. Robert, dulled by wine. Cersei, cold as a drawn blade. Pycelle, feigning helplessness. Bran, lying broken. Who could he trust? Sometimes he feared even Robert was no longer the man he once followed into battle. When they returned to the Tower of the Hand, a familiar voice greeted them. Arya. She stood barefoot on the spiral staircase, arms extended, trying to keep her balance on the narrow stone steps. Her feet were raw from hours of training. Syrio Farrell had awakened something fierce and bright inside her. Jon grinned. Little sister, what is that supposed to be? Arya lifted her chin proudly. The water dance. What you like is the knight's dance, the hacking and slashing of heavy Westerosi steel. But the water dancers of Bravos, they move lightly, quick and unexpected. Quick and unexpected, Ned repeated softly. The words lingered in his mind like a warning. For here, in the capital, danger struck quickly and from unexpected places. And Ned Stark had just stepped deeper into the storm. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 120, Chapter 119 War and Allies. The autumn skies above Myr stretched endlessly, painted in shifting layers of gold and pale blue. Wisps of cloud drifted lazily over the rolling hills and thick forests surrounding the free city. The leaves, now turning with the season, shimmered in shades of amber, copper, and deep crimson. Beneath this tranquil beauty, however, banners of many colors snapped and twisted in the brisk wind, symbols of tension gathering from across Essos. Gendry stood at the forefront of the welcoming procession, his cloak fluttering behind him as he observed the arriving envoys from Qohor and Norvos. The two free cities, ancient allies since the brutal century of blood, approached with markedly different escorts, yet both radiated the same uneasy urgency. Welcome to Myr, Gendry said with measured warmth, lowering his head respectfully as the delegations halted before him. The Qohoric envoy stepped forward first, draped in dark robes woven with silver thread, as grim and mysterious as the city he represented. Behind him marched a disciplined troop of unsullied bronze-spiked helmets gleaming, shields held at identical angles, their spears motionless as if frozen in time. Beside the Qohoric stood the envoy of Norvos, a tall man with a wild beard braided with iron rings. His guard, the legendary bearded axemen, looked like warriors carved from stone. Their chests bore the ritual brand of the long axe, and their iron-studded leather armor clinked heavily with every movement. Each man carried a massive 6-foot axe, representing the lifelong vow made during their coming-of-age rituals, a sacred marriage to their weapon. To Gendry, the contrast between the two cities' guards was striking. Qohor's force was a precise formation of light, lethal spearmen, Norvos was a grim phalanx of brute strength and hardened zeal. Both were valuable. Both could be useful allies. Standing slightly behind Gendry, Qyburn watched the newcomers with undisguised suspicion. Evil, Distant free cities, he muttered to himself, though carefully low enough that no one would hear. He scanned the envoys' robes and faces, as if searching for traces of blood magic or sacrificial rites. The Kohoric priests, famous for their dark rituals, often drenched themselves in the scent of the black goat god, but today, at least, the delegation smelled neutral. Once the greetings concluded, the Kohor envoy spoke first, wasting no time on courtesy. His voice was low, tense. The message has reached the Far East. If the East has heard it, then certainly the West will soon feel its flames. Khal Drogo is furious. He considers Khal Yahako's death a deep humiliation, something no Khal will ignore. Gendry raised an eyebrow, eyeing the vast line of Unsullied behind the envoy. Drogo is gathering for a large-scale invasion, then. I believe so, Lord Gendry, replied the Norvos envoy before his Kohoric counterpart could answer. His heavy beard trembled as he spoke. Drogo wants to restore the feared prestige of the Dothraki. There is no better way to bend the free cities to fear than destroying one or several entirely. The thought was not exaggerated. The Dothraki had produced countless war bands, but Drogo was exceptional even among the Khals. His Khalasar, numbering over 40,000, was a sweeping tide of horsemen, swift, merciless, devastating. If unleashed to the west, the destruction would be unimaginable. Gendry studied the envoys, noting the mixture of dread and anticipation in their eyes. Though they feared the Dothraki, they also saw an opportunity, one that required a powerful leader to stand against Drogo. Myr, situated near the sea and guarded by strong walls, offered them hope. But hope came at a cost. Gendry's silence stretched long enough that both envoys began to shift uneasily. Kohor and Norvos had no coastline. If war reached their walls, there would be no escape for their citizens. They needed allies. They needed him. Finally, the Kohor envoy offered what Gendry expected. To face Drogo, we are prepared to support you with 500 Unsullied. In addition, we offer gold, weapons, tapestries, quality timber, furs, silver, tin, amber, anything you require. The Norvos envoy bowed slightly. Norvos will send 200 long axe slave soldiers. We also offer gold, oaks of high quality, and our finest textiles. 700 elite troops. And chests full of gold. War, Gendry knew well, was the quickest way to draw wealth from the free cities. Their fear was genuine, but fear was also profitable. I appreciate your generosity, Gendry said, allowing the faintest smile to show. Come. Let us discuss matters in greater detail. Inside the map room, Gendry unrolled the enormous tapestry map of Essos across the table, pinning the corners with iron candle holders. The envoys gathered around, their brows furrowed, their fingers anxiously curling around their robes. Gendry traced a line from the Dothraki Sea toward the west. This river is the Rhoyne. Here runs the ancient Valyrian road. And here this is the endless stretch of the Dothraki Sea. His finger circled V's Dothrak. Drogo will go here first. To the Dosh Kalain, murmured Sir Yora, who had been quietly leaning against the far wall. The exiled knight stepped forward. The Dosh Kalain are the wise old women of the Dothraki, the widows of all the Khals who ever lived. They are highly revered. No Khal ventures to war without first seeking their approval. The Norvos envoy gulped. So Drogo truly intends to unite the Horse Lords. He intends to avenge humiliation, Gendry replied. Which makes him more dangerous. He began marking the paths likely to be taken by the Khalasar. He'll pray in the sacred city. Then he will ride south, gathering every screamer loyal to him, crushing other Khalasars on the way. By the time he reaches the edge of the disputed lands, he could lead 50 to 60,000 warriors. The envoys blanched, their faces draining of color. The story of the ancient assault on Kohor still haunted them. Long ago, 3 Khalasars had united and nearly razed the city to the ground, stopped only by the sacrifice of thousands of Unsullied. Even today, the Cohoric called that battle the Day of 1,000 Tears. And now Drogo wanted to surpass that. Ser Yora spoke again, voice grim. There is a prophecy among the Dothraki. Perhaps you've heard it, the stallion who mounts the world. Both envoys shuddered. They knew the tale. Everyone did. The stallion, born to unite all Khalasars, would lead a wave of horsemen that would drown entire civilizations. The earth would tremble under his hooves. Bell braids would ring like thunder. Cities of stone milkmen, as the Dothraki called them, would burn like dry leaves. Gendry nodded. Drogo may believe the prophecy applies to himself or to his unborn son. He let the silence settle, then spoke firmly. We are civilized peoples. We build, we trade, we worship. Drogo wants to shatter all of that. If he wins, our cities will become graveyards. Then we must form a pact, the Qohor envoy urged. A contract of mutual defense. If one is invaded, all must respond. In time, Gendry said calmly. For now, we are not forming an evil cabal of desperation. We are forming a front of civilization. But the Norvos envoy's voice trembled. If Drogo truly brings 60,000 screaming warriors to Myr, how do you intend to stop him, Your Highness? Gendry did not flinch. Myr's walls are strong. Stronger than most in the free cities. If the Dothraki choose to raid our countryside and avoid our armies, yes, that is the clever strategy. But if they, blinded by rage, force a direct assault on our walls. A sharp, confident grin appeared. Then I will make Drogo lose more tragically than the Dothraki did at the walls of Qohor centuries ago. The envoys exchanged uncertain looks. And how many troops do you command? The Qohor envoy asked skeptically. I have 3 legions, Gendry replied, his tone steady. The Wolf Pack, the Free Legion, and the Second Sons Legion. I also command loyal Dothraki riders under my banner. That is impressive, Norvos admitted. But it may still be insufficient. Your Highness, for safety, we strongly advise purchasing a large batch of Unsullied from Slaver's Bay. You have gold, and your need is clear. If it burdens you, Qohor will help pay. Gendry only chuckled. I do not need Unsullied to defeat the Dothraki. To the envoys, this sounded like the arrogance of youth. To Gendry, it was truth. He had plans they could not yet imagine. The discussions dragged on late into the afternoon, but by the end of the meeting, both Qohor and Norvos had pledged substantial support. They left the map room visibly calmer, reassured at least partially by Gendry's confidence. As the doors shut behind them, Ser Yora stepped closer to Gendry. You handled them well, he said. But Drogo is not a foe to underestimate. I never underestimate my enemies, Gendry replied quietly, eyes returning to the map. But they underestimate me. He rested a hand over the Dothraki sea symbol. A storm was coming. But he would be ready. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 121, Chapter 120 Leaks and Showdown. The days in King's Landing grew hotter with each passing sunrise. Some fools whispered that the lingering heat meant an eternal summer was coming, others insisted it would be the last summer Westeros would ever see. Eddard Stark did not concern himself with such talk, but he felt the air grow heavier every day, as if foreshadowing the troubles gathering around him. Littlefinger had become a frequent visitor to his chambers, far too frequent for Eddard's comfort. Peter Baelish's sly smile and unfathomable motives always set Eddard on edge. He knew he could not trust the man. Yet, frustratingly, he could trust everyone else in King's Landing even less. And as Catelyn's childhood friend, Littlefinger had provided some information, though never without benefit to himself. When Eddard entered his solar that afternoon, he found Littlefinger already seated by the window, lounging lazily as he watched the White Knights spar in the courtyard below. The pristine cloaks of the King's Guard glimmered beneath the sun, white as fresh fallen snow. Their armor gleamed like mirrors. If old Sir Barristan's mind were as sharp as his sword, Littlefinger said lightly, our small council meetings would be far more interesting. Sir Barristan's valour and integrity are second to none in this city, Eddard replied, unable to hide the respect he had grown to feel for the aged captain of the King's Guard. The thought drifted through his mind, if only all men in King's Landing were like Barristan Selmy. But Robert had warned him often, the capital was full of liars and flatterers, and nowhere were they more concentrated than in the small council. Jonaran was dead, Barristan was old, Stannis had fled to Dragonstone, and as for himself, Eddard could hardly imagine how he was supposed to clean up this festering mess. Littlefinger shrugged. His dullness is also unmatched. But I still think he can put up a decent show at the tourney. Last year he unhorsed the Hound with a long spear, and it's been only 4 years since he last won the champion's purse. Eddard had no patience for tourneys. He saw them as harmless entertainments, distractions for fools. Yet he also knew tourney victories revealed skilled riders, and Robert had made his name wielding a warhammer in brutal melees, not graceful justs. Battlefields, not parades, were where Robert excelled. Eddard got straight to the point. Why have you come today? Littlefinger placed a hand over his heart dramatically. Why, my lord, I promised Lady Catelyn I would help you investigate. I keep my promises. Eddard studied him carefully. What did Peter Baelish want from him this time? Littlefinger was always several moves ahead, playing some unseen game. He had already crafted a fortune in this city. Whatever he offered now, he offered for a price whether spoken or hidden. What I've been investigating are people, not events, Littlefinger corrected him smoothly. 4 people, in fact. Tell me, Lord Stark, have you considered questioning the hand's attendants? Eddard stiffened. How did you know I was considering that? Weren't the extra 4 attendants said to have left with Lady Lisa? He narrowed his eyes. If Pycelle was untrustworthy and Eddard was increasingly certain he was, then what of Littlefinger? What exactly was this cunning man after? Lady Lisa Oren had packed her household entirely when she fled to the Eyrie. Lord John's maester, steward, captain of the guard, knights, servants all had followed her. Or so Eddard believed. Don't glare at me like that, my lord, Littlefinger said pleasantly, unbothered. As master of coin, I have my own channels. And I was once a ward under Lord Arryn, remember. Eddard pretended understanding, though mistrust still clouded his thoughts. For now, Littlefinger remained a useful source. No, it was most of them who left, Littlefinger continued. Not all. A kitchen maid pregnant, by the look of it married Lord Renly's stable boy in haste. A stable worker joined the city watch. A waiter was dismissed for theft. And one more. He paused for effect. Lord Arryn's attendant remained. His attendant? Eddard felt a flicker of hope. That man would have been closest to John, privy to his movements and concerns. Yet this attendant was still new to the Red Keep and had little to offer so far. Eddard hated that he had begun relying on Littlefinger's intelligence. Sir Hugh of the Vale, Littlefinger said lightly. The king knighted him soon after John's death. Then I'll summon them all at once, Eddard declared. Good, good. Littlefinger's smile widened triumphantly. Stupid dire wolf, his eyes seemed to say. This is not your den. This is my game. My lord, Peter said suddenly, beckoning him closer, come to the window. Look. Look at what? Eddard asked irritably. Am I supposed to admire the spies watching me? Peter laughed in delight. You continue to surprise me. Excellent, my lord. That is how one survives in King's Landing. But I fear you still underestimate how crowded this game is. He pointed discreetly. That young man sharpening his blade near the armory? Varys's spy. And that guard leaning against the western wall above the stables? The Queen's loyal man. Eddard swore under his breath. I knew things were bad, but not this bad. Even so, Thank you for the warning. Oh, think nothing of it, Littlefinger replied cheerfully. This is the nature of the Red Keep. Spies nest in its walls like rats in a granary. Why else did you think I hid Lady Catelyn in a brothel? Eddard winced. Every mention of cunning and trickery made him feel as though thorns pressed into his ears. Littlefinger noticed. He always noticed. My lord, if you're going to pursue this matter, perhaps you should send someone you trust completely to search for these remaining attendants and do so quietly. That is not a bad idea. Eddard called out as Littlefinger turned to leave. I am grateful for your help. Perhaps I have been too harsh in distrusting you. Littlefinger looked over his shoulder, amused. Lord Stark, you learn far too slowly. Distrusting me is the wisest thing you have done since you fell from your horse. When Littlefinger was gone, Jon his young attendant entered the solar showdown, Eddard muttered under his breath. The word had been echoing in his thoughts all morning. A confrontation was coming. The more he uncovered, the more he felt disaster looming over him. When would the final moment arrive? Would he be ready? He hoped so. Like a man climbing a mountain, he could not afford to slip. Jon bowed. He comes often, my lord. Yes, Eddard agreed quietly, gesturing for Jon to sit. What do you think of him? He asked. Jon hesitated. He is both very good, and very bad. Lord Peter is witty, charming, friendly, and many speak well of him. Yet many others curse his name. Oh! Eddard leaned forward. Tell me. Jon swallowed nervously. From the information I've gathered, Littlefinger's reputation is hardly spotless. The Knights of the Vale call him a schemer, a man who gains favor with women and flatters Lady Lisa shamelessly. They say he is a freak, unfit for knighthood, with no noble lineage. His brothels are what give him power, helping him find coin for the crown each day. Had Lady Lisa not supported him, he would be a nobody. And. Speak, child, Eddard urged. Jon flushed. My lord. I must speak plainly. Many whisper that Lord Peter, and Lady Lisa, are too close. And Lord Peter has never denied improper relations with House Tully. In fact, he even boasted of. He stopped, mortified. What is it? Eddard asked sharply. Jon's face twisted as though he had swallowed something bitter. The rumors concern Lady Catelyn as well, do they not? Eddard said quietly. Jon nodded miserably. Eddard's jaw tightened. Littlefinger spreading lewd gossip about Catelyn? The thought filled him with cold fury. Damn him, Eddard muttered. Shame tugged at him. A true Stark, a true son of the dire wolf, would have cut down a man who dared insult his wife. But Eddard could not afford rage now. Duty, honor, and the fate of the realm outweighed his personal anger. There's something worse, Jon whispered. Some say Lord Peter's rise to power was arranged entirely by Lady Lisa, who begged Lord Arryn to grant him a position. But Lord Arryn was too busy to notice, and no one dared speak of it to his face. Enough, Jon. Eddard's voice hardened. Such talk dishonors your fallen lord. I wanted to hear what you learned, but I do not want you carrying these scandals in your heart. My lord. Jon looked distressed. Have you ever wondered why Lord Peter has never married? With his power and wealth, many noble families would gladly offer their daughters. Yet he avoids marriage. What is he waiting for? Or whom? This is troubling. My lord, I believe there is poison in Lord Peter's gifts. Eddard regarded the boy the young man before him. Thoughtful, perceptive, observant. You speak wisely, Jon, he said at last, sighing. Perhaps I made a mistake. Perhaps if I had kept you in Winterfell, your careful mind might have helped guide Robb and guard him from folly. Jon blinked in shock at the unexpected praise. Eddard placed a hand on his shoulder. Come. We have work to do. The showdown approaches. We must be ready. And in the sweltering heat of King's Landing, as shadows deepened across the Red Keep, Eddard Stark felt the mountain before him climb ever higher. But he would climb it all the same. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 122, Chapter 121 The Mystery and the Way Out. Eddard Stark missed the north more than he cared to admit. He missed Catelyn's gentle embrace, the laughter of his children echoing through Winterfell's stone halls, and the sound of Robb and Jon sparring in the yard. He even missed the cold those crisp mornings and freezing nights that made the blood feel clean and alive. But he could not retreat. Not now. Not when the truth hid somewhere in this treacherous city. "My lord, the hand's tourney is underway," Jon said, standing beside his chair. "I know you dislike the event, but the Knights of the Vale have arrived. If you speak with them, I believe you can learn more." Jon looked different now. The boyish softness had faded. The short, thin scar Joffrey had carved into his face was still fresh, a centipede of pale skin that tugged faintly whenever he spoke. It added a new sharpness to him, something that didn't look handsome, but unmistakably grown. Jon Snow was learning the cruelty of King's Landing faster than any child should. "You speak very well, Jon," Eddard replied, warmed by the boy's clarity. "You've given me much to think about." Those simple words from Jon made Eddard realize something unsettling. He had been relying too heavily on Littlefinger. Too willingly. Too blindly. "My lord," Jon said quietly, "that man cannot be trusted." Bastards grew quickly. Perhaps it was because their place in the world was never secure. A bastard needed to learn how to read a room, judge people, and predict danger long before other children understood what malice even was. King's Landing was a maze of deceit. And Littlefinger, who had clawed his way up this ladder of lies, was at home in that maze. That alone made him dangerous. Jon knew Littlefinger's history. Always charming, always clever, but would such a man, who once had enmity with the Starks, suddenly offer honest help? Jon doubted it. So did Eddard, now that he forced himself to look clearly. "The Vale, the Vale," Eddard murmured. Robert, in his own careless way, had helped him once more. By allowing the hand's tourney, he had lured the Knights of the Vale to the capital. The Vale was Eddard's second home. He and Robert had spent their youth at the Eyrie, tutored and protected by Lord Jon Arryn. Lord Arryn had loved them both like sons. He had even launched a rebellion for their sake. And now Lord Arryn was dead. And Eddard was failing to unravel the truth. Perhaps the Knights of the Vale carried pieces of the story that he had not yet heard. He also thought of Robb for a moment. "I once wondered what Robb lacked," he thought. "Perhaps he lacks an understanding of power of the games nobles play." Jon, despite being a bastard, possessed a keen sense of caution. Robb, raised as Winterfell's heir, had never tasted hardship, never served as a ward, never been forced to observe others from the shadows. Jon had grown sharp because the world had forced him to. Robb had not. "When this war is won," Eddard promised himself, "I will teach Robb better." "You've done well, Jon," Eddard said aloud. "There are many things I must rely on you for. Act cautiously. King's Landing is full of spies. This is not Winterfell." "I understand, my lord," Jon said without hesitation. "What do you think we lack most?" Eddard asked. Jon did not need to think long. "A retreat, my lord." Eddard stared at him. "A retreat," he repeated. "Yes. We have only 100 guards. Even if we recruit mercenaries, at most we can reach 200. What can 200 men do in a city like this?" Eddard's breath quieted. He had never considered retreat. He came to King's Landing believing he could uncover the truth and restore order. He believed he could trust the king. He believed honor was enough. "My lord," Jon said softly, "the Red Keep is filled with spies. The king favors the Lannisters too much. The gold cloaks watch us." I tremble every time I pass them. For a moment, Eddard felt something he hated: fear. King's Landing held 500,000 souls. With only a few hundred guards, what change could he truly force? You may go, John, Eddard finally said. I need time to think. I also have a new task for you. John was to go speak with the monks of the Vale, any who had tended to or witnessed Lord Arryn's final days. It was a long shot. But any clue mattered. After John left, Eddard sat in silence for a long time. Could he trust Varys? No. Could he trust Littlefinger? Certainly not. Catelyn believed in old friendships far too much. But Eddard could not afford such faith. I am a Stark, he reminded himself. The pack looks to me. I must not fail. He had to rethink his path entirely, retrace Arryn's final movements, examine every clue, and approach the Knights of the Vale for answers. Lysa's story. Littlefinger's story. The whole truth. The small council convenes. The small council met as usual, though today Janos Slint, commander of the city watch, joined them. As always, Robert did not attend, leaving Eddard to preside. Can I trust any of them? Eddard wondered. The decrepit Maester Pycelle. The elegant but sly Lord Renly. The perfumed Varys. And Littlefinger, whose smile was a weapon. Not one of them felt safe. Janos Slint puffed like an angry bullfrog, his bald head reddening. My lords, he began, all these troubles are caused by the Hand's tourney. The King's tourney, Eddard corrected sharply. The Hand has no interest in it whatsoever. But interest or not, he had no choice. The tourney was happening. Slint continued. For every knight who comes, 2 free riders follow. Then craftsmen, soldiers, merchants, prostitutes, and thieves too many to count. The heat has half the city maddened, and now we have chaos every night: drownings, brawls, rapes, fires, robberies. Yesterday a woman's head was found floating in the pool of the Great September. Eddard clenched his jaw. Winterfell never faced such madness. The north was harsh, but stable. King's Landing was a boiling pot with no lid. How terrifying, Varys murmured. Renly rolled his eyes. If you can't keep order, Janos, perhaps we need a more capable commander. Janos puffed up again. Even Aegon the Conqueror couldn't control this without more men. I need reinforcements. How many? Eddard asked. The more the better, my lord. Hire 100 new recruits. 50 for you, 50 for my own guard. I need more men during the tourney. Lord Baelish will handle the funding. Littlefinger sighed theatrically. Always me counting the coppers, but very well. Eddard added, since you can raise hundreds of thousands for the tourney, a few coppers for peacekeeping shouldn't be difficult. Then he turned to Slint. I will also assign 30 men from my personal guard temporarily. Use them wisely. Slint bowed deeply. Thank you, my lord Hand. And Janos, do not steal their pay. I won't have unrest caused by your greed. I would never, my lord. I treat all my soldiers like kin. Eddard doubted that. Once Slint left, Eddard sighed. The sooner this farce ends, the sooner I will sleep in peace. Maester Pycelle began his usual speech about the tourney's benefits. Littlefinger chimed in about profits. Renly joked crudely about Stannis. The others laughed. Eddard listened with increasing distance. There was a wall between him and these men. Finally, he rose. Enough. This meeting is over. Back in the Tower of the Hand. Eddard returned to his chambers and shed the suffocating silk garments of court. He pulled out the massive tome written by old Maester Meryn. The lineages and histories of the great houses of the 7 kingdoms. It was dull beyond belief. But Arryn had studied it intently before his death. Which meant the answer must be inside. He turned to House Lannister again. Their golden history stretched back to Lon the Clever, the trickster of old who stole Casterly Rock. Eddard almost wished that legendary thief were here beside him, someone who could steal the truths buried in these dusty pages. A knock broke his concentration. Jory Castle entered. Eddard gave him orders to pick 30 guards for the city watch and asked about a stable boy who had once served Arryn. Jory explained the boy spoke fondly of the late Lord Hand. Eddard felt himself drawing closer inch by inch to the real story. But the final threads remained tangled. "Tell me everything clearly," Eddard said again. Jory nodded. "I will, my lord." When the room was quiet once more, Eddard waited for Jon's return, praying that the boy would bring back the hint of an answer. Because in this city of lies, any small truth was a weapon. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 123, Chapter 122 Illegitimate Children and Inheritance Rights. Carrots and apples. Eddard repeated the words with a tired exhale, as if the absurdity of it all pressed against his skull. So this boy, the last of the 4 Littlefinger claimed could help, was even more useless than the rest. Still, Ned had no choice but to wait for Jon. He had sent the boy to gather information on the remaining 3 servants connected to Jon Arryn. The waiting gnawed at him. Every minute the truth avoided him was another minute Lannisters tightened their grip on King's Landing. Jory bowed out quietly, and moments later Jon Snow stepped back into the room. His expression was calm, but the sharpness in his grey eyes, almost black in this dim light, revealed the storm stirring beneath. "I've spoken privately with everyone," Jon reported. "Some by me, some by Mycon." Ned nodded. "And?" Jon exhaled slowly. Sir Hugh was the first. Hot-tempered as a kicked mule. Refused to say much. He's grown, arrogant since being knighted. He told me that if the Hand wished to question him, he would politely oblige. But he would not answer a bastard, especially not one who's 10 years older and 100 times better with a sword. Jon's jaw tightened. That insolence clearly still bothered him. Ned placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. "It's all right, child. The Knights of the Vale have pride thicker than the mountains they guard." Jon nodded, though irritation still flickered in his eyes. Fortunately, the other 2 were more helpful. "Go on." The kitchen girl spoke first. She said Lord Arryn read constantly, worried endlessly over his youngest son's frail health, and Jon hesitated. "That he was rough with Lady Lisa." Ned frowned deeply. Damn it! He knew the marriage was troubled, but hearing it painted plainly sent a prick of unease through his gut. Lisa had been a shy, big-bosomed girl once, repeatedly bullied by her father into abortions and miscarriages. A disastrous marriage to an old man had only shattered her further. Now she was as unstable as a mad cow. Jon continued carefully, "My lord, with respect. Lady Lisa is not well. Her moods are unstable, her behavior erratic. Knights from the Vale came for the tourney, you might learn more from them." Ned grimaced. Perhaps. There was something else in Jon's expression, a shadow of darker suspicion, but the boy didn't voice it. A political marriage, a broken woman entangled with Littlefinger, an over-solicitous advisor, there were too many poisonous threads. In Winterfell, Theon often mocked Jon as moody, overly sensitive to taunts and jealous of noble-born boys. But in King's Landing, Jon's sharp senses were worth more than steel. Here, softness was death. "And the last one?" Ned asked, leaning forward. "Did he offer anything useful?" Jon nodded. "Yes. The stable boy, now a cart driver. He never spoke to Lord Arryn, but he hears all kitchen gossip. He said the Lord argued often with His Majesty recently. Complained about the food. Planned to send his son to Dragonstone as a foster child. Suddenly took an interest in hunting dogs. And..." Jon paused deliberately. "He commissioned a new suit of armor from a master smith. Full silver plate. Falcon crest carved from sapphire. Moon of mother of pearl. His Majesty's brother accompanied him when choosing materials. Not Lord Renly, the other one. Lord Stannis. Ned's brows shot upward. Stannis. Jon's voice lowered. The stable boy said Lord Arryn often rode with Stannis. Not just to the smithy. To brothels. Ned froze. Stannis. Brothels. Impossible. Utterly, painfully impossible. Jon Arryn wearing jewel-plated silver armor was already bizarre. But Stannis grim, severe, dutiful Stannis in a brothel? The man was incapable of humor, barely capable of warmth. He would rather swallow wildfire than enter such a place willingly. Stannis. Ned whispered, thoughts racing like wildfire. It was Stannis who later accused the Lannister twins of incest. Stannis who fled to Dragonstone in silence. Stannis who trusted few, and was trusted by fewer. Nothing made sense. The smithy they visited is special, Jon added. His Majesty's bastard apprenticed there. Ned blinked. Gendry, the bastard who now rebels across the narrow sea. Yes. His master still lives in King's Landing. Understanding dawned like a blade in Ned's mind. Jon Arryn and Stannis had been hunting the king's bastards. But why? Bastards had no inheritance rights. Unless... Ned swallowed the thought before it solidified. Anything else? The stable boy doesn't know which brothel they visited, Jon replied. Only that 4 attendants accompanied Lord Arryn that day. They've all returned to the Vale now. Ned sighed heavily. You've done well, Jon. Truly, he had. But the picture forming was ugly. Lady Lisa, Maester Coleman, Stannis, all the people who could speak truth were far away. Jon hesitated. Do you wish to summon Lord Stannis back from Dragonstone? Not yet, Ned muttered. Not until I understand who he stands with. And whether he feared the Lannisters, or something far worse. Ned drew a deep breath. Come. We ride to the smithy. He reached for his grey vest, the one embroidered with the dire wolf of Stark. If he was to wander openly, he would do so as the hand of the king. My lord, Jon said quietly, His Majesty has another brother. Don't mention him, Ned said sharply. Renly was friendly, smiling, charming, but Ned could not read him. A few days ago, Renly had shown him a golden rose pendant with a delicate Myrish portrait of a soft-faced young girl inside Marjorie Tyrell. She resembles Lyanna, some say, Renly had hinted eagerly. She doesn't, Ned had replied, confused by the comparison. Renly was scheming something. Ned simply didn't know what. Dash. They rode through the winding street of steel, surrounded by sparks, hammer clangs, and the smell of molten metal. Free riders haggled over breastplates, seasoned smiths shouted over roaring fires, carts full of rusted iron rattled past. The hill grew steeper, the air hotter. At the very top stood Topomot's workshop, a grand house of wood and plaster towering above the street. Enormous ebony and weirwood doors carved with hunting scenes guarded the entrance, flanked by 2 stone knights wearing fantastical cloaks shaped like a griffin and a unicorn. The attendants recognized Ned's bearing instantly. Topomot himself came out, a slender man in black velvet, sleeves embroidered with silver hammers, a massive sapphire hanging from a heavy chain on his neck. If you seek armor for the hand's tourney, Topo said grandly, you have come to the right place. Ned lacked the patience to correct him. Topo continued boasting his secret Kohori methods, his mastery of coloring steel, his claim of knowing shards of Valyrian techniques. The arrogance would have irritated Ned, if not for the fact that Topo was truly one of the best. So, Ned said mildly, did you forge a sapphire falcon helm for Lord Arryn? The smith froze. For a long moment, the only sound was the crackling forge below. Then Topo set down his goblet. Lord Hand, he said slowly, the late Lord Arryn did visit me. With Lord Stannis. But I did not serve them. Ned narrowed his eyes. Then they asked you other questions. T'Po pouted. Things everyone knows. I didn't even know that child was His Majesty's bastard. Nor did I know of his escape. Escape? Ned pressed. Yes. But they only asked about the past. T'Po shrugged. Whose child he was? How he came here? What he looked like? Why he left? And what did you tell them? Everything I knew. T'Po's expression softened faintly. He was diligent. Strong. His hair thick, unruly, black as ink. His eyes warm, deep blue. Taller than most boys, arms strong, chest strong. Ned's heart thudded. Like His Majesty when he was young. I don't know His Majesty's youth, T'Po admitted, but I have seen Lord Renly. The resemblance is there. Except temperament. Lord Renly would never be a smith. And how did he leave? Ned asked. T'Po spread his hands. Apprentices have holidays. He left one day and never returned. I never imagined he would run off and get himself beheaded. He was serious. Didn't visit prostitutes. Didn't drink. Honest boy. So why leave? T'Po leaned in, voice lowering. King's Landing is dangerous. Think of his identity, Lord Hand. Think of who truly rules the city. Every day you see the Queen's red cloaks. Do you think they would let such a boy live? People here haven't forgotten the screams from the Red Keep. The meaning hit Ned like a hammer. Lannister. Always Lannister. Succession, everything came down to succession. But why would a bastard threaten it unless the legitimacy of the rightful heirs was already in question? Ned's eyes widened. Damn it, he breathed. He suddenly needed to find the remaining bastards. No matter what it cost. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 124, Chapter 123 Kidnapping and Failure. Rain drove in hard and close, turning the King's Road into a smear of grey. Inside the crossroads a dozen pairs of boots squeaked on wet boards, the common room smelled of smoke and stew and the sharp tang of damp wool. Outside, the tourney had swelled the road with travellers and sellswords, the innkeeper's soft lantern light barely pierced the fog that clung to the lanes like a wet shawl. The proprietress of the inn paced the little room like a caged thing, hands worrying at the hem of her apron. There were too many patrons, too many beds promised, and the rain would not let up. Each new arrival added tension like a footfall on a sleeping dog. A dwarf in a scarlet cloak sat near the fire, idly flipping a gold coin from fingertip to palm. The coin gleamed in the lamplight and bounced off his knuckle the way he wanted, smooth, controlled, practiced. A golden dragon was worth many comforts and far more influence than appeared on the surface. People liked to be in the company of those who could throw gold around. A free rider rose from a bench, his cloak blue and patched. "My lord," he said with the quick, practiced deference of a commoner who'd learned when a coin might throw him a reprieve, "you can take my room if you please." The dwarf Tyrion Lannister, though no one in the cramped common room called him anything less mocking in their minds, tossed the coin. It arced and fell into the free rider's hand as if by charm. "Clever fellow," Tyrion observed and gave a faint, pleased smile. "And nimble-fingered." Catelyn Tully to some, still the Lady of Winterfell to others watched the exchange with a guarded face. Money glittered and people bent to it. The sight of gold made the innkeeper's eyes soft, even Catelyn felt the old, practical muscles of thrift twitch. She thought, not for the first time, about Bran, about the small body beneath the blankets, the blood in his hair, the hollowness in her chest that would not be sated by sleep. Her hand drifted toward the folds of her cloak, thinking of a wound she'd been shown, an ugly, indenting scar. A quiet fury sat like a coal under her ribs. Tyrion's voice broke the hush. "As for food," he said, loud enough to be overheard, "we'll eat like the rest, but double portions. We've ridden hard. Bring me a roast bird, and a pitcher of your best wine, and have my Yoren sit with me." The innkeeper bobbed a curtsy so deep it threatened to topple her and barked orders to the scullions. The power of a golden dragon was endless in the small, hungry world of an inn on the King's Road. Merrill Lion, a singer with a forked tongue and an appetite for gossip, stirred on his bench and leapt at the chance to ingratiate himself into the dwarf's favour. "My lord," he trilled, "may I sing for your table? A ballad of your father's great victory at King's Landing." Tyrion's mouth thinned. "You'd have me die of nausea," he replied with sour amusement. He was not the man to suffer sycophants gladly. If the singer had had better sense, he would have played the reins of Castamere instead, then everyone might have laughed and bowed and kept their knives unseen. Then Tyrion's eye snagged on a face near the hearth, pale, composed, and hard as flint. "Catelyn." He turned his head slowly, the way a hawk tracks movement, and grinned in a way that was almost kind. "Lady Stark," Merrill Lion said, breathless, "what an unexpected pleasure! I scarce thought to see you here." Heads turned toward Catelyn in the common room at once. Conversations fell away into a dozen small, shifting currents of curiosity. The inn's confidence that everything would be handled for coin wavered under the force of a noblewoman's presence. Catelyn felt every eye like a pinprick. She had not meant to draw attention. She had come for speed, for the shelter and passage on the King's Road. Fate had other designs. The old fear that had given her eyes that hard edge flared, Bran. The child's small body had been violated, and every face in the room was a possible conspirator. "Lady Stark," the proprietress asked, breath hitching. "I was Catelyn Tully the last time I lodged here," Catelyn said, and her voice was steady. She swept the room with a glance. "I'll be grateful for a private room, if you have one, though I can pay as a guest." Her mind worked quick and cold, mapping the room for friendly faces and foes. Sir Roderick Castle stood at her side, his sword at his hip, a comforting weight and an oath that would not break. A handful of northern knights shuffled together, their armour still mudded from roadwork. The dwarf sat, a gilded thing, small and dangerous like a toad. Catelyn weighed risks. To act rashly was to invite disaster, to wait might cost her everything. She had not come here for herself. A mother's instinct had the power of a sharpened blade. She stepped forward as if to chance everything. "The man sitting in the corner," she said suddenly, voice clear, "is his cloak embroidered with the black bat of Harrenhal?" A lanky knight in the room answered quickly. "Yes, my lady. He is of House Mouton, loyal to my father, Lord Hoster." Catelyn breathed a quiet prayer and then let herself act. The words rushed out like a river that had been dammed too long. "That man came to my home as a guest. He sought to murder my 7-year-old son." A dozen hands went to hilts. Sir Roderick moved to her side with the speed of habit, the iron ring of his authority sounding like thunder. "In the name of King Robert," he intoned, addressing the room's men. "By the law and honour of your lords, seize him and bring him to Winterfell to answer for his crimes." The inn hummed like a struck hive. Tyrion's face tightened into something sharp and amused in equal measure. For the dwarf, the charge was absurd and delicious. For Catelyn, the risk was everything. Tyrion blinked, the amusement drained into cautious surprise. "Lady Stark," he said, and his voice tried to be as reasonable and light as it could, "you must be mistaken. I swear to you on my honour I have no hand in such a crime." Her face flashed, she reached into the inside of her cloak and revealed the jagged, puckered scar on her left flank. "This mark," she said, and the room leaned forward. "This was made by a dagger aimed at my son." The weight of her words pressed the air still. Men shuffled. A dozen blades glinted as they left scabbards and hung like storm clouds. The innkeeper's face had all the white terror of a woman who knew a night could end in blood. For a beat, it looked as though the dwarf's fate was decided by emotion and by the willingness of the room to follow a woman who spoke like a mother wronged. Tyrion's two companions Jack and Morris were little help in the face of a dozen long swords. Jack's hand tightened on the haft of his own blade. Morris, the useless man, paled and moved to the door like a rat. Then the corner of the common room broke into motion. A pack of shabby men, wrapped in pelts and grime, rose as one. Their leader, a broad-chested man with a face like a shard of stone, spat a curse and bared his teeth. "Damn you, woman," he snarled. "You'd ruin a good meal with your wailing. Move aside, let the guests eat." The mercenaries were not peasants. Their eyes were bright with the look of men who had tasted blood. Not work scars made white paths through their brown faces. They were the sort of men who were paid to ruin other people's nights for coin. They were a different breed than the rustic high mountain clans Catelyn had briefly considered, wilder but more practiced, hardened by war rather than by winter. A house harroway knight, fueled by the righteousness of the wrongfully accused, sprang up and charged the mercenary with a cry. Steel rang. For a second the room became a blur of sparks and shouts. But the mercenary leader moved with the fluid, hateful ease of a man who'd taken lives before for the price of coins. He parried the house harroway knight, and in a heartbeat his blade found the man's belly. The knight crumpled and slid from the bench in a slow crimson arc. The innkeeper screamed. The room smelled of iron and the cold of the road. "You touch my lord's guests," the mercenary leader said, pressing his sword point into the fallen knight's chest. He spat disdain. "This dwarf's coin buys more than you know." Sir Roderick's jaw tightened, Catelyn's hands balled into fists. The threat had deepened. What had looked at first like a crowd that would stand with her had shifted, the presence of the mercenaries had altered the balance. Men who lived by the sword had different loyalties. Catelyn's voice, though under strain, did not crack. "We will not let you scourge the innocent for coin," she said. "If you are men, show honor. If you are hired dogs, then take your pay and go." The mercenary leader laughed and flicked blood from his blade. "Honor," he mocked. "Honor doesn't feed our bellies. You speak of honor to a man who's lost 3 sons to war. Do you know what that does to a man, lady? Do you know what turns a man to this?" A crossbow, hidden beneath a table, thudded as it was tightened and readied, aimed at Catelyn and her supporters. A young Frey squire tried to wrench at the weapon but was stopped by a mercenary's cruel boot. Each attempt to draw a friend to their side ended in a clang of steel or a crossbow bolt fired too close. Catelyn's throat worked. The plan had been simple: expose the would-be assassin, shame him into handing himself over, and take him to Winterfell. Instead the room had become a trap of numbers and ferocity, and their best chance had slipped. Tyrion saw a way through the standoff. He rose, a small, flashing presence of grace under pressure. "My lady," he said in that clipped, civilized voice that could make men listen, "there are other ways to settle this. A coin for the trouble, and a promise to visit Winterfell another day." The mercenary leader spat. "No coin buys a dwarf's head here." He raised his crossbow and trained it at Tyrion's small, provocative face. For the mercenary and his men, the dwarf's life was both a prize and a joke. Catelyn's nails bit into her palms until the pain steadied her. The room smelled of wet wool and steel and fear. Panic would make them all less than nothing. "You will take the man," she said, voice like a blade, "or I will call for the king's law myself." The mercenary leader's grin widened. He found the offer hilarious. "You'll do what?" he jeered. "You'll go to Winter and send riders after us? You think the king's law will cower a blade in the night?" Sir Roderick strode forward, sword up. "Then we will do by our own hands what the king won't," he said. For a handful of heartbeats the room balanced on an edge as sharp as any knife. Men's breathing came hot and fast. Children cried in the corner. Then the mercenary leader gave a slow, mocking bow. "Very well, lady," he said. "If you insist, you'll be the one to lose the man you tease. Come here, dwarf." He gestured, and to Catelyn's horror the mercenaries stepped forward as one and spread themselves like a net. The crossbows rose. Every path to Winterfell closed in a dozen small, merciless hands. She had gambled on men's pity and law, on honor tethered to name and story. She had misread the room. Take him, she whispered, not a surrender, but the admission of defeat. The mercenary leader snapped his fingers and two men moved like wolves. Tyrion did not make a fuss. He lifted his chin in the smallest of salutes, an insolent smile that was more bravado than fear. Jack went with a hand on his sword, Morris fled out the back as a good servant should. The mercenaries hustled them away toward the rain and the waiting road. Sir Roderick's knees threatened to buckle with the impotent fury of a man who knows the law yet cannot make it bite. Catelyn's fingers went white from the force of her grip. A mother's cry was something other than prayer, it was the blood's own language, a sound that did not abide. The inn, which had promised shelter, had given them humiliation instead. The tourney's crowds spilled outside, oblivious. The wild men disappeared into fog and storm and coin, leaving the room cold with the memory of the white-heeled fall of a house Harroway night. Catelyn felt the failure like a weight at her shoulders. There would be others to blame, others to answer later, but for now the path to Winterfell, the path back to Bran, had grown longer, murkier, and more dangerous. She had staked everything on a gamble and lost. Outside the Crossroads Inn, rain washed the road clean of blood. The world went on. Inside, boots scraped and men argued, and Catelyn's hands did not leave her cloak's fold where the scar lay. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 125, Chapter 124, Debts must be repaid and winter is coming. Inside the map room of Wolf's Den, the high-ranking officers of the army of the two cities had gathered. Maps covered the stone table, rivers marked in blue ink, cities circled in red, supply routes traced with careful precision. The atmosphere was heavy, not with uncertainty, but with inevitability. Khal Drogo was coming. This was no mere border conflict or raid. It was a war between kings, a collision between civilization and barbarism, between stone walls and endless grasslands, between disciplined armies and the thunder of hooves. Master Qyburn, Gendry said, his voice calm but authoritative, begin with the internal and external situation. Qyburn stepped forward, hands folded behind his back, his pale eyes sharp with calculation. At present, he said slowly, Myr and Tyrosh have formally submitted to your Highness's authority. The newly established council, city hall, and arbitration court are operating efficiently. Military command and internal security are firmly under our control. He paused briefly. The only lingering concern lies with the old noble families who fled to Lys and Volantis. However, they lack both the unity and resources to pose any immediate threat. And the wider situation? Gendry prompted. Pentos, Qohor, Norvos, and the remaining Giscari city-states have all pledged varying degrees of support, gold, weapons, and auxiliary troops, Qyburn continued. Bravos and Lorith remain neutral. As coastal powers, they fear no Dothraki cavalry. Lys and Volantis, however, may choose to back the Horse Lords. Bravos remaining neutral is already a favourable outcome, Gendry said evenly. As for Volantis and Lys, war with them is inevitable, but not now. He tapped the map with a finger. A multi-front war is the strategy of fools. For now, we deal with the Dothraki. He straightened. We must shape the narrative. We are not conquerors, we are defenders. We stand against Dothraki brutality, against burning, slaughter, and enslavement. Let the people understand what awaits them if the Horse Lords breach the walls. Qyburn nodded. Fear is a powerful motivator. Exactly, Gendry replied. Win the battlefield, yes, but also win the war of belief. Power, after all, thrived on enemies. If an enemy did not exist, one could always be created. Only when people feared chaos would they willingly submit to order. Only when faced with annihilation would they accept strong rule without complaint. Now, Gendry said, let's discuss tactics. Myr will be the bait, Sir Jorah said thoughtfully. A rich city. The Dothraki will charge straight toward it. Yes and no, Gendry replied. He rose from his seat. Before they reach Myr, we will give them something to think about. He pointed at the plains outside the city. Scorched fields. Destroyed supplies. Reinforced defenses. And when they arrive, we strike at night. Gendry moved his hand again. Trenches and earthworks here, this will be the first line of defense. Myr itself is the second line. Attrition. Delay. Then decisive engagement. A layered fist instead of a reckless punch. The Dothraki rely on momentum, Gendry continued. Break that, and their strength bleeds away. He turned to one of his officers. Ensure the light cavalry consumes more sea fish and carrots. The handsome man blinked, then nodded quickly as he wrote it down. Night vision matters, Gendry explained calmly. Night raids will weaken them before the decisive battle. Despite their ferocity, the Dothraki were bound by tradition. Their weapons and tactics had not evolved in generations. Akel could conquer half a continent yet die from a festering wound. I've already assigned command, Gendry said, his voice firm. No soldier leaves their post before the battle. The 1st Wolf Pack Legion and the 2nd Free Legion will serve as the main force. Steel Fist, you command the Wolf Pack Infantry. Grey Wolf, you command the Free Army Infantry. The two commanders stepped forward. Yes, Your Highness. The 3rd Second Sons Legion will serve as reserves supporting the battlefield and maintaining order within the city. Brown Ben Plum and Sir Yora bowed. At your command. All cavalry remains under my direct control, Gendry added. Long Spear. Jaloria. Sir Yora. What of the Qohor Unsullied and Giscari troops? Yora asked. They fall under Grey Wolf's command, Gendry replied. And the Norvos Holy Guardians, Gendry continued, will be under my direct command. Those monk warriors were formidable. He would not waste them. I must emphasize this again, Gendry said, his gaze sweeping the room. No war should ever be underestimated. He paused. The Giscari envoy reminded me of this. The kingdom of Sarnar was destroyed because of arrogance. The room fell silent as he recounted the old disaster. High King Mazoro Alexo had gathered his armies along the Sarn River and marched west, confident in chariots and steel. They shattered Kulharo's forces in the opening charge. But in pursuit, they fell into a trap. 4 Kalassars. 80,000 riders. Arrows fell like rain. The chariots were surrounded. Hundreds of thousands died beneath hooves and blades. And Sarnar vanished from history. The Dothraki win when their enemies fight on Dothraki terms, Gendry said quietly. We will not make that mistake. He drew his long sword. Victory. Steel rang as his commanders followed suit. Victory. Dash. The inn at the crossroads. You are in serious trouble, Lady Catelyn. Tyrion Lannister's voice was calm but heavy. Catelyn Stark's face was pale. She did not reply. Lannisters always paid their debts. And Lord Tywin Lannister would never tolerate an insult to his house. Not from a Stark. Not from anyone. If I leave, Tyrion continued, nothing can be undone. Catelyn felt her thoughts unraveling. She had failed to uncover the truth and in the process, had provoked the most dangerous house in Westeros. These so-called wildlings. Sir Roderick muttered bitterly. They had appeared out of nowhere and turned everything into chaos. Enough blood has been shed, Catelyn said finally. Sheath your swords. Release them. A knight of House Harroway was already dead. More blood would only make matters worse. Tyrion smiled inwardly. Fortune still favors me. Catelyn had nearly succeeded. But nearly was not enough. The hall held 60 or 70 people. She had swayed barely 10. Most sat frozen, confused, fearful, or indifferent. Even among the frays, only 2 had stood and quickly sat back down. I failed, Catelyn thought as Tyrion walked away. I did not plot against your son, Tyrion said calmly. And I am very curious who told you about the dagger. You don't need to know. Oh, I think I do, Tyrion replied dryly. Littlefinger, wasn't it? Catelyn's silence said everything. For Baelish, lying is instinct, Tyrion continued. Giving my own dagger to an assassin? I'm not that foolish. Her composure cracked. And Lady Catelyn, Tyrion added cruelly, your past with Littlefinger is hardly a secret. He turned away. I am Tyrion of House Lannister, he announced loudly. If you escort me safely, I will reward you generously. 2 mercenaries stepped forward. Bronn. Chigan. Tyrion smiled. Good. Very good. As rain swallowed them, Catelyn collapsed back into her seat, exhausted and hollow. She had made everything worse. The Eyrie, she whispered to herself. I must go to the Eyrie. War was coming. And far to the north. Winter was coming. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 126, Chapter 125, Illegitimate Children and Dwarfs. In the crisp light of early morning, Gendry stood inside the military tent, quietly examining his new armor. It was a gift from the people of Qohor. The armor shimmered faintly under the sun, golden plate chased with intricate patterns, paired with a heavy helmet shaped like the head of a warrior. On one wing of the helmet was engraved a proud stag, antlers raised high, on the other, a flying dragon, wings spread as if ready to soar. It looked less like armor and more like a declaration of power. These weapons from Qohor are truly impressive, Gendry said thoughtfully. They clearly put real effort into them. I've heard they've mastered the technique of infusing color directly into steel. Compared to that, simple painting or glazing is child's play. Angui stood nearby, arms crossed, eyeing the armor with unconcealed skepticism. It looks good, my lord, he admitted, but on the battlefield, that thing will shine like a beacon. You'll become the enemy's favorite target. Gendry laughed softly. You're right. This golden armor is for ceremonies and intimidation, not for real combat. He set the helmet aside and turned toward Angui. Our next opponent will be the Horse People. The Horse People. Angui snorted. They still have 2 arms and 2 legs. I'm confident. Good, Gendry replied calmly. I'll take the warhammer. You take your bow. We'll be facing Dothraki screamers soon enough. Angui hesitated, scratching the back of his head. My lord. I have a small request. Speak. Khal Drogo is the greatest of the Dothraki khals. He must have famous horses and fine bows under his command. When the battle is over, I was hoping that. Gendry chuckled before Angui could finish. You little rascal. Quite greedy, aren't you? Fine. But don't even think about taking a Dothraki woman, that's not allowed. Angui grinned widely. Granted, Gendry continued. I'll make sure you get a famous Dothraki bow and a good horse. For warriors, collecting weapons and war horses was as natural as breathing. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. Angui left the tent in high spirits. Moments later, Maester Qyburn entered, his sharp eyes immediately drawn to the armor. A Qohoric artifact, he asked. Indeed. Qohor may reek of the black goat and witchcraft, Qyburn said calmly, but their craftsmanship is beyond reproach. Qohor was known throughout Essos as the city of sorcerers, a place steeped in divination, blood magic, and whispered necromancy. It's a shame they didn't send a Valyrian steel sword, Gendry said with mild regret. Qyburn smiled thinly. Valyrian steel is no ordinary metal. Even in the East, acquiring such a weapon requires immense fortune. Besides, you already possess an Iraq. If Tywin Lannister knew of this, he would likely go mad with rage. Valyrian steel was vanishingly rare. After the doom of Valyria, only Qohor retained the secret of reforging it. Every newly discovered Valyrian steel weapon meant the total number in the world diminished further. Most Valyrian blades in Westeros rested in the hands of ancient houses, each with a name and legend attached. Even impoverished lords clung to them desperately. Tywin Lannister had offered staggering sums to buy such swords. He had been refused every time. The more, the merrier, Gendry said. Though he possessed an arak, he had not yet decided what form to reforge it into. Another Valyrian weapon would be ideal. What he wanted most, however, was armor. Unfortunately, Valyrian steel armor was said to exist only in the ruins of Old Valyria if it existed at all. We must remember, Qyburn added, Qohor is only a temporary ally. You mean their black magic and slavery? Precisely. The Black Goat is no benign god. Legends claim Qohor's forging techniques rely on blood sacrifice slaves, sometimes even infants. Gendry had read Maester Paul's writings. The man had been flogged and expelled from Qohor 3 times for asking questions. The last time, accused of stealing Valyrian steel, he lost a hand. Paul claimed Qohoric smiths sacrificed slaves to achieve craftsmanship rivaling the freehold. That's a problem for the future, Gendry said. Qohor is far away. For now, we share a common enemy in Volantis. First, we deal with the Dothraki. After that, we can discuss Qohor and Norvos. He turned his gaze to Qyburn. How is Westeros? The situation is deteriorating rapidly, Qyburn replied. War is imminent. The wolf and the lion are circling each other. Once they clash, everything will burn. Should we add fuel to the fire? Qyburn asked. No, Gendry replied. Others will do that naturally. Lord Hoster's 2 daughters. Qyburn nodded. Then the trout will enter the game as well. Hoster was wise, but his children. Difficult, Gendry finished. Any word from our people? They're operating in the Riverlands, disguised as wildlings from the Mountains of the Moon. They may already have encountered Lady Stark and the IMP. Good. They need only wait, remain silent, and endure. Once Drogo is dealt with, I'll have time for the Iron Throne. The Crab Feeder's men are ready, Qyburn said. They've waited years for this. I have 4 chess pieces in Westeros, Gendry said evenly. 1 in the north. 1 on Crack Claw Point. 1 in King's Landing. 1 in the Riverlands. Ramsay is a dead piece for now, he added coldly. The others must strike with surprise. The Riverlands will be the first battlefield, Gendry continued. Hoster is dying. Ed Muir is brave but foolish. Tywin excels at bullying the weak. He'll ravage the Riverlands to draw Ed Muir out and provoke Stark in King's Landing, who arrived with barely 100 men. Will Stark take the bait? Qyburn asked. He will, Gendry replied. King's Landing is a dead end. A dire wolf does not belong in the south, Qyburn murmured. Let them tear each other apart, Gendry said calmly. When the time is right, my pieces will move. Send more wine merchants and informants to the Dothraki, he added. I want precise information on Khal Drogo. Yes, Your Highness. And the others. The Prince of the Windblown wavers. The Golden Company keeps its distance. The Magister of Pentos plays both sides. They'll all come begging eventually, Gendry said coldly. And Stannis? Still on Dragonstone. Isolated. Poor Stannis, Gendry said. Without miracles, he's finished. You've done well, Maester Qyburn. One day, I'll found a new academy free of religion. You'll lead it. Qyburn bowed deeply. After leaving the Crossroads Inn, Tyrion Lannister was carried south by wildlings. They wrapped him in goat furs, sparing him the cold rain. Stupid madwoman, Tyrion muttered, thinking of Catelyn Stark. Cheer up, dwarf, the wildling leader said. Without us, you'd be freezing in Winterfell. Tyrion snorted. My gratitude knows no bounds. House Lannister will repay you generously. We won't take you to King's Landing, the leader replied. Only somewhere safe. Tyrion noticed the man's rust-colored hair and scarred cheeks. Not a wildling, he realized grimly. They ignored Catelyn Stark completely. Only a great lord could command such men. When they parted, Tyrion felt a pang of envy. Bronn spoke bluntly. You can't tame men like that. No, Tyrion sighed. Gold buys sell swords, not loyalty. Whose men were they? Tyrion asked. Not wildlings. And not fools. Tyrion's thoughts raced. A knight is dangerous. A brilliant knight with power and vision is terrifying. I must warn my father, Tyrion thought bleakly. Even knowing Tywin would ignore him. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha.